WILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby. Oh, yeah.
We're in a good spot. I mean, right now, halfway point of our season, we're in a good spot. We're atop our division. Guys are playing good football, and I'm very pleased with where our team is. We just have to go out and finish the second half of the season. But to be where we are right now, I'm very proud of the work that our guys have done, no matter, who we've had up and made plays. We've lost some guys to injury. It doesn't matter. Guys have stepped up, made plays, and playing winning football. So I'm excited to see how our guys continue to push and finish the second half of the season.
That's D'Amico Ryans yesterday asked, how do you feel about the halfway point? How do you feel about where your team's at? And I think it's a pretty accurate assessment of where they're at. I don't know if it's an accurate gauge of how people are feeling right now moving forward, but we'll see. The Lions coming to town on Sunday. We got a lot to dig into today. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Hello. Hello.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hello. Good morning. How are you?
How the hell are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good.
It's funny because yesterday during the press conferences, I was kind of trying to figure out why it felt different this week compared to last week, and obviously coming off a loss, it's going to feel a little bit different. But I remember last week in the shortened week, I was a little disappointed because none of the questions on the Wednesday press conference were even directed, the Tuesday press conference last week. Hardly any of them were really even about the New York Jets. It was a whole lot of like, hey, let's try to just cap up this previous week's game. Like that. It's not that it's an excuse or anything, but man, it's definitely not an excuse. The Texans just didn't handle the short week well last week.
No.
So I did appreciate, and I actually liked the fact that I think both on Monday and Wednesday this week with D'Amico, and then on Wednesday with C.J. Stroud, there were a lot of questions about the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
Like, okay, whatever led the Texans to looking like they were sleepwalking the first half of Thursday Night Football, then if it were for lack of focus or preparation or whatever it might be, I don't think that's going to be an issue with the Lions. Everybody knows that they're facing a hell of a football team this week.
That was the first Thursday night game for a lot of really important people in their roles. CJ had never had one. All the young players had never really had one. D'Amico as a head coach had never had one. So that's, I think, and that you're going on the road, so you're really losing a day. I think that factors in. There's a heavy focus on this game with the Lions for sure. I thought yesterday, Seth, in looking at that press conference, there were two things that I wanted to hear about, and one of them was injuries. We'll get to that in a second. I'm not feeling great about that. The other was, okay, you've had extra time here to take a look at really the Achilles heel on this team, which is the offensive line, specifically the interior of the O-line. The good news injury-wise, Jarrett Patterson back at practice yesterday, so that was good news. But D'Amico was asked about the offensive line or the offense executing in about 6 different ways in that press conference, and the answer was the same every time. It was this.
As the offensive line, what would an improvement for you look like for you all?
For us, we just have to go out and execute our offense the right way.
Okay, and he used that answer. We have to go out and execute the offense the right way at least 4 times that I can think of in that press. Like Landry Locker tried to get him to get super introspective on the offensive line with a question, like a pretty deep question. And that was the exact same answer. It was, we have to go out and execute better. He's tired of taking up for this offensive line.
I think you're correct there.
Yeah.
We're not hearing the same thing we heard a couple weeks ago, which was D'Amico and Caserio adamantly defending the offensive line and saying that it's a group effort and these guys are just fine. It's a lazy narrative that the offensive line is struggling.
Right.
I think it'd be a lazy narrative if you say that the offensive tackles are struggling, but the offensive line as a whole, if it's, hey, we're all in this together, the offensive line as a whole is struggling largely because the interior 3 are struggling. And really, the thing that makes it harder for everybody on the offensive line to operate is that the left guard position has been an abomination.
Yeah.
So and because of that, they do things with the pass protection scheme and otherwise that make the entire offensive line effort look really paltry.
Yeah.
And there's no whitewashing it.
No. And I think he's tired of giving 45-second answers, pointing out the good snaps versus the bad snap. I think he's up to his ears in it. I don't think he wants to talk about it anymore. And the one way to not have to talk about it anymore is for the offensive line to actually go out and have a good outing against the Detroit Lions this weekend. The other thing, the injury report, we got to get to this. Nico Collins and Will Anderson were the two big ones. Jarrett Patterson as well I put in there just because, as you point out, left guard has been such a travesty. Jarrett Patterson back at practice. That's good news. Several guys back at practice. So there's good news. Azeez Al-Shire, Jerry Hughes, Jeff Okudah, Jimmy Ward, all back at practice. Those are all good. What's the update on Nico Collins and Will Anderson, D'Amico?
Nico he's doing good. We'll see where he ends up.
How about Will Anderson?
Same with him. He's doing well. We'll see where he ends up.
Okay, I'm not feeling great about this. Now I'm feeling good, big picture on both guys. Like if they're both doing well, neither Will didn't go to IR or anything like that. The reports on Nico Collins yesterday, specifically from Aaron Wilson, were really, really good. Nico Collins has passed all the tests for his hamstring. No setbacks per league sources. Regained speed, mobility, ready to go. Matter of when, not if, he'll be designated for return. Team still determining if activating him for the Lions game. Him and Will not practicing is problematic right now.
I'm more nervous about Will. Oh, boy. No, I was about to say that, and then I realized it's not true. Can't spit out a falsehood.
What are you going to say?
I just realized that in the moment that it's not true. I was about to say I'm more nervous about Will than I am about Nico, but then I realized, wait, no, I don't actually know anything about Nico other than Aaron Wilson's report.
Yeah.
So when it comes to the Lions game specifically, I'm trying not to read too much into Wednesday because let's remember they're going to try to give Nico as much rest and as much time feeling A+ perfect before he gets back out on the field.
Yeah.
So, yeah, clear. Like if he had felt awesome after week one and he'd been rolling along, that would be one thing. But I think they're still being very careful with him. I don't think it's gamesmanship or anything with Nico because you still really need to get that timing back. And you need to see feeling good with that connection.
Okay.
So I don't think they would hold him out just for gamesmanship. I think they're holding him out because, they want to be very, very careful. But that doesn't really give us a window into whether they expect him to play Sunday.
That's funny you say that. Like you literally were saying the word gamesmanship as I was formulating, hey, maybe it's gamesmanship in my head.
Yeah, that's why when I started off the sentence, I was thinking that it might be gamesmanship, and then I realized that's garbage. So I actually don't feel it is gamesmanship. I think it's medical conservatism.
Well, as we'll hear from Dan Campbell in the next segment, they're preparing as if Nico Collins is going to play in this game in Detroit. Like he's anticipating Nico playing. So whether it's gamesmanship or not, they're preparing for Nico Collins being out there. Here's where I don't feel good about those two coming back is when D'Amico on his coach's show this week, I thought gave some really good insight into how he handles players that are in that 50-50 range on playing, which I think both these guys are going to be for different reasons come Sunday. Here's D'Amico from his coach's show and how he handles injured players getting ready to come back and play.
Oh, that's one of the toughest spots being a head coach, right, of having to make that call of the guy's close, but we still don't know. For me, I'll always lean towards making sure a player long-term health is always at the forefront of my decision as opposed to, come back a week too soon, and now we lose you for, call it 4 or 5 more weeks. Yep. So let's make sure, right, you can practice throughout the week, right? And let's make sure you can show you gain that confidence. I can go out and perform my job to the highest level.
You have to tell them to sit down? Like, hey, you got to sit, and they want to play?
Sometimes throughout my conversation with them, I talk around, and I let them make that decision.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm guessing Nico and Will are you got to sit guys for D'Amico. You know what I mean? I'm guessing Nico and Will fit into that category at the very end that Vandy was asking about of they want to play. You know, like they want to get out there and play, and you got to sit them down. The part of that cut that makes me concerned about this week is practice throughout the week. By definition, they will not have done that
especially
already.
Especially with a hamstring too,
Yes.
where you want to feel like, hey, we're going to go. I'm trying not to handicap this thing right now with Nico Collins, and we'll see what happens on Thursday or Friday. Maybe he's out there on Friday and they're doing like a little bit of extra, full speed, full go routes on Friday more so than they normally would, just to really get the timing down. But it's not as simple as, well, you just drop Nico Collins back into the mix and have him run a couple go routes and all as well. I think that, if he doesn't practice today, then I'm going to start to hit the panic button.
If he doesn't practice today, he ain't playing.
You bastard!
Yeah,
Sean.
no. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. If he doesn't practice today, he is not playing. Seth, when have we got?
Damn you for pulling that deep cut all the way back from Monday. You had to go all the way back to Monday.
I'm just trying to bring the truth,
find
man.
evidence that Nico's probably not playing
I'm
this
just
week.
trying to prepare people for this. I don't want people to think that there's going to be big, huge presents under the tree, and then they're disappointed when all they get are socks.
Tamiko's absence is just it's a you know what I used to get from my dad in the stocking? He nuts and oranges. He tried to make it like a traditional 1800s Christmas. We're like, ooh, what's this? An orange? I thought only rich folks. I thought only the fat cats on Park Avenue got to eat citrus fruit. Woo, yeah. Thanks, Dad.
What kind of, if you don't mind me ripping a scab off here, what kind of nuts exactly were in the stocking?
Only the best. Peanuts, walnuts, like scavenged from our lawn.
Sometimes when it was
the best.
Sometimes when it was a good year, cashews.
Deluxe nut package.
It weren't no deluxe nuts.
No.
Not the kind that, was it Lovey? Who was it that he used to talk about?
Romeo.
Oh, no, that's Romeo.
Hit it again,
Deluxe nut package.
Yeah, deluxe nut package.
It wasn't the deluxe nut. Certainly wasn't single serve.
That was Romeo Cornell talking about Will Fuller at the trade deadline.
My father arguing for nuts and fruit in your stocking and the silver standard.
Oh
yes, that
was. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you.
Hey, real quick note from a management perspective.
Yeah.
I like that D'Amico lets guys make the decision for themselves.
Yeah.
That is a good way to go. You always want people to feel like they came up with the idea. If you're a genuine leader, you don't care about getting credit for the idea. You want people to really have ownership in their own ideas. It is sometimes plainly obvious to the person being managed that that's what's happening. We had a boss once that I could tell very much wanted people to feel like they were making the decision for themselves as he led you down the primrose path to be sure, this is how you feel about this, right? Right? You're taking ownership in this, right?
That's funny.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Almost like he's got a recorder out. This I've got you on tape saying you agreed to this.
Yeah. That's funny.
You said that you'd rather keep your job than disagree with me on this. So I assumed you were all in.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Game on Sunday, 7:20 kick between the Lions and the Texans. You can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610. And you can text us on the 5-Hour Energy fan line. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. Up next, what are the Lions thinking about the Texans? Dan Campbell, it would be fun having Dan Campbell press conferences every week. He's got me jacked for this game on Sunday. The opposing coach has me jacked for this game on Sunday.
I know.
Yes. So he's about to get you pumped up as well, listener. That is coming up next.
I'll tell you what, you get jacked up thinking about your brand new dream home. You know what Kirk Holmes will never do? They'll never use that little
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
On the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We'll get to Dan Campbell here in a second. Probably should have asked you this during the break. Did you happen to see any tweets or anything where, sometimes at practice they let the media watch like the first 20 minutes of practice, which is usually just stretching and stuff like that?
Yeah.
I didn't see any tweets like, hey, there's the first team offensive line stretching together or working together early in practice.
Right.
I didn't see a permutation of linemen out.
I think that's one of the things that they're not supposed to tweet about.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Yeah.
So you didn't see anything. I didn't see anything either. I guess if we're making predictions, if Jared Patterson, he's at the tail end of the concussion protocol, it sounds like. he was listed as a full participant yesterday, so it sounds like everything smacks on the back of the head in the locker room for no reason. It would seem that things are going well with his concussion right now. So is your expectation that the starting offensive line is going to be basically the same as it's been, just with Patterson instead of Green?
Yeah, with Patterson out there, Patterson was the guy that was tabbed with going in for Kenyon Green originally, and I think as long as his I think that it would be medical. If he, just like we saw with Henry To'oTo'o a couple weeks ago, To'oTo'o practiced and then they pulled him back because he had symptoms. So whether Jarrett Patterson had any symptoms after practicing yesterday, that's the biggest obstacle. But yeah, I'll be surprised if Jarrett Patterson is healthy, but Kendrick Green starts. Yes, I'll be surprised.
I'd be very surprised. I'm with you on that. I'd be very surprised. Here was Dan Campbell, coach of the Lions yesterday. He's excited. He's jacked for this game, man, with the Texans, and he got me excited too. Now, I don't know how good he is on predicting injured players playing in a game. He'll mention you'll hear that in this, but here's Dan Campbell on, I believe, our sister station, 97.1 up in Detroit.
Man, this team is I love the way this team plays. I mean, they play an aggressive style, explosive, fast type of football. And look, this quarterback, I think, has done an outstanding job. He's one of these really good young players in this league. I do think they're going to get Nico back. We're prepared for him. We're thinking he's coming back. He's outstanding. This whole line, there's been a little bit of, they had some injuries here and there, but the scheme and the things that they're able to do up there, they can do a lot to you. And mix level. And in this defense, man, I mean, they hum now. They are smoking. They are up the field. They're aggressive. They play a nasty style game. They finish on the football. It's going to be an all-out brawl, man, out in Houston, Texas on Sunday night. And man, we're looking forward to it, man. This is one of those. Like I say, that's what excites you, man. Every week, we just came off a big division win, and now we're rolling into another great opponent here in prime time Sunday night at their place, and man, they play the style of football that we're looking forward to facing.
I agree with what he said there. Like there should be a very much, if the Texans are truly the swarmy team they aspire to be, and I think defensively they are. Like it just in terms culturally, I think they are defensively. There should be a street fight element to this game on Sunday.
Sean, you see on my notes in my illegible handwriting. Defenses swarm. I wrote that down as he said that. As Campbell was talking about the Texans team, I think he was very much – he didn't say that the offense hums. He said that the defense hums.
No.
There's a vibration to the Texans' defense, whereas the Texans' offense is kind of like that possum I was telling you about in the comatose state.
Yeah.
When they're playing dead, they go into a comatose, low body temperature state where you can poke them with a stick and they won't even move.
Right.
That's the offense right now.
Yeah, especially in the second half of games.
Yes,
very much a possum.
They go possum in the second half.
Big time in the second half.
You'll never hurt them, but they won't score any touchdowns.
That's right.
For second half performers.
Get your action down now on the second half.
When you see a small animal and you're like, oh, is that cute? Is that oh, no, it's a possum.
It's a possum. Yeah. It's a second half possum is what
That's not a squirrel or anything that I might get excited about.
No. As a player, I would listen to Dan Campbell. Like I'm saying, as a Texans player, if I were listening to that cut, I'd be like, oh, hell yeah, the other team's coming for a street fight. Let's go.
Let me tell you something. Dan Campbell got me excited a little bit about the future of the Texans with the next clip that we're going to play.
Oh, okay.
I do think that Campbell basically had the same tone and demeanor in talking about the Texans that D'Amico had in talking about the Lions.
Yeah.
It's received much better from a team that is humming the way the Lions are right now.
Yeah.
I put up a video yesterday. I was watching a bunch of Lions stuff yesterday, and I put a video of some highlights of the Lions juxtaposed up against D'Amico Ryans talking about how awesome the Lions are. Wasn't received well at all.
Really?
It was, if anything, a lot of D'Amico Ryans hatred coming out of it.
Wow.
Yeah. Man. D'Amico's too soft. He's too nice. All this other stuff. I'm like, hey, well, hold on a second. His defense hums. His offense, I don't know.
It doesn't hum right now. No, not in a good way. Speaking of Dan Campbell, Seth alluded to it. Do you see similarities between the Lions and the Texans?
Yeah, I do. I mean, look, they've got a lot of young talent that they hit on, and it's funny because most of those players over there are all players that we really were high on too, you know. And so when you see that and you see some of these players, you're like, man, that was a good one. You know, you see how hard they play and the type of football players they are, and so I do think there's a lot of similarities, you know. And there again, I think they've drafted well. I think D'Amico's done a hell of a job going in there, and just the style of play that they have. I think the quarterbacks played well. They got one there, and they're like anybody else. They've had to go through some injuries and stuff this year, and they're battling through it, and they're still one of the top teams in this league. So they're finding ways to adapt and continue to win. So it'll be a challenge.
The Lions are one of those teams, Seth. There's like 3 or 4 teams that I think are the envy of the rest of the league right now. The Chiefs are always going to be one of them as long as Mahomes is there. I think the Ravens are in that category, even though they're just 5-3. People know the Ravens are well run. Defense is a little unraven-like this year, but that offense is scary. The Lions are the one team, and I think you pointed this out earlier this week, like they're good in all 3 phases. Like they have an elite defense, an elite offense, and special teams they're good, whatever. But like if you look at the way they've built the Lions, like over the years here with Campbell, they were 3 and whatever, however many games they played his first year. I think it was a 17-game season. They were 3-14 his first year, but they were a pesky 3-14. They were a little like the Cardinals were last year. Hey, they're 4-13, but you get into, you're in a fight every week. That's what they were in his first year. Then in his second year, they were 9-8. And they won that last game to knock Green Bay out of the playoffs at the end of the year. That was sort of their Super Bowl that year to finish above 500. They were 9-8. Year 3 last year, they get to the NFC title game. And if it were not for a bad kicker, they might have been in the Super Bowl last year instead of the 49ers. And now this year, I think the expectation as of right now in Week 10 that they will be in the Super Bowl representing the NFC. Things can happen. But that you look at that build and you go, man, that is a classic way of taking an extremely downtrodden franchise that's been downtrodden for decades, literally, and taking it, building a culture, and then you win more and more and more, and now here you are, and you got a chance to get to a Super Bowl. I'll say this to the people who are angry with D'Amico Ryans right now. I guess I don't know how you get angry with D'Amico Ryans, but the Texans are ahead of that schedule right now on D'Amico Ryans' watch. And unlike the Lions, have a young quarterback that they're building. There's a lot wrong with it. Not a lot. There's some important things wrong with the Texans right now. Some really crucial things that are wrong with the Texans right now that are negatively affecting this team and the quarterback. But in terms of I'm just focusing in on that cut, the similarities between the Lions and the Texans are actually ahead of the trajectory that the Lions have been in getting on this Super Bowl track that they're on.
I think when you listen to that clip from Campbell and you start thinking, okay, swarm mentality and all of that, and the Lions offensively and defensively are playing really well right now. The Texans are playing really well defensively, and I think the swarm mindset is very evident and obvious there. The offensive side of the ball, it's just impossible to think about the offensive line. Even the guys who are performing well, you don't look at them and think like, oh, yeah, that's Dan Campbell or that's Swarm or anything else like that. And the tackles are playing well enough. Like, they're fine. But as far as Swarm mentality, none of those guys. I think Shaq Mason's the only guy that I think has that in him, but he's just physically not the same guy that he used to be. So, and I think Juice Scruggs has potential for it. He's just still trying to figure his way out. It's just the bright, glaring spot. I feel like the tight ends have the want to, but right now, Cade Stover, he's getting there. Schultz is just never going to be a good blocker. It's just too late. He's worked at it. He's tried. He's just not a good blocker. That's not who he is. There's times where I wonder when he could be given a shove or a chip to a guy at the line of scrimmage more aggressively before he goes out on his route. I wonder about that sometimes. But by and large, Schultz is who he is. Yeah. But he's also not performing as a receiver the way that you'd like to see him. So, yeah, there's the tight ends and the offensive line. That's my biggest swarm deficit right now. And especially with this team coming to town and you watch their offensive line on Sunday,
That's a swarm offensive line right there. With,
That's
Penei
a swarm
Sewell,
offensive line.
Decker and the interior guys, yeah.
No, and honestly, they're going to test the defense in ways that the defense has started to show some chinks in the armor. Mm-hmm. The tackling is paramount this week. Yeah. And the Texans started off the year tackling a lot better than they had last year, and they've slowly degraded over the course of the season to where now they are once again a bad tackling football team. Yeah. David Montgomery has the 5th most broken tackles in the league right now. Jahmyr Gibbs is averaging over 6 yards per carry. He's got the 2nd fastest run recorded in the entire season. Yeah. Or it's a top 5. He is super fast.
That's a running back right there.
He's as fast as Nico Collins, but he's a running back.
He's a running back.
So, and so that is a 1-2 punch at running back that could really test the Texans.
Here's D'Amico on that very topic. He was asked about it yesterday. I think tackling, you and I have talked about this the last 2 days. Tackling, if we're writing down the whiteboard of bullet points of keys to winning, tackling is the big one for me this week. Here's D'Amico Ryans talking about the O-line and the running backs for the Lions.
Yeah, their offensive line do a really good job of running off the football. They're big guys, big offensive linemen that cover guys up well. And, credit to their backs. 2 really good backs, both, Gibbs, very explosive, home run runner. And then you got the other guy who's just, downhill, tough, physical. So both of the guys, they run hard, they're physical. I think they may have the most yards after contact. They find a way to get yards. And it's one thing for us as a defense, we have to do a really good job of tackling. People have been there, they've been on these guys, but they have done a great job of making guys miss tackles. So we have to swarm, we have to tackle. It's going to take more than one person to get their backs down. They've done a really great job. Talk about a 1-2 punch. It's probably the best 1-2 punch in the league.
So Jahmyr Gibbs has the 2nd fastest run of the season, a 70-yard touchdown rush in Week 8, where he ran 22.03 miles per hour.
That's fast.
The 4th fastest clock speed of the season from Week 1, his 55-yard reception, where he ran 21.89 miles
That's
per
fast
hour.
enough to get a speeding ticket in a school zone. That's.
Oh, is it 15? Yeah, like
15
if
even
they're not going to give you
the
5 mile per hour grace period.
It depends on the cop,
window.
if they're being real sticklers and it's kids, we're talking about endangering kids.
No, I'm saying even with the 5 mile per hour grace, it's still speeding.
Yeah. No, I'm saying if it's 20 in a school zone. I'm saying if you get a cop who's a real stickler, sorry, it's 22. Normally I'd give you the grace period, but these are kids here, Jahmyr. I can't have you running over a kid in the crosswalk. Sorry.
I'm going to run when I run for office, one of my platform items will be to do away with school zones. Just hey, let's go. Survival of the fittest. Which kids can keep their head on a swivel when they need to. Hey, we're getting ready for World War III at some point. I don't know who it's going to be or who the opponent, how it'll be fought. But we need kids with heads on a swivel.
That'll toughen up our kids.
We need drone operators that know what's going on, damn it.
Yeah, that'll toughen them up. I'm for that as well. Says the two.
I can say that because I was hit by a car as a child. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So
that's 100% true. I was hit and it was because I was absent-minded. I take full responsibility for getting hit by that car.
I just we have the 2 guys who don't have kids in elementary school anymore. Let's toughen these kids up. Let's go. 50 miles an hour in a school zone. Let's go.
I was way more on that side of the spectrum than Brandy was. I was kind of what are you going to do? You got to take some lumps as a kid's character.
No crossing guards, no speed limits. This is this is how you battle ADD in kids. They'll pay attention now, I tell you.
Well, it's tricky is when you grow up in the country, there's certain stuff that you just don't even think about with your kids. You know why? Yeah, they're outside. What? Right. I'm not even thinking about. You grow up in the city, or then you move to the city, and you're trying to raise a kid in the city where it's just a different. So we were constantly texting people, saying "Is this? Hey, can you just let kids do this?" And people are God, no, you monster! Oh my God, what? No.
CPS.
So I guess we're not going to have the conversation about how my grandma used to take care of the extra kittens in a litter. Okay.
No.
Out in the country.
On that note. Headlines up next. We'll get to the Texans. The injury report is a big one this week. Alex Bregman news. Rockets. Good win last night. We'll get you the details on that as well in headlines coming up next. But first, I got to tell you about Dr. Ben Salento and fixing that snoring noise. Man, my sleep has been awesome.
energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
We got to execute. I wouldn't be able to call many plays, too, if guys were just in man or, not doing assignments. So, we all got to get better, too. So it's not just a cop-out like that, but, everywhere around, we all got to be better. So, and we know that. We know we can help him. He knows he can help us. But at the end of the day, the sun rises up the next day, and we can all get better to have those conversations and get it fixed. Because, I believe that we have the team to be really special, and, we can get it fixed, and we will.
All right, that was C.J. Stroud yesterday. He was asked about the criticism for Bobby Slowick that Bobby's getting. He's taken up for his guy there. We'll hear more from C.J. and D'Amico at 7 o'clock today. C.J. talking about what is the one thing he needs to do more of. We'll get to that at the top of the hour. As far as news with the Texans goes, we'll get to the injury news. They did acquire a player yesterday, Zach Thomas, an offensive lineman from New England. They picked him up off of waivers. If you're going, that sounds familiar. Yeah, that's because he got smoked several times by Will Anderson in the game back in Week 6. He was one of the beleaguered Patriot offensive linemen in that loss to the Texans. Will Anderson was Defensive Player of the Week that week. Zachary Thomas. So he's a Houston Texan now.
I wonder, I'm curious, does he go by Zachary or Zach?
I've seen both. He was the news report yesterday said Zachary. I've seen Zach. I don't really care.
Name your kid Zach Thomas when Zach Thomas, when he was born, was already a very famous football player.
Maybe they were a fan,
I had to talk to Zach Thomas's parents, Zachary Thomas's parents. Yeah. It's a family name or something, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know. I did see this tweet that Zachary Thomas has mainly played at left tackle for the Patriots, but Seth, he did take 23 snaps at left guard against the Jets in Week 3.
Ooh.
One pressure allowed in those snaps, a 74.4 pass blocking grade on PFF, which I believe is in the green range, which is good.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're good to go then.
23. I don't want to hear about a small sample size. 23 snaps.
We're firing on all cylinders now. Yeah. Guy that couldn't hack it on one of the worst teams in the league. Yeah. All right. Good. Good.
So there we are. So that's the acquisition.
Other people speculated that maybe this means that they're thinking about moving Titus Howard down to guard. Because the Texans, there's one thing the Texans will never quit on. It's their belief that somehow Titus Howard is going to magically transform into a good guard at some point.
Yeah, I hope not. I hope that's not the case.
Good guard! Yeah. What the hell's going on here? Yeah.
Injury report, back at practice yesterday, Jarrett Patterson. That's good news. Speaking of left guard.
Guard.
That's a guy at practice yesterday.
Not a guard, but I'm happy to have him back.
Same. Jerry Hughes may get a lot of snaps this week if Will Anderson doesn't play, I would say, right?
And then Christian Harris coming back possibly at the end of the very end of the season.
In Week 15, yeah.
Week 15, yeah. It's right around the corner.
Yeah.
I can't anticipate any setbacks possibly
before
with that
Christmas.
One.
He'll be back by Christmas. With a little bow on top of his head when he does play. They're going to wrap him in wrapping paper, and we're going to unwrap him in the locker room. Oh, my God, this is the greatest present ever. Jeff Okudah back at practice, Jimmy Ward back at practice. The big news yesterday, neither Nico Collins nor Will Anderson practicing yesterday, and that has me nervous for Sunday.
The Jimmy Ward return, I know a lot of people are down on Jimmy Ward, and look, he's been injured a lot. He doesn't look physically like he's moving the same as he used to. There are times in these last several weeks where I wonder if Jimmy Ward's experience could have gone above and beyond the X's and O's.
Yeah.
For instance, Devontae Adams, on the play, the Devontae Adams touchdown last week.
Yeah.
Kalen Bullock, my God. Kalen Bullock was shaded over towards Garrett Wilson on that play, which I'm guessing he was supposed to do. But with the veteran savvy and experience of a Jimmy Ward, would Jimmy Ward have anticipated it a little bit better and gotten over to the other side of the field, and at the very least prevented a touchdown by Devontae Adams?
Right.
You could argue that a few of those instances perhaps would be better with Jimmy Ward in there. So I like having his veteran experience.
By the way, Laramie Tunsil got a rest day yesterday. Because apparently.
Oh, I thought you were about to say arrested, and I was like, oh boy,
no, he had a rest day yesterday. Because apparently the long weekend was not enough. You got to
Oh, that's right.
Get even more rest in for Laramie Tunsil.
Let's be sure.
He's a vet. I don't know if you heard. Yeah.
Right, that's right. He doesn't need to do anything more than he's supposed to do. Yeah.
So,
that's the standard that we're holding these young offensive linemen to.
Yep. So there you go. So that's your Texans news. They're back at it today. Keep an eye. This is the Will Anderson, Nico Collins thing is what I'll be keeping an eye on today. And by the way, Bobby Slowick meeting with the media today as well. I will be anxious for that press conference. The coordinators meet with the media. Alex Bregman had a gremlinectomy yesterday. He had the gremlins removed from his elbow, i.e. bone chips removed from his elbow. Still a lot of quotes going back and forth from the GM meetings about Alex Bregman and the Astros. I know John Heyman, we have that audio, we'll play it a little later, where he thinks Bregman, there's a pretty good chance he's going to be back with the Astros. So we'll see. But he did have the procedure that we knew was coming. We knew he was dealing with elbow issues down the stretch this year. They had to manage that and rest him at times during September. He's expected to be swinging a bat again here in a few weeks, and whoever he's playing for, he expects to be ready for spring training.
You know what? I'm glad that this came up. I mean, I'm glad that he got the gremlins removed and whatnot. But I think maybe it's under-discussed sometimes when you talk about giving Alex Bregman a long-term contract. That this is a guy who he's played 145 games or more each of the last 3 seasons. Yeah. Before that, before 2021 he was banged up. 2020 was COVID. Before that, he'd gone over 150 games from 2017 through 2019, and yet remember Jonathan Joseph, where Jonathan Joseph was banged up a lot, but then people would say, yeah, but look at how many games he's played. He's not actually he hasn't missed that many, but it was always kind of touch and go. Mm-hmm. That's where I feel with Alex Bregman, and I wonder just how well he's going to age, because usually when he goes into these prolonged slumps, there's some kind of a physical explanation that goes along with it, that he's had to adjust because of because his elbow wasn't feeling good or what have you. And there is that's one thing that tempers my desire for a 7-year contract or a 6+ year contract with Bregman is I don't know how well he's going to age.
That's fair.
He hasn't been as rock solid, durable physically as a lot of other guys.
No, that's a good point. It's a really good point. So we'll keep an eye on things, man. Will there be any Bregman news coming soon? We'll see. Let's get to the Rockets here. They were really good last night. Rockets beat the Spurs 127-100. They led wire to wire in this game. Real consistent throughout the game, had 30 points or more in each quarter. No one played more than 31 minutes because they were leading by 20 for most of the game. Like, they got up on the Spurs early, and the Spurs never got this thing within, 15 points throughout the entire second. I love beating up on the Spurs because when you beat the Spurs, that draft footage repurposed of Wembayama being so happy he's going to San Antonio to play for Popovich. Remember, or not even happy about that.
Thank God he's not going to Houston.
He was happy. He's happy he wasn't coming here. He's like, it wasn't even San Antonio that it was about. It was about, glad that Rockets.
He was afraid he might have to go to Houston.
Yeah. So screw yourself, Wemby. How you like that?
Enjoy America, Wembanyama.
Yeah, man. So that was good, man.
Or
Rockets
at least whatever
are fun.
version of it is they hawk over there in San Antonio.
Yep. So that was good night last night for the Rockets. A lot of balanced scoring, a lot of guys getting some playing time. That was cool to see. All right, those are your headlines for today. Are D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud hearing any of the outside noise? They talk about we don't listen to the outside noise. I think there were a few cuts yesterday from their press conferences that give a clear indication they definitely are hearing some of the things that people are saying right now. How accurate are the things that people are saying about this team? We'll hear from the head coach and the quarterback coming up next.
Hey, we all hear a lot of outside noise when it comes to the economy and how it affects your portfolio, everything else.
Mix up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
TFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Seth just had a moment during the break.
Just had a moment to thank God it wasn't on air, but I'll rehash it. Basically, I confused Danny Amendola and Rex Burkhead.
Pretty racist, I'm not going to lie.
It was racist as heck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A-H. that was racist A-H, I tell you.
Racist A-H, yeah.
Yeah, I was confused because you were going, man.
No, don't go into detail about how wrong I was on it. Yeah.
Okay, I won't.
I just, in my mind, Amendola and Burkhead got mixed up for
That's
a moment.
all right. That's okay. Let's get to the Texans. How about we do that? Are the Texans, are they hearing any of the outside noise? This was D'Amico Ryan's answer to a question about finishing games. What is preventing you guys from finishing games right now?
Yeah, man, we've been in every game we've talked about. We've been in the games. We just, people, I guess it's this narrative like we're just not a good team. But we've been in games. We just haven't made the plays that, it's not from a matter of those things. It's a matter of being on the details, and that's what the league is about. The team who are on the details, especially in those critical moments. Talk about third down, red zone, like a situational ball. When you're on it and you're able to make those plays, that's winning football, right? We've been on the back end of that. When we haven't won games, we haven't played well on third down, we haven't played well in the red zone, offensively and defensively. So when you win those situations, you put yourself in a good spot to win games. So when I talk about executing and playing well, it's executing in those critical moments is what we haven't done when we've lost games.
Okay, and I think that's all accurate. For some context, and I'm going to focus on the offensive side of the ball because that's really the side that hasn't been doing its job, especially in the second halves of football games. Red zone this year, offensively, the Texans, middle of the pack. They're 15th. Got to be better than that if you're going to win a Super Bowl, but they're not awful. The problem is in the last 3 games, they're 30th. They're awful in the last 3 games.
Yeah.
What's been the problem the last 3 games? Pressure on the quarterback. Third down, they're 16th on the season, right in the middle. The last 3 games, they're 24th. So they're in the bottom quartile of the league. They're in third down over the last 3 games. So he's right, D'Amico. Like situationally, they've not done well, and they've lost 2 of 3. No coincidence there. The one game they won was another tightrope act that they won at the end against the Indianapolis Colts. The thing that jumped out at me in that cut there, Seth, the quote narrative that we're not a good team. Is there a narrative that they're not a good team out there?
There's a narrative that they're a mediocre team, which is 100% accurate. It's about a stat you look at. I mean, you don't even go to the advanced charts where all these different analytical charts where they graph out all the teams. like the Texans find themselves smack dab like in the center of these graphs all the time. We're all these different metrics, but like the biggest one and the most telling stat is just the points for and points against. They've scored one more point than their opponents this year so far.
Yeah.
Like they are a 500 football team that's won some close games, got throttled in a game against the Vikings, got throttled by the Jets. So that skews it a little bit.
There's only 8. There was only 8 they lost by to the Jets. I mean, they can get destroyed.
It's compared to like a 3-win game or a 3-point win or loss, etc.
Yeah.
I mean, they got throttled in that game. Yeah.
Right. But as long as we're talking about point differential, like the Vikings game is what really skews it pretty badly for them. But the problem isn't on the loss side. The problem is on the fact that they only win close games, except for against the Patriots. That's the issue.
I think if you go back to early in the season when every week we're coming in saying, hey, don't ignore in victory what you would address in defeat, that there were those things that I think at the time you thought, okay, if they would just stop making these mistakes, then they could really be putting some of these lesser teams away and beating them more authoritatively. But what did in fact happen was, okay, you keep making those same mistakes, and versus the good teams, they're going to really take advantage of it. And then also the bad teams are going to pick up on your mistakes. And all of a sudden, you're down in the muck slugging it out with a 2-win football team because they know what your weaknesses are. They know what you can and cannot do. And the trajectory matters. They haven't been playing like a good football team. They've been playing like a mediocre football team for some time now.
Yeah, just for some context on the point differential discussion, the Texans are +1. They, as you pointed out, Seth, they're plus. If they don't kick a field goal to try to narrow the gap against the Jets at the end there, if they try to go for a touchdown instead of a field goal and they don't get in the end zone, we're talking about a 6-3 team with a negative point differential right now. You know what I mean? So just for some context, the Buffalo Bills, 7-2, their point differential is +87. The Steelers are 6-2, their point differential is +68. And they don't even have a good quarterback. The Ravens are 6-3, same record as the Texans, +64. So the win-loss record is the most important thing in terms of getting into the dance at the end of the year. But forgive us if we're handicapping you as a team that when you go up against some of these other teams in the near future, including the Lions on Sunday, and the Lions, if you want to know, have a point differential of +110, which is by far the best in the NFL, by far. So that's why things get handicapped the way they do, is because if you're going to tightrope every week, some weeks you're going to fall on the wrong side of it, and like they did against the Jets on Thursday last week. So you play with fire, you get burned. I the team. I'm not saying like they're not they have a lot of talent. They have a good record. This offensive line thing is what's bugging everybody. That's the biggest thing. If they were to fix the offensive line, if the offensive line were to be playing average, I think the temperature on the fan base would get turned down significantly right now.
I think that, right now, you look at the Texans offense, they're 17th in points per game. Mm-hmm. And that's been a little bit of a slide downwards from where they were up around 13 or 14 a couple weeks ago. Now they're down to 17th. The Chiefs had been right in lockstep with the Texans, but they started to elevate a little bit. Like we don't have to go to advanced stats here. The Texans offense is 17th in scoring right now. Everything they've done looks like a team that would be no better than 17th in scoring right now. And you're facing a really good defense this week.
Yeah.
The problem is, so when D'Amico says people are acting like we're not a good football team, well, the defense is good, but they're not so good that you can win a championship with this defense. This is not going to be one of those rare teams that wins a Super Bowl with an average offense and a dominant defense, unless they get that much better by the end of the season.
Yeah.
So, they're not. I can't call them a good. I call them a mediocre, average football team in the NFL right now.
Yeah.
Their record is a little bit better than that, but the slide has been way more towards a 500 football team.
Yep. Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday. He was asked, is there a re-emphasizing of confidence in your team now that the trade deadline has come and gone?
We have the guys we have. I mean, everybody thinks the trade deadline comes and you're going to, as find this guy who's going to save your team. I don't see it that way, right? Transactions were made across the league, and there has to be two parties available to do a trade. Everybody's antsy about trades. It's not just us going and taking somebody from another team. People have to be available, and the trade has to be on good terms for everyone. So I know everybody's in an uproar about us trading at the deadline. It's not from a lack of us working to get our team better and improve our team, but there's no savior coming to save our team, and there has to be two parties involved in trading.
Yeah, I think with the trade deadline, I'm glad D'Amico framed it that way, because I think there's two things going on with the trade deadline. There is the perception that, well, the Texans are just sitting on their hands and not doing anything. No, I'm sure there were phone calls being made about guys around the league, and there were offers that went back and forth, and ultimately, in terms of bringing somebody in, they never arrived at a trade for anybody. So that part, I'm very confident that there was a lot of activity going on with the Texans. As D'Amico pointed out on his coach's show, and as Nick Caserio has pointed out many times, both on their Texans All Access show and on this show, they're always looking to upgrade their team and looking to make their team better. So I'm very confident that there was plenty of stuff going on for the they just sat on their hands and didn't do anything crowd. Now, there was a lot of activity. They just didn't make any trades. I think where I'm nervous about, what I'm nervous about with the lack, they have the same view of their depth and their roster as we do out here. Are they overly loyal, or do they look at some of their guys maybe through a prism that may be a little too rosy? When it comes to depth guys, I'm talking about.
Well, and I think when it comes to the way players perceive it, the one big difference between the Major League Baseball deadline and the football deadline is that players are not in baseball. It doesn't matter how good you are as a player. You feel like, let's add some more pieces. Let's add some more pieces. And to the point where Dallas Keuchel was, openly complaining about the fact that the Texans or that the Astros didn't add a player at the first trade deadline back in 2017.
Yeah.
In football, I think there is more of a, hey, we don't need reinforcements. We can do this. You don't feel like the front office lets you down if there's not a trade deadline deal, because there aren't that. It's not the standard operating procedure. I think this year, though, one of the differences that you saw was that just a lot of the teams that are in contention right now, like the Chiefs, like the
Steelers, Ravens,
the Steelers,
Bills, everybody
the
near
Vikings,
you in the standings.
all these other teams, they made changes, they made trades, and that's where it feels like this year is a little bit different. In that, all right, these other teams, some of whom have beat you, are going out there and they're active at the trade deadline. And I trust that there was activity. Look, this is what I would say, as far as D'Amico saying it's not like we didn't try. This is not a math test. I don't give credit for. I'm not going to give partial credit. This is a classic. As far as fans or anybody else is concerned, show me the baby.
No, right. No, but there are people out there that think they just sat there and let the phones ring with 31 other teams, and the Texans just sat there and were playing Angry Birds or Candy Crush or whatever people are playing these days the whole time.
Sudoku seems to be big.
Sudoku is kind of back, yeah, man. I see a lot of people playing.
It's back? It went away?
Well, it's I don't know that it went away, but it's
back.
Yeah. It's back to
think of like a 78-year-old guy singing about bringing Sudoku back.
Super hip. Here's C.J. Stroud. Asked, have you been able to get with the offensive line to figure some things out?
Yeah, I had a lot of great conversation with him, and I believe that sometimes it takes getting hit in the mouth, and maybe getting hit in the mouth multiple times to wake up. And I believe that this is a wake up call for us to get things fixed, and understand if we give ourselves a shot and we stay in the green, we move the ball really well. We just got to finish. We got to be able to lose those one bad plays in a drive, or those two bad plays or the penalties. It's always something. So if we can get rid of that, I believe that we can really be a great football team, and we already are, man. We're a really good football team. There's no time to hang our heads down. It ain't that bad. We gonna figure it out for sure.
Yeah. See, I think they're hearing a lot of the rumblings in there. You know what I mean?
I think or at the very least they're giving a heads up, or sometimes you can just tell by the tone of the questions, because some guys do a good job of genuinely not looking at social media and everything. But just by the tone of the questions, I remember one time it was when we were in a 2-win football team, and I remember kind of like I was at a stage in my career where I just kind of wasn't really paying attention to the media or anything. We didn't have social media to worry about, but I was staying ignorant to a lot of the outside noise because I knew it was probably negative. The defensive line coach came in, Mike London, who'd go on to coach at the University of Virginia for a long time. He came in and one morning he's like, listen, guys, you got to really just don't be listening to these clowns on sports radio or anything else. And I'm like, oh, I guess the clowns on sports radio must be crushing the defensive line right now. So, like, obviously I'm aware of it. Thanks, Coach, for protecting my mental health by, brain. And then once you start imagining what they're saying about you, it's usually even way worse than what they're actually saying about you. But I got to go check out. The guy just told me that somebody's talking about me. Now I got to go listen to it.
So what did they – and was he right? Were they saying a lot of bad things about you guys?
Not about me personally, so it was cool.
Okay. They were most.
I always had. Now, Lance was always a big Seth Payne champion.
Yeah.
Like Lance, and Lance is kind of the line play guru. It was cool. And I had his constant endorsement, so I always got got off pretty easy with stuff.
So you just started listening every morning after that.
I was like, I got to listen to John and Lance to bolster my spirits.
These guys are making a lot of sense. My teammates are a bunch of clowns.
Nobody sees it quite the way Lance does. Yes,
that's right. That's right. I wonder whatever happened to those guys.
Lance's dad was a big fan of mine. So that
coach,
his dad is an offensive line coach for a long time in the NFL, so it was cool.
Yep. CJ Stroud, what's the one thing you need to do more of? I tell you, I wasn't expecting this to be the answer. Things that you needed to. What are the things that you've realized you needed to work on? Seth, I want to play this answer, and I'm curious how you think this is going to play throughout the day today as CJ Stroud outlines this as the thing he needs to work on.
I would say I just got to have more fun. I got to realize, God's put a great talent in me, and, I'm not playing for anybody else. First and foremost, I'm playing for him. I'm playing for my family, then my teammates, and I got to remember that. I got to remember, my priorities, and, I can be joyful while, suffering as well. So that's something that I plan to do, is just have more fun, be joyful in those moments. Because, when you're in these trials and tribulations, it teaches you things about yourself, and it teaches you to lean on him. And so that's what I plan to do, and just, lean on his strength. And, and he's never forsake me yet. So I plan, to keep going and just have fun while doing it. It's things I can get better, fundamentally wise for sure, just getting the ball in my hand and things like that. But ultimately, I believe it's just having fun and being joyful while doing it.
I think he's right. And, he was pointing out the Jets and how much fun they were having when Garrett Wilson was scoring those touchdowns.
Yeah.
It is a very weird vibe for a 6-3 team right now. I'm just taking the vibe that's out here outside the building and maybe applying it to what CJ is saying right there, that like, hey, for a 6-3 team, granted a 6-3 team, they could very easily be 4-5 right now. If it weren't for some Kaimi Fairbairn field goals and some plays at the end of games. It is a very strange vibe, especially with this team coming to town on Sunday.
Well, okay, so, we talked a lot about rat poison, the way Nick Saban uses the term rat poison, which is you hear all the positive stuff, and sometimes teams or players will start to delude themselves into thinking they're better than they actually are because they hear so much praise from the outside. I think in the NFL, you don't have to worry about that as much. I do think that one thing I was concerned about during training camp was the pressure that the individual players will put on themselves because of their expectations, and you hold yourself to a certain high standard, and that's all awesome, but sometimes it gets to the point where you're pressing, and you forget. I mean, for all the right reasons, because you're trying to push it to the next level and everything, you kind of forget about the basics of how hard it is just to do the simple stuff right in the NFL. And that's why I got nervous when they would talk about doing the 301 level stuff with the offense. Or, hey, because everybody already knows the offense, now we can take that next step. Yeah, that's true to a degree, but it always has to come back to really getting the basics right. And I think they might have jumped to I feel like as a unit, including Bobby Slowick, the players themselves, C.J. Stroud and his expectations, it's almost like they had they took a math course where they hadn't taken the prerequisite. Like they went straight from basic algebra up into calculus in between steps. And then you're sitting there midway through the season, and you're thinking, why are we not better at calculus now?
Right.
And it's because you never really nailed algebra. So there's a back to basics part of it where I think you got to remember, all those cliches, taking what the defense gives you, just getting 3 or 4 yards, getting 4 yards on a run play instead of a home run, all that stuff. It constantly has to be reinforced, and that's where this team, I think, they need to learn. They need to learn that part of the game the same way the Astros can work through adversity because they've been through it so many times. They've got so many players on that team that don't panic. I feel like there's a little bit more of a conscious pressing by the Texans. It's probably been harmful for them offensively.
That is a really, really good way to put it. I do. I think there is some pressing going on right now, particularly on the offensive side of the football. No doubt. What led to C.J. Stroud realizing, hey, need to have more fun?
Really just prayer, we're just spending time with God. And, I think the 3 days off was very nice, to find time for your soul, your body, and your mental, So, I believe, that's where I kind of came from. And, there's so many things going on in this world, and we're called to be light, it's an entertainment business, and we're called, to entertain, but you can also have fun while doing it. And, I think that's something that, as a team we can do better, is just have more fun celebrating and just being like, you have a smile on your face right now. Like, you're having fun while doing your job, so we can do the same,
Say, a fun little.
Landry's the one that asked the question.
Well, Landry asked. It was good because he asked a specific question as a follow-up to somebody else's, which is he asked, how did you, was there a moment or how exactly did you come to this realization that you had to have more fun? As I was listening to CJ, maybe you have 3 or 4 answers yesterday where he mentioned the need to have fun.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm trying to judge, I'm trying to put myself in the position of a lot of people listening, and I could see where a lot of people right now aren't in the mood, to hear that necessarily, as that being the solution. And obviously that can't be the only solution, but I do endorse it for CJ himself specifically, because I think CJ is a guy that puts a lot of pressure on himself, and you can almost see it sometimes as the season wears on, times where, man, it almost looks like he's a little bit beaten down because he does take this stuff really, really seriously. He is that kind of guy that I think needs to be reminded sometimes that, hey, remember, it's got to be, you're going to be performing better if you're loose and you're having some fun. So I'm 100% cool with it with CJ. Now, if there's other players that if they got up there, if Kenyon Green got up and said, man, we just got to get back to having fun, I'd be like, well, no, I just... You're like the you're like the executioner telling me to have fun on my way up the gallows.
Right. Hey, the Grim Reaper.
Remember, live in the moment.
The Grim Reaper is telling me to have fun.
Have you ever put yourself in that situation? Thought about actually walking up the gallows to be hanged to death?
Not hanged. I was wondering what it would be like to be William Wallace in the last scene where they ripped out all of his guts on the dais up on the stage up there. They laid him flat and they did the, they kind of they gutted him basically.
I feel like I'd be looking for the first ring to kiss. Give me who do I need to pledge allegiance to?
Bring me Longshanks. I'll kiss his ring. Fine. Okay.
Yeah, but it was all worth it.
You called my bluff. Okay.
Well, it could be, but they ended up with a free and independent Scotland, right?
They did, but it had to really hurt.
Did they, though? They didn't, did they?
They did eventually. They had to battle a little bit more, but they eventually...
How did England get them back?
I don't know. I'm just going on what I saw in the movie. At the end of the movie, Robert the Bruce was pointing his sword and marching onto the battlefield, and spoiler alert, Scotland won their freedom.
Robert the Bruce got up and said, I will not, go screw your euro.
Yeah.
I will not pay a single cent of euro.
Right. It was all about currency, yes. Mm-hmm. Text message, 5-Hour Energy fan line. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. And this is, I think, what you were talking about, Seth, as far as okay, that's CJ, let's have some more fun thing. Do you think God will joyfully tell CJ how to recognize the blitz pre-snap and we can watch him smile and laugh about it joyfully during the game? So, yeah, there's some of that on the text page. Cool that you need more joy. How about picking up the blitz? How about this? How about that? And
a lot of the stuff that we were worried about early in the season where it's really come to roost is that they were a lot of the using were specifically designed to try to help out the interior offensive line. But when teams start to pick up on that, you can start to, a lot of these simulated blitzes and everything else that you see, they're really able to game the system and know that, if you can just close your eyes you don't have to be an expert in offensive line play or anything, just turn protection, where Laramie Tunsil slides down to the right, everybody slides to the right, you got a tight end sometimes having to try to block a defensive end. That's all to help out the interior offensive line, the weakness. But because of that, that's when you can start seeing these corner blitzes and everything else, they can adjust who their free rushers are as soon as they see the turn protection. And there's nothing the O-line can do about it after the wheels are set in motion.
Yeah.
Teams have figured that out, that, okay, this is how the Texans are trying to fix the interior offensive line, and we're going to game it, and we're going to destroy C.J. Stroud for it. So now they're really stuck because their tendencies are on paper, their weaknesses are on film, and it goes back to, okay, I guess we got to just line up and beat guys individually. And the left guard position has not been able to do that.
Can't do it. Not even close. Yeah. Not even close. Yeah. Now, CJ's getting some support on the 5-Hour Energy fan line as well. It's an effing game. They need to loosen up sometimes and remember that. I think that's what CJ's saying. One more.
Hey, don't use the F word, man. I was basically agreeing with your sentiment.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, you don't have to. Yeah, don't get hot, texter. It's hard to do. This is another text. It's hard to do, but life is way better if you can.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I endorse it 100%.
Yeah. No,
I'm just saying I know how it's going to play with a lot of people.
Seth and I are I think you and I are both pro CJ on his take about needing to have more fun, right?
Two quick things. Scotland was separate and independent from the 9th century up until the Act of Union in 1707.
Okay, yeah.
So good job. Good job, Mel Gibson.
Yeah.
Enduring torture to inspire a nation.
Way to go.
For a while.
You sacrificed your lower intestines for Scotland's independence. Way to go.
Yeah, 8 centuries of independence out of that.
Yeah, man.
Good job.
Robert the Bruce is getting destroyed on the 5-Hour Energy fan line. Robert the Bruce was a coward, all caps. He was. He double-crossed William Wallace. Remember that? Because his dad, his leper dad, told him, no, you cannot side with him.
Then he had, but because he had that kerchief from Mel Gibson's dead wife, that inspired him to go on.
I have to watch Braveheart tonight, I think. Where's Braveheart on your movie scale? Are you a Braveheart fan? Are you like it?
Yeah, I haven't watched it in a long time.
A lot of football players from your era cite Braveheart.
It's a good pregame. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there was a time when I had convinced myself that I totally would have let myself get disemboweled for a cause.
That you were liberating Jacksonville your rookie year.
Yeah, now I'd be like, this is all just going to get just misrepresented in memes afterwards. So why bother?
When they finally,
why bother? It's up to the mercy of it doesn't matter. Whatever.
When someone finally takes this invention called Twitter that I thought of and actually puts it in place, they're all get me.
So when CJ is talking up there about using his faith in God helps him keep the right perspective and everything, I'm guessing there are a lot of great stories of great people out there who historical figures who have been imprisoned for some reason and maintained a positive attitude throughout, despite the most dire of circumstances. People, Holocaust survivors and what have you. Never fact check those stories, everybody, because some of them are truly and indeed inspirational. Others are like, oh, yeah, this guy was like a political prisoner for 6 months where he was...
Oh.
Yeah, he was staying in like a fancy room in somebody's palace.
Club
so,
Fed.
Yeah, all right, great. Yeah, this guy kept his positive attitude when he was never really in any like imminent threat of doom or anything like that. Just take it for what it's worth and just run with it.
That's your PSA for the day. Any inspirational stories of prisoners and their faith in God, be sure to double check the facts on that.
Oh, that was like Thoreau, or like Thoreau. Like Thoreau was jailed, and that's where I realized he spent like 2 days in the county lockup before his buddies bailed him out. He was fine.
It's jail. It's jail. Technically jail. Yeah. Text message, 5-Hour Energy fan line. Having fun correlates to playing well. Sunday night, have fun, make plays, beat the Lions. There you go. Yeah, that's it. That's the formula. It's to have fun, and then you make plays, and then you beat the Lions on Sunday. Not a lot of confidence, I would say, on this text page here, Seth, about the game on Sunday. There's not a lot. The Texans are at a low point in fan confidence for this game. I think the feeling right now, if I had to capture the feeling of where this team is right now, I would say it among fans. This is just from interacting with people on social media, the text page, out and about town. I interact with a lot of people, and the sense an understanding that most interaction, especially on social media, tends to skew negative. But I think the overall feeling that I'm getting right now is, we're going to win the division, and we're going to get a home playoff game. But there are 3 games left on the schedule where I feel we have zero chance of winning. That's what I think the feeling is out there. Right?
All right.
Lions, Chiefs, Ravens. Those three.
No, and I think you go back to 2012, where the Texans were rocking a hell of a record going into week 13. Or
they were 11-1 going into the Patriots.
They were 11-1 going up to play the Patriots. Yeah. And they'd shown weaknesses. They'd shown some chinks in the armor leading up to that game. And I think whether they were wearing Letterman jackets or not beforehand, I think there was a reckoning going up to play the Patriots, and that's when everything fell back down to earth. That's what this feels like. This Lions game right now feels like that's what it could be if they don't figure some things out.
Yes.
And Nico Collins is way more of a factor than a wide receiver should be. And yes, Nico Collins returning doesn't fix the issues on the offensive line as much as, say, Jarrett Patterson might. But he does. We were looking at just screens alone. Yeah. I had demanded Texans Cap to do some research for me. Yeah. The other day on a live stream, and he happened to watch it, so he did the research for me on screens. Because people will say, okay, well, gosh, if they're having trouble with pass protection, why aren't they running more screens? My answer is usually that, they're just really bad at running screens. They try, but they're bad at it. And lo and behold, Texans Cap delivered, and the Texans are in the dreaded lower left quadrant of
there's an XY graph out there for it. Oh no.
Success rate and how often are they successful, and when they are successful, how successful are they? The answer is bad for both of those things. They're in the Texans are in that bottom quartile for success running screens.
Success running screens. Are you looking at the graph right now?
Yeah.
Okay, can I make a prediction here that at the very other far end, the upper right, is the Kansas City Chiefs?
The Kansas City Chiefs are up there, like the top 1, 2, 3. These teams. I'm looking at a cluster here of 6 teams.
Yeah.
Baltimore, Tampa, Miami, Detroit, Buffalo, Kansas City.
The interesting one in there is Tampa, and here's why I say that. And I'm solely bringing this up based on this past weekend, and this is why this needs to be, especially if there's no Nico Collins. Bobby Slowick needs to earn his salary this week. You got to find some things. You got to scheme some guys open. You got to find some tendencies that the Lions have defensively. I know it's not easy because not easy it is to win in the NFL by all these guys. So it's hard to win. I get it. It's hard to win. Bobby Slowick, if you're a future head coach, you've got to find a way to move the football in this game. And the reason I say that, Tampa Bay went into Kansas City on the road on a Monday night and move the football up and down the field without Mike Evans and without Chris Godwin. Yeah. They did it with Sterling Shepard as their number 1 wide receiver, and they used the tight ends and the backs, and they were able to move the football, get that game to overtime. Hell, if they go for 2, they might walk out of there with a win instead of taking the game to overtime and letting Mahomes win the coin toss and win the game. So this is on defense, this is a you have to tackle game, and on offense, this is a Bobby Slowick game. Sorry, those are the rules you've been dealt. It's a Bobby Slowick game anyways, but especially if there's no Nico Collins. It can't just be you throw your hands up in the air. Sorry, we can't move the football. We don't have Nico Collins or Stephon Diggs. Oh, well.
Yeah. Tampa, by the way, one of the teams, the Tampa beat the Lions. Tampa's played.
They're the only team to beat the Lions. Yeah.
They've played some damn good teams and won or down to the wire.
Yes.
Including this past week, they played the Chiefs down to the wire without those 2 top wide receivers.
Correct.
I think that's where, with the screen, I think there's some formation tendencies, and then I think in the actual execution of the screens, they're not good at that either. And it's like the same way as the same thing that led to the Jets not being duped by that trick play is that, it was really easy to diagnose that wasn't a run play. Like, it was off of the offensive line that it wasn't a run play, and you get a lot of that in the execution of screens. All the little inefficiencies of the guys setting up the screens, those are all tells. And then you marry that to the down distance and situation. And Slowick's really bad at engineering screens unless he has his magical erase all issues Nico Collins in the game.
Yeah.
Nico Collins is 66% of the time they're successful running a screen versus 20% of the time with Diggs, 25% of the time with Dell. Mixon 33% of the time they're successful. Gumbawale 66% of the time.
Yep.
I think some of that, by the way, though, with the Gumbawale, I don't trust the way some of those advanced stats are put together. I think some of those might have been where it was an immediate, it was an outlet throw or a check down throw to Gumbawale, but whatever.
Yep. Yeah. Text message, 5 Hour Energy fan line. Kubiak's teams were trashing the screen game in his early years, but got better down the line. Yeah, they did. They got better when they got better players, too. That helps. His early years.
Yeah, they weren't a good running football team.
Yeah,
they really weren't a good running football team for several years. It took a while.
Yeah.
I'm not in the mood to wait until Arian Foster comes along.
No, you've got Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon's been really good.
But Joe Mixon, I think, in the run game, I think the run blocking has improved and they've gotten better. I think part of that is probably just Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon knows what he's looking for and is going to demand it of the offensive line and becomes a coach on the field in a way that some of the younger running backs or lesser running backs. More and more I'm starting to see, that was well blocked, and then Joe Mixon made something out of it, as opposed to, Joe Mixon had 9 jump cuts behind the line of scrimmage, but turned it into a 10-yard run.
CJ had some interesting things to say about Joe Mixon. We'll get to those in the 8 o'clock hour. A lot of people weighing in. I know that you saw this, Seth, this texter on the 5 Hour Energy fan line. Did you guys see Chris Sims' breakdown of why the offense is struggling so badly this year? You were watching that before the show started today.
And I liked it. It was a lot of what I've been saying all along about the turn protection. I didn't watch it all the way through. I'm guessing Sims ended up saying this same thing, which is that you can do it. Some of the things the Texans had been doing and have been doing, you can do it for a while, but people figure it out. It's just it's a little bit of a one-trick pony because it makes you very predictable and it exposes where your vulnerabilities are. And that's what we saw over the first part of the season was, all right, they have to disguise and cloak and mask the weaknesses of this interior offensive line. We're going to take advantage of that. And it just, you can only do it for so long before ultimately you have to line up and play football. And that's where we're at with the Texans offense right now. Teams have already seen what they can do to cloak the issues, and they know how to exploit it. So now you got to get back to just actually playing football, and they haven't shown that they can do that yet.
Yep. All right, Sean Pendergast on a Thursday. Texans-Lions this Sunday, 7:20 p.m. Sunday Night Football. Should be a whole lot of fun. 4:20 will be Texans Countdown. You got me and Seth for Texans Countdown, and you got Clint and I on Texans postgame following the game. On Sunday, a game you can hear right here on Sports Radio 610. Hey, let's circle over to the Astros for a minute. One national pundit handicaps the chances of Alex Bregman coming back. Do we believe something that Scott Boras is saying about Bregman's suitors? And the Astros are shopping this guy. We'll tell you who it is coming up next.
Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway in Pearland is where you will go to get your brand new Tahoe. The Tahoe you've been thinking about, but maybe you haven't even.
Way, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, GM meetings going on in San Antonio. Here was just, he's not currently, he has been recently an Odyssey MLB insider, but he's a longtime baseball scribe, and he was asked yesterday about the chances of Alex Bregman coming back to Houston. Here's what he had to say.
The Yankees question mark. Bregman's a fit for both New York teams. I think Houston's pretty likely for Bregman. I mean, they are talking at this point. The general manager of the Astros, Dana Brown, basically he's very optimistic about that yesterday. So I'm going to take him at his word. He's optimistic. Does that mean it's done or close to done? Not necessarily. I think they have a good chance. I think he'd like to stay there. I don't think he's like Altuve where he has to stay there, but I think he definitely would like to stay there. So I do think that Houston has a good chance to end up with Alex Bregman, outstanding player. And look at Matt Chapman got 6 for 151. I think we got to start there for Bregman. I think that's going to be the baseline, the floor, whatever you want to call it, that or higher for Bregman.
Okay, that audio courtesy of Bleacher Report walk-off. Now, look, John Heyman may know some things. Like if part of his basis for his prognostication, Seth, is, hey, Dana Brown said this, so I got to take him at his word. I don't know that I don't know that that would be a huge part of my handicap there. Dana Brown saying, we think we got a really good chance of bringing Bregman back.
I think, but if you look at it in a more nuanced way, it's okay. Yeah, like the Astros are really good at kind of giving non-answers or saying optimistic things when things are falling apart behind the scenes. Having said that, Dana Brown is usually pretty expressing optimism on bringing a guy back. Without actually making an effort to bring a guy back. So I think that the part that I keep wondering about is that we've seen Altuve weigh in on this far more heavily than he's ever weighed in on any imminent departure.
Yes.
And Altuve, but if I remember correctly, Altuve said they've got to get it done. Talking about both Bregman and the team. So I wonder if when it comes to maybe Bregman, I don't want to say giving a hometown discount, but maybe taking a shorter deal than he would prefer to get in free agency, maybe there is some way by which Altuve kind of really lays it on thick with, hey, man, this is something special. You're a part of this. You're like that. Let's work. Maybe you can work with the Astros to figure something out. That's not quite the market rate.
This is by far the most fascinating of all the potential free agent departures the Astros have been through, because I think the feeling was with Garrett Cole in 2019, he's gone. George Springer in 2020, he's gone. Carlos Correa in 2021, there was maybe a sliver of hope, but he's gone. Like I think 95% he's gone. Verlander was probably closer. The Verlander one in 2022 where he ended up going to the Mets. That one was probably had a little more drama to it than the other previous three. This one really is, I won't say a coin toss. I put the possession arrow towards him leaving still, but I feel better about him staying than I did the season where it felt like all the reports were, well, he's gone after the year for sure. Like people were reporting on it during June and July and throughout the summer, like it was just going to be the next in line with all these guys walking out the door. And he may ultimately leave Alex Bregman, but this sounds like this is way more of a negotiation going on. This is way more of a competitive situation going on. And that the Astros may, Seth, and they haven't said this, and Dana Brown hasn't said this, but they may realize, like, okay, this is the first one where if we lose him, we've got no good solution for backfilling him. And, by the way, we only won 88 games last year. Like, you lose Alex Bregman, and now you're talking about flirting with these other teams in the division as to whether you're winning the American League West now,
there's this will be a weird comparison because it's two different ends of the spectrum. But, okay, so the Astros, obviously, championship team, have been really, really good for a long time. But there's just something about Alex Bregman that feels different than some of those other guys because of all of the intangibles. Aside from the on-field performance and playoffs, et cetera, there's just something intangible that clearly Jose Altuve really values. going into the 2006 season with the Texans, in 2005 we were an expansion team that had several years of like an ascension in terms of into getting to be like a 500 football team.
Yeah.
And it felt like, okay, this might be where we really turn the corner here if they can do some of the right things. They traded away Aaron Glenn, and that in the offseason, and that it just felt wrong because Aaron Glenn, who ironically enough is the defensive coordinator for the Lions right now, coming back to town this week, Aaron Glenn was that kind of a guy that was just such a solid professional and was so good at working with younger guys and kind of setting expectations. He was a guy that was really well liked but could also say the difficult things and criticize guys without them taking it personally and all of that, and just kind of he was an ultimate team player. It just felt wrong.
Yeah.
It just felt like, and then we ended up going 2-14
the next year. Yeah. I'm looking right now. You guys were 7-9. You guys had gone from, the 4 wins the first year and then up to 7-9 in 2004. And then Aaron Glenn's gone. Next year's 2005, and you guys are picking first in the draft.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, going into the 2005 season.
Yeah.
So and I can't remember when I think it was in the offseason the trade was. And they brought in Philip Buchanan. That didn't work out instead of Aaron. And it just, that's what it feels like.
Seth.
It's what it feels like now. But I mean, it would be perfect if we, unfortunately, we didn't quite win a World Series.
No. But in a vacuum, those two guys, I think, have a very similar vibe to them, it sounds like.
Yeah. So, cause I can remember answering questions about it, and it was hard because I was out at some charity event. So, the media was in asking their football questions while I'm out trying to save the world. But they asked about it.
Yeah.
I was at some event the day after it had happened, and they ask you about it, and I usually cliche answers about, players leave, that's life in the NFL, all that. I had a really hard time answering the question because it felt wrong.
Yeah.
It felt like, man, I don't know. This is the right kind of guy. He's one of my favorite teammates ever in terms of just doing things the right way. And it felt wrong.
Yeah.
And it ended up playing out that way. We sucked.
Yeah.
We sucked really bad.
Worst.
Now, just Aaron Glenn wasn't going to be the difference between us and being a good team or not, but it just, I felt like in line with a lot of the other decisions that were made that year and the things that led to us being so bad.
And I don't think losing Bregman means all of a sudden you're last place in the AL West,
right.
But I think it is a step backwards in and out of the clubhouse for sure. Are you buying Scott Boras when he says that, teams are approaching Alex Bregman about possibly playing second base for them? Are you buying that?
Yes.
You are?
He talked about it. Because this was a talking point during the season.
Yeah.
And he brought it up, but it makes sense that there's no reason to think that teams wouldn't want to try him at second base if they've already got a good third baseman.
I guess. I mean, he's literally the best defensive third baseman there is. He won the Gold Glove. It
is really, that's the one thing that you feel really good about him in taking him despite his injuries and what have you and his long droughts as a batter. He's just, you can always rely on his defense.
I think it would be stupid for a team to pay Alex Bregman $30 million a year to play second base for them. That's my point,
No, but I believe that teams are interested, but that they probably want to play second baseman. They want to pay second baseman rates.
Yeah.
So it's out there as like, hey, there's lots of suitors, but I don't know if it's necessarily competition for the Astros.
I think it's good. If teams are looking for Alex Bregman to play second base, it means they're going to have to overspend there. So that's why I'm curious just how serious teams are about that.
Yeah.
The other thing, just to pay off on the rest here, according to Chandler Rome, the big buzz with the Astros at the GM meeting, non-Bregman, is that they may be looking to move Ryan Presley. Presley's option for this coming season vested once he hit X amount of appearances this season. I think it was 100 and something appearances over a 2-year period or something like that. He's on the books for $14 million this year. And if the Astros are looking to create a little space here to get further underneath the competitive balance tax so they can fix other things on the team, I think moving Presley is a really good one. He has a no-trade clause, so the two sides are going to have to kind of collaborate on this. My guess is Presley's only going to want to go somewhere where he's a closer, not a setup guy. So, and his wife is from Houston, and his kids were born here. Like, this is not just a Alex Bregman's on the shopping block, give us your best offer and come get him. Like, Bregman has to approve, or not Bregman, Presley has to approve of wherever it is he goes. I approve of the Astros taking this approach. I think Ryan Presley is stepping. I think he's moving backwards as a player. I think he's regressing as a pitcher. I think he's still good, but he's not great. And we saw that, especially late in the season. We saw that, and I think Brian Abreu is perfectly capable of sliding up and being your eighth inning guy.
I think it's probably too for Ryan Presley, just personally, and especially being from here. There's probably an element. He was a good soldier about getting demoted from closer, but it's hard to, as you age and you're facing that decline against a fan base that has different expectations of you, to probably, like what we were talking about earlier, to really enjoy playing baseball.
Yeah.
And a new environment might be best for him, to where he can go in and be the guy that's the older, scrappier reliever that can come in and give you some performances maybe above and beyond what people are expecting by name value or recognition. And, it just might be better for everybody.
Yeah, everybody's got a shelf life. His shelf life as an Astro may be done, and that's okay. That's okay.
But real quick, just to tidy up the Scott Boras stuff, the most cringeworthy quote I've seen this week.
Oh, no.
That Scott Boras said Alex Bregman provides, quote, an infusion of championship blood. He's AB positive.
Yeah, I saw that a few times. I had to double check and make sure that was a real quote.
I thought Chandler Rome might have been joking when he put that. And I'm like, Chandler's not really a fake quote joke type of guy.
No.
He takes his job as a journalist pretty seriously.
Who knew Boras was such a quipper? You know what I mean?
Well, he had that stupid nickname for Carlos Correa. Remember?
Oh,
something,
I forget. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Let's circle back, if you haven't heard yet, the injury news on the Texans. D'Amico was not very forthcoming with the actual news about Nico and Will Anderson. However, he was pretty forthcoming on his coach's show about how he handles injuries. We'll try to add these two things up here, and we'll do that coming up next. But first, Texas Star Group up. They've got the big sale on the Big Green.
Who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Thursday, Payne and Pendergast. Since this will be the big news, this will be the thing to watch today. Again, Nico Collins, Will Anderson did not practice yesterday. Here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday in his press conference on those two players.
Nico he's doing good. We'll see where he ends up.
How about Will Anderson?
Same with him. He's doing well. We'll see where he ends up.
Okay, there's less info out there on Will than there is on Nico Collins. We've seen videos of Nico Collins working out where he's looked good. We'd seen reports of certain benchmarks he'd been hitting, Seth, in terms of miles per hour, on the GPS. The latest tweet about Nico medically was from Aaron Wilson yesterday, saying that he has passed all tests for hamstring. For the hamstring, no setbacks per league sources. Regained speed, mobility, ready to go. Matter of when, not if, he'll be designated to return. Team still determining if they're activating him for the Lions game. Before we dig into this, let's play one more clip here. This is from DeMeco Ryans in his coach's show earlier this week when he was asked by John Harris and Mark Vandermeer, how do you handle guys that are getting ready to come back from injury and it's 50-50 with them coming back? How do you handle injuries?
We're in a good spot. Right now, halfway point of our season, we're in a good spot. Oh, that's one of the toughest spots being a head coach, right? Of having to make that call of the guy's close, but we still don't know. For me, I'll always lean towards making sure a player long-term health is always at the forefront of my decision, as opposed to come back a week too soon you for call it 4 or 5 more weeks. Yep. So let's make sure, right, you can practice throughout the week, right? And let's make sure you can show your teammates and yourself you can gain that confidence. I can go out and perform my job to the highest level.
You have to tell them to sit down? You got to sit, and they want to play?
Sometimes sometimes throughout my conversation with them, I talk around, and I let them make that decision.
Okay.
So, Will Anderson and Nico Collins, is he having that conversation right now where they might be feeling good and they want to go, but he's just not quite trusting it?
He better be having the conversations. The nature of the, how close they are, how close they are.
It could be as clear cut as no, you're definitely not going because you're just that bad. So I don't know. Our Will Anderson, we have zero clue whether Aaron Wilson reported that Nico Collins has been hitting his speeds and all that stuff, and that he's been good, but he's still not practicing football.
Right.
So what does that mean? Does Nico Collins feel good to go, but DeMeco has to hold him back, or is it dicier than that?
Yeah, one day in, and we don't know. We don't know. You're right. We only see reports. I'm going to keep it to Nico for a second here because we don't know anything about Will. There's no reports on Will. The Nico thing, my feeling was they put him on IR. My hope was they were putting him on IR as extreme caution. Hey, just let's get you right. Let's get you well. You've dealt with injuries before. It's a long season. All those things. We need more now than they did when they put him on IR. I wonder. There's part of me that wonders if I wonder if they're regretting that decision at all. If they might have needed him, last week. But just specific to this week, him not practicing yesterday scares me. That he's not going to play based on DeMeco laying out pretty clearly what his philosophy is with these guys. That he errs to the side of conservative, and they have to practice throughout the week. And so if Nico and Will don't practice today, I think it's curtains for Sunday. I don't think they're playing on Sunday.
Yeah, I think with Nico, my one thought was, is it gamesmanship? I don't think you mess with gamesmanship when it comes to reintegrating the one thing that for sure right now would be a boost to your offense. Yes. For all of the issues with pass protection and anything else, CJ's newfound inaccuracy, all of that, a lot of it gets smoothed over to an extreme degree with the presence of Nico Collins. So I don't think gamesmanship, and when especially that the Lions are definitely planning for Nico Collins, that's their biggest threat, is that they got to plan for Nico Collins. That's the biggest thing that could undo them. Yeah, I think that he's probably not going to play on Sunday.
Yeah.
And if we don't see him today, I think for sure. Because the hamstring, you want to be sure that a guy's feeling good for a while.
Yes.
That it's going to stick, that we're not going to go out and have another setback that's, where guy comes back for 1 or 2 games and then misses another 3 games. I think there's a better chance of Nico Collins.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what to think about Will, just because, we don't have any intel on this ankle injury specifically, Seth. The only thing we know is he's dealt with ankle injuries before.
Right, which is the blessing and the curse is obviously, the curse is that, he might have chronic ankle issues. Yeah. The blessing is that once you have chronic ankle issues, sometimes it gets re-aggravated really easily, but then it goes away real quickly too. Yeah. So with Will, I could see them more following, this is a recurring ankle thing, and we know that you can play through it to a certain degree, and that it might heal real quickly. But we'll take it easy on Wednesday and Thursday, and we don't need to get you back into game shape or anything. You can play as long as we can spatch you up real good on Sunday.
Now, again, keep in mind this was an ankle injury that he suffered because Neville Hewitt rolled over his ankle, So this wasn't something where he's starting to feel pain in the ankle again. So whatever force it was that Neville Hewitt rolled over it with, does it create a more adverse situation than it was just sort of a nagging ankle thing? You know what I mean?
Wasn't, but it was one of those things where it wasn't such an extreme situation that you could say, anybody would have sprained their ankle there.
Yeah.
That's why I worry about the chronic part of it.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, anytime he gets in a situation like that, is he going to be spraining his ankle?
Yep.
And look, Steph Curry, as we've talked about, Steph Curry is a guy that started off his career with chronic ankle issues, figured it out. Never developed as a pass rusher, but became a very good basketball player.
Right. No, he turned into an excellent three-point shooter.
But he can't rush from a wide 9 for crap.
No.
I know this.
No.
I know this. Yeah. This is something that, man, with Will Anderson, it's become very much he is real. He was starting to play at an MVP caliber.
He's number 2 on the odds board for Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah. And
Player of the Month.
There you go with another ankle injury.
Yeah,
Can we trust that he's going to be healthy for the rest of the season in the playoffs?
Yeah. This Nico thing is troubling if he doesn't play. It's really funny. The Texans are 3.5-point underdogs right now. And I don't know how Nico is baked into that line. I don't know how the odds makers or the market is looking at it.
Yeah.
It was 3.5 yesterday. Nico didn't practice. It's still 3.5 today. Conventional betting nuance is that the only guys that move a line significantly, if at all, are quarterbacks and their availability. There is the rare non-quarterback that can move a line a half point, a full point, at his peak. Gronk might have moved a line a half a point or a point because he's such a cheat code at tight end. Like Adrian Peterson, guys like that.
Well, yeah, and he affected defenses so much in the way they played.
Yeah,
he put the defenses into personnel crunches.
So guys like that. Now Nico, is he a guy like that? For the Texans, he might be for where the Texans are right now, and that's where I look at this and I'm like, man, if Nico doesn't play, and I didn't have an emotional attachment to this game, I would empty the chamber on the Lions. I think the Texans are going to have an awfully hard time moving the football if they don't have Nico Collins out there. If you think that the Texans are going to be able to, that is an inordinate amount of trust in Bobby Slowick as an offensive coordinator. And
going to the other side of the ball, too, without being able to have Will Anderson to put pressure on the quarterback, and with the speed that they have with Jamison Williams returning, the Texans' ability to play really good defense and then let up huge plays in the passing game makes me really nervous in this game. The defense is going to be tested to an extreme degree against a team that's firing on all cylinders offensively. Jared freaking Goff has now set a record for the highest passer rating over a 6-game span in NFL history.
He's got more touchdown passes and incompletions over a decent chunk of time here. It's crazy. It's crazy. And I think you could argue that, and we're talking about Nico Collins and Will Anderson and their injuries right now, if you're just tuning in. Neither practiced yesterday. Practice starts here in the next few hours. We'll see if either of them practice today. You could argue that these are their 2 most valuable non-quarterback players. These are the 2 guys that move the needle the most for them. Clearly, Nico moves the needle the most for them offensively because Joe Mixon's run the ball phenomenally every game he's been in there this year. The last 3 games, Joe Mixon is first in the NFL in a lot of run categories, a lot of them in terms of yards after contact and broken tackles, first down runs, chunk runs. Joe Mixon is first or second in the NFL over the last 3 games in a ton of categories. They're 1 and 2 in those games, and they can't take advantage of what you and I have been talking for 2 years now, Seth, about, well, if they get a run game going, that's how you really unleash this explosive passing game. Well, Joe Mixon's been back for a few games now, and C.J. Stroud has had a few of his worst games as a passer.
Right.
That's
They're doing nothing to take advantage of having that. Yeah, Joe Mixon is first in yards after contact over the last 3 weeks, first in rushing touchdowns, first in first downs, second in forced missed tackles, first in 12 runs of 10+ yards. Yeah, he's been operating at a high level, and
the offense stinks.
They don't use it to spark anything at all.
So that leads me to the conclusion, like, Nico is their most valuable offensive player, and I get it. CJ's in a different category. Nico's their most valuable offensive player. Will Anderson, for all the points you've made about why they struggled in who'd they just lose to? The Jets, because Will's not out there. Nobody's commanding double teams. You know, tight ends are able to run out in routes, and now Aaron Rodgers has 4 or 5 guys he can target instead of 3 guys he can target. These are your 2 most valuable guys, and we are 3 hours away from learning that they're probably not going to play if they don't practice today.
If they don't practice,
that is a scary thing. 3.5, because 3.5 starts to look real small to me as a spread on this game if these 2 guys don't play.
I was having an eerie feeling over the course of the first half of the season where every day we were coming in, even after victories, and saying, okay, well, that's cool that they won, but, man, they gotta fix some of this stuff. It felt like, as somebody who was living in Florida in 2008, when you were looking around at the housing market, and you're like, all right, well, something doesn't make sense here because nobody's buying these houses at these prices. Like, wait a second. But meanwhile, everything's rip-roaring. Hey, all real estate is local, all of this. And you're like, all right, well, something's off. That's what it felt like. And then ultimately everybody else caught up and figured it out. That, the housing market was a complete sham. I felt all again in the first half of the season like I was living in Florida with too heavily invested in real estate at the time.
Yeah. That analogy speaks to me, man. that is a good analogy right there. The Texans right now, the 2024 Texans are the Florida housing market of 2007 and 2008. We hope not. And that's the other thing. Okay, so this fear of Nico and Will not being in there. Now, I will say this, because the Texans still have plenty of good players on the team. They still have a good quarterback. I think DeMeco Ryans is a good head coach. I'm not sure where Bobby Slowick is right now as an OC, but I will say this. All of the clouds that are hovering over this team right now that I think this team is seeing and hearing, I think that's very evident in some of the answers that DeMeco Ryans had yesterday, that C.J. Stroud had yesterday. I'm not saying it's unjustified to be skittish about this team right now. I'm just saying it exists. This is an opportunity, especially if they don't have Nico Collins and Will Anderson. Don't give a crap how they win this game, man. I don't care how they win it with Nico and Will, to be truthful. But if DeMeco Ryans is able to go find a way, win the turnover margin by 3 or 4, go get some plays on visible yardage, fix some of the things on the offensive line, and just be average up there. Like, these are all things that are doable for this football team. If you're able to do that, man, that is like a smart bomb, man. That just to me it would be. That just eradicates the negativity around this team right now at 6-3. Like, if you go win this Lions game, and especially if you do it undermanned, without Nico Collins and without Will Anderson, I don't care how you do it. You're 7-3, and you just pulled off that win, man. We are right back to how I felt about this team coming into the season again.
This is the moment where we find out whether or not the Houston Texans are in fact Bear Stearns. And don't be Bear Stearns. DeMeco, don't let this be the Bear Stearns moment, okay?
That's exactly what I was thinking, yes.
Where it just collapses. And you're not too big to fail, okay? The first one never is. The ensuing ones will be. But do not. Whatever they could have done at Bear Stearns to avoid becoming Bear Stearns. Stop. Don't do it.
Good pep talk. Yes. Don't be Bear Stearns.
Be Bear Bryant, not Bear Stearns.
Look at that. Look at you. Oh, my God.
That's a Scott Boras line.
I was just going to say Boras would be so proud of you right now.
Hold on, I got to write it down. Bear Bryant. Be Bear Bryant, not Bear Stearns.
I like that, man. I like that. 5-Hour Energy fan line. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football super fans. When is the offense going to stop being ass? That's a text right now. That's a very straightforward text.
Why doesn't somebody have the question? They really did. They really did. They've asked multiple times, hey, when is the offense going to stop being ass?
Yeah.
And usually the standard response from D'Amico is going to be, well, when they start executing, then they'll stop being ass.
Yep.
To paraphrase D'Amico, that's what he said.
Yep. Let's see. If the coaches just listened to 610 to y'all's show into the drive, they'd have all their issues solved. LOL. I don't know that that's the case.
The thing is, they know what the issues are.
Correct.
That's the problem. Yeah, they already know what the issues are. We all know what the issues are. It's a matter of going out and fixing it. The problem is, okay, I don't know if Bobby Slowick is the guy that's the one that can make those changes and fix those fixes.
Yeah, someone's saying on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, I bet Mike Tomlin could win this game. I think D'Amico Ryans can win this game. I think the Texans can win the game. I'm just not supremely confident that they will win the game. They're going to need some things to happen, and they're going to need they are going whatever the best version of their defense has been throughout this season, and they've been very, very good. That's the version that needs to show up on Sunday.
You know what you have to do, Sean?
What do I need to do?
I command you, keep that same energy if they do win the game.
Yeah, I will. Right? You know I will.
Keep that same energy.
I absolutely will. I'm not.
I won't.
Yeah.
Only because one person said keep that same energy to me already. And I have a strict policy. I will never keep that same energy if you're commanding me to keep that same energy.
Don't tell me what to do. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right, J.J. Watt was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. He had some interesting things to say about the trade deadline, about his history through this actually a little bit, and dive in. Did J.J. Watt have to march into Jack Easterby's office at some point? I'll explain. And also, he talked about D-Hop playing in Kansas City, which I thought was really cool. You're going to want to hear that. That's coming up next. But first, Taquerias Arandas. That's right, Arandas.
Pendergast Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, J.J. Watt. J.J. Watt was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday making his weekly visit. Several minutes over his disrespect to the New York Jets and Aaron Rodgers. They got into some pretty good topics on that show. Here was J.J. Watt on handling the trade rumors while he was a player.
There's times where literally I saw my name floated around if we weren't playing that well and the trade deadline would come up, and like I see the Twitter reports, and all of a sudden I'll like text my agent. I'm like, I'm not like moving, am I? Like, or what do we? And literally I have no idea. Or I'll go up to the GM and I'll be like, hey, like, you're not calling people, right? Or are you? Or what's going on?
Yeah, you'll lie right to your face. No.
Yeah, no, it's you don't know as much as fans think you know. Like they think they're like, oh yeah, he knows he's gone, or he's like. There's a lot of times where you have literally no idea what's going on upstairs. There was one year where I was like, I had to go up there a couple days in a row. I was like, you're sure, right? Like I see it a lot. I see it a lot.
Okay. There was one year in particular. So this is where I hear that. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, we could probably figure out based on JJ's career exactly what year that might have been where he had to go do that. You know?
This is why I always endorse that your GM be a serial philanderer. We need somebody that's really good at lying to people's faces.
Yeah.
And make them feel – I'm joking about the serial philanderer part. But there is an element to that, the uncomfortable moments where coaches or GMs have to lie.
Yeah.
Or coach speak or GM speak.
Right.
It's got to be tough when a player comes to you and asks – and you can't let that person know that you're definitely talking about.
Right. Well, especially when it's
Baby, no, those are just my friends on Instagram.
Especially
you can look at it anytime you want.
Especially
not that phone, this phone.
Right. Yeah, exactly. No, not that one. That one.
That's my work phone. You can't touch that one. Yeah.
Well, especially when you're a Texan fan and it's J.J. Watt and you're like, man, was there? Because his career was 9 years with the Texans. No, 10 years with the Texans, and then 2 seasons with the Arizona Cardinals. He played 12 years total. And I'm like, okay. I mean, he's talking about a conversation that clearly he remembers taking place with him and the general manager. So I'm like, when could that possibly have happened with either of the teams? And so I went through and I'm like, all right, well, there's no way that happened during his reign of terror as 3-time Defensive Player of the Year. Like, there's no chance they were trading him then. He was injured, so that was 2011 through 2015. No chance, 0% chance. 2016, he was injured in week 3. 2017, he was injured in week 5. No chance it was either of those years. 2018 and 2019, when he returned healthy, they were a playoff team. You know, they were a good team those seasons.
Yeah.
So they're not they would be a buyer. They were a buyer in 2018. They traded for Demaryius Thomas that year. And then in 2019, they were a potential playoff team again. And then he tore the pectoral muscle, and his regular season was over. The only logical trade season for J.J. Watt as a Texan would have been the COVID year in 2020 when it was very evident right out of the chute they were a terrible football team.
Yeah.
They fired Bill O'Brien, head coach and GM, 4 games into the season. And if we recall, Romeo Crennel became the interim. Jack Easterby became the interim GM. So is it possible that J.J. Watt had to march into Jack Easterby's office multiple times and ask him, hey, man, am I up on the trade block right now?
I think there's a good chance that happened that season.
Yeah.
I don't know at that point whether JJ maybe would have been cool with it or not.
Right. Depending on where he would go to, right?
Right. Yeah, it's like maybe he just wanted to be clued in on it and, be a part of the process.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the most likely instance. Now, O'Brien, I feel like O'Brien might have wanted to trade JJ at some point earlier than that. I wouldn't have, I don't know. But,
well, they did, as McAfee pointed out yesterday, they did get into fights at times, O'Brien and JJ Watt.
And O'Brien, right, yeah. In that 2020 season, right?
Yeah, the Steelers game.
Yeah. So when in that whole offseason leading up to that where – Bill O'Brien was kind of running amok. They were willing to trade DeAndre Hopkins away for just about nothing. They had already done it with Jadeveon Clowney. Those guys are different than they're different than JJ in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
But I think O'Brien was in take no prisoners mode, and I don't think I would be really surprised if O'Brien didn't field calls about JJ Watt. maybe.
Yeah.
He would have been maybe more open to it than he or Rick Smith or Brian Gaine would have been in the past.
They and I couldn't you see like a sequence where he trades the 2 first-round picks for Laramie Tunsil and Jay Watt and try to get 2 first-round picks for him before 2019?
Yeah, he thought he was going to be able to recoup some of that or something.
Like people might be shaking their heads in the car, and if you are, that means you just moved here in the last few years and didn't experience the Bill O'Brien as GM era. I could totally see Bill O'Brien trading 2 firsts and a second for Laramie Tunsil and then whipping around and trading J.J. Watt. Why? Because 6 months later, he traded DeAndre Hopkins for a second-round pick. Now, that would have been the thing. He trades J.J. Watt for a second-round pick and a janky-ass running back contract.
Well, the thing with J.J. Watt that was always going to be dicey, whether you were Bill O'Brien or anybody else, was, yes, J.J. Watt's incredible when he's healthy, but how much – if there was another team out there – that was willing to take on all that salary and the injury risk, there's a reasonable. I think there's a reasonable price there. I don't think it would be completely out of whack for O'Brien to consider it.
No. In retrospect, it might have been a good move at the time. He tore a pectoral muscle that year, and then 2020 he only had 5 or 6 sacks. The only other season it could have been for JJ, where he walked in and saw the GM and asked about it, would be his last season in Arizona. They were a playoff team his first year in Arizona. His last year in Arizona, they were bad. I could see Steve Keim going, there might be teams calling us about J.J. Watt.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even forget about the Arizona days.
That was probably it. That may have been it. It's more fun to think about J.J. walking into Jack Easterby's office and asking about it, just based on the duplicitous answers he might get in the process.
Yeah.
but so there you go. Hey,
or just like the physical threatening maybe. Hey, JJ, did you just blank physically threaten Jack Easterby? Did you ever get that frustrated with him that you did that?
Yeah. That's fun to think about too.
JJ would be too smart to actually explicitly threaten him, but he might make a menacing look or gesture or something.
Yeah. JJ said that he was actually texting with DeAndre Hopkins, one of the more prominent trade deadline pickups. He said, I was texting with D-Hop after the game on Monday.
I was texting with Hop yesterday a little bit. It's fun for me to see him playing with Mahomes. Like, I haven't been with Hop for his whole career, and knowing how many quarterbacks he's been with and some of those teams that we were on. It's a lot of fun to see him out there balling out and playing so well. And it's also one of those where I know everybody's sitting there looking like, how did we let this happen?
Yeah. That last part's the big thing, man. People have to be. I know I was as a Texan fan, like, of all the teams to go get DeAndre Hopkins, and unlike some of these other receivers that are aging and have been traded either at the deadline or before the season, like Keenan Allen. Everybody's making a big deal about Keenan Allen going to Chicago. Like, okay, well, that hasn't really done much there. Like DeAndre Hopkins. DeAndre Hopkins statistically had not been great the last couple of years. But based on the early returns, at least some version of the old DeAndre Hopkins unleashed in that offense might still exist.
Well, he hasn't had really a quarterback that can, deliver the 50-50 ball to him. The 50-50 ball that becomes a 95-5 ball when thrown to DeAndre Hopkins. Yep. It's not quite there. And then I think with Mahomes is that I don't think Mahomes doesn't need precision route running by his receivers for Mahomes to find them. When it comes to the scramble drill or whatever else, I think, DeAndre Hopkins is not a conventionally great route runner. He's just really good at getting open enough for him to make the catch. And so he doesn't always do the conventional route running stuff, and it's not on time and in rhythm the same way that maybe like some quarterbacks would require. Pat Mahomes doesn't have to worry about that. I think Pat Mahomes can just create that relationship with DeAndre and figure it out. So, I think it was a really smart move by Kansas City.
Oh, yeah. For a fifth, it could become a fourth? Absolutely.
Yeah. Look at Brock Osweiler was the worst example of a guy that didn't know how to use DeAndre Hopkins.
Oh, no.
He was the only – DeAndre Hopkins made every quarterback he played with better than they actually were, except for Brock Osweiler, who couldn't seem to figure out how to just throw the ball up in the air to DeAndre Hopkins.
Laser. Yeah.
Why, Brock? Why?
That's a good question.
Why, Brock?
It's a good question, Andre. Really good question. 5-Hour Energy fan line, text message. Good morning, Sean and Seth. My gut feeling tells me the Lions are going to massacre the Texans, and I'm a Texan fan. I'm hoping and praying for the best. Great show as always. God bless.
The
team's
whole
going to get
thing
massacred, and God bless.
Man, I'll tell you, The optics of it are that the last 2 times Kenyon Green has been replaced, the team drove down on a scoring drive the very next series.
Yes, yes. With Jared Patterson
and Kendrick.
Very series in the which game did he get swapped out? The Indianapolis game.
Yeah.
Is when Jared Patterson came in, and they came in and they had a 10-play, 70-yard drive. Joe Mixon had that get-off-me run at the end.
Yeah.
And that's the play Patterson got hurt on. And then, Kendrick Green, they had a 98-yard drive.
Yeah.
With Kendrick Green at left guard.
And Kendrick had some really bad pass protection snaps in the game versus really good defensive tackles, but still, it's the getting beat quick that's the scary part. And that's one thing where it's one thing to get beat in pass protection, but there's too many times on the interior where it's, oh, no, this guy is winning quick and getting right up on the quarterback. It's like having a close talker in your face with bad breath.
Yeah, there was a play Joe Mixon had that made it onto Twitter, like an all 22 play. It was a run. It wasn't a pass.
Yeah, and it was Kenyon Green getting just blasted.
He got shoved to the ground.
He
got shoved to the ground. He got swim moved to the ground, like face first to the ground. A tenth of a second into the play. It was like he was a fan that got to play left guard for a play. You know what I mean? Like it was that, and Joe Mixon still was able to bounce it outside for about 12 yards.
Some of those deep penetration plays by Kenyon Green, Joe Mixon has turned into a positive by like, okay, well, I guess I'm just going to make my cut really early, and get really fast,
flying by me.
Yeah.
That's wild.
But it makes it easier when you get an offensive lineman getting driven that far back into the backfield. It makes it so much easier for the linebackers to know where the play is going to go. So the cutback, the running back has to make the decision and meet these adjust, and you lose all that value of the zone run.
Yep.
And Mixon's still been able to make something out of a lot of those plays, but it's just such a glaring issue at left guard that anybody is going to be better than what they were getting. Now, is it good enough to make them a genuinely really good offense? We'll see, but I think there will be improvement just by that replacement. And that goes back on D'Amico, Caserio, Slowick.
Everybody.
If Jared Patterson gets in there and plays passably well.
Yeah.
If he puts in an average performance, even slightly below average by left guard standards, they're going to be a much better offense. And then it all comes back on, like, why? Why did you not see this sooner?
Seth, we are beaten over the head with just a play here and a play there, and we're this close and blah, blah, blah. Kenyon Green has like a dozen snaps a game that are catastrophically bad. If Jared Patterson just doesn't mess up those plays, this offense could be a whole lot better on Sunday.
You know what? I'm glad you framed it that way, because that's been the frustrating part when they say it's a play here, it's a play there. Right. Okay, well, let's look and see who's responsible for a huge percentage of those, and let's see if we can fix that immediately.
Yes.
Can we fix the 20% of the issues that are causing 80% of our problems?
There you go.
And that's where it feels like they weren't seeing the forest for the trees there.
Well put. Let's stick with Joe Mixon. C.J. Stroud had a really cool thing he said about Joe Mixon and his presence yesterday, and why Joe Mixon has amazing numbers the last 3 games, and I will tell you coming up next.
Zadok Jewelers, they'll tell you exactly how to get the best engagement ring. If you're thinking about popping the questions, they have.
Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Football Friday tomorrow. We'll be ready to go. Sunday, 7:20 kick. Texans and Lions Sunday Night Football. Should be fun. Here was C.J. Stroud yesterday talking about Joe Mixon's leadership and presence in the locker room.
Yeah, I expected that. You know, I met Joe, you know, last year when we played them, and, you know, he had that dog mentality, you know, and, you know, he brought it here, you know, and that's something we needed for sure. You know, we needed. And one thing I love about Joe will call you out. Like, Joe will call me out. Joe will call his linemen out. Joe will call, you know, coaches out. He don't care, you know, and ultimately that's what you want because, you know, at the end of the day, like, we all came here for one common goal, and that's to win. And so, you know, if that's hurting somebody's feelings, you know, we grown men, we get paid to do this. So, you know, you got to be able to, you know, understand it, you know, take it for love because he really just cares about the game, you know. So, and he cares about his teams and his coaches. So, yeah, I love Joe.
So he's not afraid to speak his mind. I know that Joe Mixon tweeted something political over the last couple of days or posted something. Which side of the aisle he landed on, but I just know that a lot of people, some people aren't happy about it. I don't want to know. Don't tell me, Sean. I
haven't seen it, dude. If you didn't see it, I didn't see it.
Oh yeah. No, so I don't know. Like, I see that. Like, I try to keep it all out. I don't want to. I generally, you know, like if an athlete says something political outright or whatever, and he wants to say it, fine. I just try to keep it separate. I try to keep church and state separate. I try to keep football and politics separate.
This is the first,
as much as I can.
This is the first I'm hearing of it. So yeah.
So, but Joe Mixon is that kind of guy, and like it's like anything. This is what I tell the young people, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
It's like whenever you feel a certain way about your own political belief, just remember that there's somebody who died for their country who has the exact opposite political belief.
Right.
So I don't. Whatever I feel politically, I got to always remember, like, I'm not going to be calling, like, anybody who believes opposite of me is a dirtbag who hates America. Well, like,
there's a lot of that going on yesterday.
Yeah, well, there's a service person that died for the country who had the exact opposite political beliefs as me.
Right.
So, like, I'm not gonna act like that guy is a dirtbag moron because he differs from me politically.
Yeah.
I'm the same way with my football players or anybody that if they make delicious bakery items or if they're gonna sell me a phone, anything. I don't care. I don't care. Okay, you can have our differences.
Yes.
So I don't know what Joe Mixon's political beliefs are, and it changes nothing about my opinion about him as a football player.
At all. And I like that he calls out his linemen. You know, I was thinking about it. CJ was talking about that. You know, he's not afraid of men, other players or whatever.
Yeah.
And as the Texans were compared quite a bit this preseason to that Bengals team that Joe Mixon was on that made it to the Super Bowl that year, that was a Bengals team, Seth, that had a really bad offensive line. Like, remember that? Remember how much Joe Burrow would get sacked? And they made it to the Super Bowl. Like, he got sacked, like, they beat the Titans in the playoffs that year, and he got sacked like 7 times in that playoff. Now, some of it's on Joe Burrow. I'm curious, as CJ was laying that out, I'm like, man, I wonder how much that comp holds up with Joe Mixon. Watching this offensive line play, doing or at least allowing a lot of the same things to happen to CJ that were happening to Joe Burrow that year, like, it was sustainable enough for them to get to within 3 points of winning the Super Bowl against the Rams that year. Like, you know, and I wonder if I just wonder in Mixon's mind if he looks at this team and the comp holds up, or he looks at this team and says, no, this ain't happening with this team.
I think part of it with that Bengals offensive line, again, we talk about how quickly guys get beat up front at times on the interior. I wonder how bad the offensive line play as a whole was compared to what the Texans have been doing this year. Because, I mean, some of the things that even should help out the offensive line, like the play action, the problem with play action is that you got to take deep drops, too. And, man, you might have 7 guys in blocking, but if one of those guys gets destroyed immediately, then you've got a quarterback who had his back turned to the line of scrimmage. He's on a deep, long developing play. And somebody in his face.
That's right.
Because even with 7 and nobody to throw to, because you've only got 2 guys out on routes.
Yep.
You know, and that's what it feels like right now is that there's almost no scheme you can run that you feel good about because of the prospect of the quarterback getting hit so quickly and so immediately.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the parallels would be other than, he's been through this before where poor pass protection or or the quarterback not handling the poor pass protection well, it can do a team in.
Yeah, we've had a few people text in that, hey, teams, there's been plenty of texts about, no, teams have figured out Bobby Slowick. Okay. The texters that have gone into a little more detail on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans, have said that teams are content letting Mixon go get 110 yards.
Right,
if it means they can, because we saw the Texans use a similar strategy. I always think back to the Colts game in Week 18 last year, where Jonathan Taylor ran wild in that game, but they were perfectly content putting the game in the hands. When ultimately they had to convert third downs or really move the ball down the field, they put the game in the hands of Gardner Minshew. Okay, Taylor's going to get his $140 or whatever it is. And I think there is something to that, especially as depleted as the Texans are at wide receiver right now. All right, well, if Joe Mixon gets some chunk plays where he runs for, he ends up running for $120, but we're sacking C.J. Stroud 7 times on the plays where they can't run it every play. They've got to drop back to pass at some point. Then we're going to put it out earlier this week. Like, a sack is a drive killer. Like when we were talking about that with Ross Tucker earlier this week. The percentage of drives that end up successful that involve being significantly behind the chains is very, very low. And that's why when I look at the numbers, you recited these numbers before about Mixon over the last 3 weeks, and I'll recite them again for those who missed it. First in the league in yards after contact over the last 3 weeks. Tied for first in rushing touchdowns. Tied for first in first down runs. It's second in missed tackles forced. Tied for first in runs of more than 10 yards. We've been sitting here for a year and a half saying, boy, if they could just get the run game going. They've got the run game going, and they're losing 2 out of 3. They look horrible offensively.
No, and I think, what backs that up is, okay, even with all of the condensed formations that the Texans use and everything, Joe Mixon has faced 8 men in the box, the 19th highest rate. So teams are not loading up the box to try to stop the run. They're okay giving up some yardage here and there, knowing that ultimately, like what happened in the Jets game, you get down in the red zone, all of a sudden they can't run the ball.
Yeah.
Or at some point, okay, they're running the ball well, but C.J. Stroud's going to complete 35% of his passes.
Yeah.
They're 100. Mixon's playing very, very well, but teams are not pulling out all the stops to try to limit it. They can live with what Mixon is getting.
Dude, did you know that the 2 safeties for this team have 10 interceptions?
10. Yeah.
Combined?
Now, one of those, a classic Jordan Love interception where he threw it directly to him.
Yeah, this is a pick six.
Range.
Right.
For a pick six, yeah. This is an opportunistic safety group. And they're violent, too. Branch got ejected from the game last week after he hit a receiver, got charged with targeting. And it was a delayed ejection.
It was.
I haven't followed up on exactly. Was there a secondary? Did he get flagged again, like a second time for saying something to an official?
I don't think so. I think they conferred. I was watching it. I think they conferred about it for a while, and they ended up ejecting him because he had walked away from the play, and then he's kind of finding out he got ejected, and he comes back over like, what the hell's going on? That was the play that Florio got all uptight about Brady complaining about. That was
that's right.
Tom Brady was doing that game, and he really thought that Brian Branch got screwed on that ejection, and Florio's like, according to my clipboard here, it looks as though you were in violation of bylaws 5AC.2 and 48D.3, Tom, and that is complaining about the officials.
I don't know if Florio is a golf fan or not, but he 100%. They don't have it anymore, but the PGA hotline where fans used to be able to call in. Florio, if he was a golf fan, was probably they probably saw his number like, oh great,
he had it on speed dial. He had it as one of his speed. He had the fire department, the police department, and the PGA rules infraction. Those were his 3 emergency numbers.
He picked up his ball. I saw it. He picked up his ball.
He's just hitting it all of a sudden.
Like the 119th ranked golf. He's
without rules there are anarchy. It's anarchy, I tell you.
He got cut that round anyway. Yeah, but we got to enforce it without rules.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's beautiful. All right, Dan Campbell has me fired up for this game. The opposing head coach has me. If I were a Texan listening to Dan Campbell, I think Dan Campbell inadvertently might fire up everybody for this game. We'll have that for you coming up next. I'm also fired up for a little Beck's Prime tonight. That's what we're having tonight with the third.
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Dan Campbell is a good soundbite. Head coach of the Detroit Lions. Here he is on 97.1 in Detroit doing a hit with the station up there. And he is fired up to go up against the Texans on Sunday night.
Man, this team is I love the way this team plays. I mean, they play an aggressive style, explosive, fast type of football. And look, this quarterback, I think, has done an outstanding job. He's one of these really good young players in this league. I do think they're going to get Nico back. We're prepared for him. We're thinking he's coming back. He's outstanding. You know, this old line, there's been a little bit of, you know, they had some injuries here and there, but you know, the scheme and the things that they're able to do up there, they can do a lot to you. And Mixon's playing a very high level. And then this defense, man, I mean, they hum now. They are smoking. They are up the field. They're aggressive. You know, they play a nasty style game. They finish on the football. It's going to be an all-out brawl, man, out in Houston, Texas on Sunday night. And man, we're looking forward to it, man. This is one of those. Like I said, you know, we just came off a big division win, and now we're rolling into another great opponent here in prime time Sunday night at their place. And man, they play the style of football that we're looking forward to facing.
All right. Here, listen here, Dan Campbell. Listen here, D'Amico. You guys are both. You guys are now Dan Campbell. You and D'Amico are both big time SEC guys. Okay. Can we take a hint from SEC media days? All right, can you get a little bit more Lane Kiffin in you?
A little more chippy,
yeah, a little less respect between opponents.
Yeah,
I feel right. D'Amico and Dan Campbell are wired so similarly in so many ways. Now, you know, Campbell's got a lot more meathead tendencies to him, but I do feel like it feels like two heavyweight fighters that, you know, would definitely hug after the fight was over.
Yeah.
After a 15-round championship brawl,
yes.
they would be like hugging each other in admiration and respect for how hard the other one, you know, they're draped over each other. Neither one can stand on his own.
Yeah.
Which is cool for the movies, but all right, you're not going to butter me up, Dan Campbell.
That's right.
With your gushing praise of my football team, damn it.
Dude. I'm so easily sold to. Dan Campbell can sell anything to me, man. He's like, man, this defense, man, it hums, and they hit. And I'm like, dude, if I walked onto a parking like a car lot and I was looking for a new car and Dan Campbell was the salesman that came up to me and he starts selling me, man, this GPS they got in here, I'm telling you, man, this hums, and you're gonna go down the highway. And you're going to go fast in this thing, man. Let me tell you. I would buy from Dan Campbell. I could see, like, we were laughing when he got hired by the Lions, but, like, now I see, like, you do enough Dan Campbell press conferences, and I can see, like, how he had the Ford family, like, ready to go. You know?
The whole thing, too, and I know a lot of – there's people get exasperated when, you know, D'Amico is pushing the positivity and all that because they start feeling like, oh, he doesn't coach them hard enough or what have you. You always have to remember – that whether you yell in press conferences or yell on the sideline or not, that often has zero to do with actually how much you're coaching the guys, like how much you're actually trying to fix the issues and how much what standard are you holding them to?
Yeah.
And I think D'Amico holds his players to a very, very high standard. Problem is he's a defensive-minded head coach, and it's really only showing up on the defensive side of the ball right now.
Yep.
So as the head coach, that his method is working just fine for the defense. And there's things they need to improve on, but they're like Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell, I take that at face value. He says the defense is humming. That's the way they play. They're flying around all over the place. They make a few too many errors in coverage at times, but they are flying all over the place. The offense, it doesn't feel that same way. They're not. No. There's no. Dan Campbell didn't say that offense is humming.
Nope.
You know,
he mentioned CJ, and that's it. CJ and Nico.
Yeah.
CJ and Nico. That's it. I guess too. Well, let's play one more from Campbell here. Here's Campbell. This is at his press conference earlier this week. His coach's media session. Do you in the Texans?
Yeah, I do. I mean, look, they've got a lot of young talent that they hit on, and it's funny because most of those players over there are all players that we really were high on too. You know, and so when you see that and you see some of these players you're like, man, that was a good one. That was a good pick they got there. And you see how hard they play and the type of football players they are. And so I do think there's a lot of similarities, And there again, I think they've drafted well. I think D'Amico's done a hell of a job going in there. And just the style of play that they have, I think the quarterbacks played well. They got one there. And they're like anybody else. They've had to go through some injuries and stuff this year. And they're battling through it. And they're still one of the top teams in this league. So they're finding ways to adapt and continue to win. So it'll be a challenge.
This is where I do take that praise from Dan Campbell, because that's unique praise, talking about, seeing the guys that they had scouted the same. It's bordering on tampering, really. If he had mentioned a name, he could have gotten, if he had said, Dameon Pierce, my God, we'd take him in a heartbeat. I know he's been injured, but
here
I don't
are the
care.
5 guys that we had high grades on their roster.
Yeah. So I do take that at face value, and it did make me feel good, because I think that if you go back to the Bill O'Brien days, Bill O'Brien would talk about smart, tough, dependable. And I think he genuinely cared about smart, tough, dependable, but I don't know how good they were at judging the smart and tough part. I think they were really good at dependable in terms of, hey, wow, this guy shows up on time. Hey, this guy admits when he made a mistake, all that. Okay, great. I don't think O'Brien was all that great at identifying guys who were genuinely tough.
Yeah.
And I think on this Texans team right now, I feel like they've done a pretty good job of identifying guys that are genuine football nerds that really love football, so that, yes, once, it's anymore the salaries are so high even for rookies that guys who are motivated solely by money, that doesn't last long, because you get a lot of money real early. So you got to have something else aside from love of money that keeps motivating you.
Yep.
And getting guys that are genuine football nerds, that's where you go. And I think the Texans have done a good job of identifying that at every area except on the offensive line.
Agreed.
I don't sense a lot of genuine toughness there. I don't sense a lot of genuine love for football. I think the offensive tackles are playing winning football, but I've never thought of the offensive tackles as guys who are like down in the dirt, gritty, love football, would run over my mother to win a Super Bowl type of guys. And that's an issue. And it doesn't get fixed immediately.
No.
It's going to be over the course of the next couple of years. You got to identify more Joe Mixon types, more Azeez Al-Shaair types, and have those guys be your offensive linemen.
I'm glad you brought up Al-Shaair, because that's where I was going to go here, is with the Nico Collins and Will Anderson injuries, and I'll even throw Jared Patterson in there. Those are the 3 injuries that have gotten the most attention over the last handful of days. And Nico and Will Anderson are going to get a ton of attention here over the next couple of days. Al-Shaair being back and fully ready to go. Credit Neville Hewitt and Jake Hansen and Henry To'oTo'o for last week for doing a nice job of kind of stemming the tide while Azeez is out. Azeez is better than all those guys. He's a better football player than all those guys. Him being back, like, how crucial is Azeez Al-Shaair being back for this team when it comes to going up against this? I mean, he's been really good in pass coverage this year.
Yeah.
He's been really good running sideline to sideline. I was really sad to see him leave with the injury, because I thought Azeez Al-Shaair was having, I don't watch inside linebacker play across all 32 teams. I just know the inside linebacker play I'd been watching from Azeez Al-Shaair over the last month or so before he got hurt was at a very, very high level compared to what we'd seen over the last several years.
I think that one thing is, I think they got to feel more comfortable playing with 3 linebackers on the field at times, because the entire first half of the season, they were a 2 linebacker operation.
Yeah.
And now they've had a bunch of different guys have to come in and play for them, and I think it filled in pretty well. But against really good rushing teams, that there's got to be times where, man, you line up in your base 4-3 alignment, and they just didn't feel comfortable doing that in the first half of the season. Hopefully with Azeez Al-Shaair back, and then with these other guys having had a little bit more playing time, and eventually if Christian Harris comes back, that you can line up, and when other teams are just saying, hey, we're just gonna run the ball on you, that you can line up and play, and maybe they're a little bit more capable.
So
of that
if you're lining up in 3 linebacker formations to go against the line, because I think the Lions are the exact, you can't be light. You can't be light as a team out there against this Lions team. They'll rush for 250 yards against you. You know what I mean?
Right.
So if that's the case, obviously Al-Shaair Toa, and who's the third guy then? Neville Hewitt, Jake Hansen?
No, well, depending on situation, Neville Hewitt or Jake Hansen, and that becomes like, okay, do you anticipate, is this a heavy run situation, or is it because like Jake Hansen provides more athleticism for more speed and everything in range than Neville Hewitt does, but Neville Hewitt just comes up and thumps.
Yeah, he does. He does. No doubt about it, man. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you on a Thursday here. Let's hear one more from the Lions. This is their quarterback, Jared Goff. This is Jared Goff's impressions so far of the Houston Texans.
Yeah, they're good. They're really good. They're really well coached. They remind me of San Francisco, and no surprise. Back when I was in LA, that in division, San Francisco, like when D'Amico was there, it was similar. Very good defense and good up front, good at the linebacker position, good at the defensive backs. Really well coached, sound. They do a good job.
I mean, it's Jared Goff has to feel a little familiar with what he's seeing as he's spent that much time. Played San Francisco in the NFC title. Well, D'Amico was obviously here at that point, but all those years with LA going against D'Amico Ryans
and going against Robert Saleh, and because D'Amico's
Robert
defense,
Saleh,
he just built on a lot of what Robert Saleh did. So I don't think it's as simple as we know the book on these guys.
Yeah.
But it probably makes it a little bit easier for him. I think look, one thing that Goff has done a really good job of is just hitting the utilizing the screen game, and he's I don't want to say he's the same guy he's always been, because that almost feels like an insult, because he was shipped out of the Rams. He doesn't have otherworldly arm talent, but he manages the game well enough, and he's very capable of making the big-time throws, and he's certainly capable of getting the ball to Jameson Williams when Jameson Williams is wide open downfield. Yeah. Jameson Williams is able to make one guy miss after he catches the ball. So game manager is such a loaded term. I think he's in that offense. He is running that offense perfectly.
Yeah.
He's just as evidenced by his passer rating over the last 6 games. He's got the highest passer rating in a 6-game span in NFL history. He's not wasted. There's no wasted motion with him trying to make the right decision. He's got options, and he knows where to go with the ball.
He's the best quarterback in the NFC right now. It's the AFC has all the big names. Like right now, if the season ended today, the 7 playoff teams in the NFC, and it's wild to look at this. Like Detroit, we all expected to be good. They would be a division winner. They'd be the 1 seed. They'd have the home field advantage. The other playoff teams are Washington leading the NFC East. Nobody predicted that. Atlanta leading the NFC South. They were thought to be the favorites in a bad division, but they've actually been a pretty good football team so far. They're 6-3. Kirk Cousins, despite them drafting Michael Penix, has had a really, really good season. And Arizona is the leader in the NFC West. The other 3 playoff teams are Minnesota, who people thought was going to be bad this year, and then Philadelphia and Green Bay, who people thought were going to be. I think people viewed them as potential playoff teams. It's just wild that those are the 4 division leaders in the NFC right now. That Washington and Arizona are playoff teams right now in the NFC.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Arizona held the Lions to, I think, 16 points, 17 points when they played in the 2nd game of the season.
Look, you said 20 earlier.
Fact check
to
me on that.
Yeah, I'll fact check.
What's that?
You said 20 earlier, but
I did.
Yeah, they lost 20. They lost 20-13 to the Lions.
Oh, so they only scored 13 on the. Okay.
No. The Cardinals lost 20-13 to the Lions.
Exactly.
So they only allowed
all along.
You were correct all along. They only allowed 20 points to the Detroit Lions, the Arizona Cardinals.
I wasn't correct at any point during that exchange.
Off the air, you were to me. Just you said 20 earlier.
My memory failed me.
Yeah. Yep.
Sean, that was like 12 minutes ago.
I know. Payne and Pendergast with you. The 5-Hour Energy fan line, 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. Oh, we forgot about Devin White. That's true. Somebody texting in. Devin White is on the Houston Texans as well.
Oh, yeah.
Aziz, Toa, and Devin White. Would that be a good trio, Seth? Somebody's asking.
Yes, in certain situations.
Yeah.
Devin White, I think, needs to be used situationally.
Keep forgetting about Devin White.
Right. Well, yeah, and look, I forgot a lot about a lot of stuff in the last week, just consciously. White is a guy that can be used selectively to great effect.
Yeah.
And I think you've got a menagerie of linebackers now for different situations that I feel better about.
Mm-hmm.
I feel better about their ability to line up and play with a lot of these guys when they need to go to a 4-3.
The Texans, this is an interesting text because this plays into something I've said about the Texans. I think this is a little extreme, but it's in the same neighborhood of something I've been saying. Texter says the Texans are a team that loves to win, but it doesn't look like they hate to lose, and that's a huge difference. And I think, I don't know what their love of win and hate to lose is. This I do know. I'm basing this solely. I'm basing this on a year and a half worth of evidence under DeMeco Ryans. Is I don't think this team has a good killer instinct. I think they have a very good survival instinct, and those are two very, very different. If they had a good killer instinct, they would be winning some of these games by 20. That are very winnable by 20. They let teams back into games. They play down to lesser teams way too often for a team that is a, quote, good football team. Now, when it gets to nut-cutting time in the fourth quarter, and they've done it against good teams and they've done it against bad teams, but more often than not, they're able to figure some things out late in games to be able to be the team that survives. So I think the texter is framing it. The texter is framing it in a way that if I were a player or coach on the Texans, I would take it far more critically than the way I'm framing it, that you don't have a great killer instinct, but you've got a great survival instinct. Someone saying that flat out they love to win and they hate to lose basically implies a level.
I guess the hard part where I guess what does hate to lose look like? Like how exactly do you tell whether a team hates to lose or not?
The amount of helmets that you throw afterwards. I need more helmets.
I guess, I haven't, so I don't know. It's kind of vague. And I don't know, maybe that person's correct, but then you start, which of the guys on the Texans don't hate to lose? It's
the offensive. Again, let's start with the offensive line, like we always.
That's where you go back to. I always go back to the offensive line. Like it's hard for me to make a general statement about the character of the Texans team when so many of the issues come back to the offensive line and the composition and where the issues are. I feel really comfortable that Joe Mixon hates to lose. I think C.J. Stroud hates to lose. I think most of the guys on the defense really hate to lose. Nico Collins hates to lose. So it's name names when it comes to don't even name names.
Name names.
The position group as a whole, I think, just feels like all right. The offensive line feels like things are just cruising along, and hey. Whether it's true or not, that's the way it feels sometimes.
Man. Yeah, the season. It's a countdown to Coachella, man. That's what it is.
I just like when you lead the league in penalties every other year, it feels like, I don't know, maybe you don't hate some of the negatives as much.
Well, it depends on the penalty. I would say if they led the league in unsportsmanlike conduct penalties, that means they hate to lose. When you lead the league in false starts, that doesn't necessarily translate to hating to lose. That translates to laziness and inattentiveness, you know?
Yeah.
There's certain penalties I'd be like, well, that guy definitely hates to lose.
Devin White, the first 2 weeks ago in his first appearance, he played like half the defensive snaps. He played 10 snaps last week versus the Jets.
Okay. Wonder why that would be.
Which I think is more in line with what I expected.
Yeah.
I think, again, when teams start to get a feel for what guys can and can't do, then they're going to attack those things. And Devin White, he's only been on the defense for a couple weeks and has always been really inconsistent in coverage. I'm guessing the Texans didn't quite trust him to be out there as much as the other guys.
Have you ever had an employer not follow through on a promise that they made to you? This is a former Houston athlete. This is one of the more amazing promises that was made. I think this is a promise that would get this particular owner who made it in trouble. We'll tell you what it is coming up next. But first, West Point, Lincoln. Katy Freeway.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Real quick, just to follow up, the texter who said the Texans are a team that loves to win, but it doesn't look like they hate to lose. That's a huge difference. He did follow up after you and I conversed about that for a bit, Seth, and said, I should have said the offensive line, not the whole team. I apologize. So it sounds like we convinced him, like, hey, man, maybe there are some – because there's people texting in, dude, watch a C.J. Stroud press conference. That guy despises losing.
Yeah, and it's all. Yeah, and we weren't trying to crush the guy or anything.
No.
It's just,
he knows.
It's sometimes too. You always have to. When a team shows up and gets destroyed, sometimes you got to really check yourself and think. Wait a second. All right, why did they get destroyed? One player fumbled twice. and then another player made a boneheaded error that led to a touchdown, and they were down 21-0, really because two guys made really bad mistakes, or maybe those two didn't show up to play, but the rest of the team ends up getting thrown under the bus because of it.
Yeah.
I think this team, despite their inability to look like the depth chart looks, to play up to what the potential looks like on paper, they have showed a lot of grit in close situations.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the part where I don't worry that there's something systemically wrong with the whole character of the team or anything. I think is that they've got some big problem areas from a strictly football competency side of things that are holding them back.
Yeah.
And some of that might be on Bobby Slowick, some of it's on the offensive line, but it's nothing that makes me feel like, oh, this is a team that doesn't want it.
No, I agree with that. I almost think to gauge something like that, you have to be in the locker room, like how much this guy hates losing. Like there's so little that we see as fans that would translate to how much a guy loves winning versus hating losing. You know what I mean?
I felt bad. That was that 2005 year where we were 2-14.
Yeah.
Where I got really just kind of disgusted over everything was when we had to give speeches we had to talk to some of the guys on the team about like, hey, tone it down a little bit on the plane ride home after we got crushed. You know, like, all right, it's just there was an element there, and and there's not. That's one of my greatest regrets is that, like, okay, as a team leader, how was I not able to like squash that? But I think some of it is that it's just that's the character of the guys on your team.
Yeah.
If you don't have the right kind of guys that really care about it, then sometimes the battle is lost. There's no pep talk. That's what I tell myself every night when I can't go to sleep thinking about my regrets, Sean.
In 2005,
Yes.
Yeah.
No, now.
Oh, now.
20 years later.
Yeah.
Just like, don't worry, Seth. You're not that big of a bastard.
Not all cancers are curable, man. You know, like sometimes, just losing had metastasized. That's all it was. Nothing you could do about it.
We were stage 4 that year, man.
All right. Have you ever had an employer back out or welch or make a promise that they just didn't follow through on? This was an interesting story. This is Pat Beverly, former Rocket. He was on his podcast talking about this, about how he got an offer 1 year from Sacramento, 3 years, $50 million. He chose to go to the Clippers for less money, $40 million, because Steve Ballmer, the owner of the Clippers, made him a promise. This is back in 2019.
What was the higher offer?
$50 million for 3 years.
Okay.
Instead, he took $40 million for 3 years. So it's $10 million delta.
$10 million less to go play. Okay.
Because of a promise that was made. Yeah. Here it is.
So I signed my deal with the Clippers, right? I got like a 3-year, $50 million from Sacramento. And I'm like, nah, I'm cool. Like, I want to stay Clippers. So I take the 3-year, $40 million from the Clippers. We go to the media, right? And we agreed to the 3-year, $40. And Steve Ballmer goes, with that, I'm going to give you 94 basketball courts that you could choose to put all around L.A. That's fire as I think they built 2 of them, and then COVID hit. So I hit my agent like, what's up with those 92 basketball courts? I see they just built the arena worth $2 billion. Like,
yeah, what's the answer? What's go with the courts, Steve?
Do I get my 92 courts? And we shook on it too.
Steve?
I need 92 more courts though, bro. I got a lot going on I want to do for the city of Los Angeles, man. I got 92 courts I want to build still. And you know me, I brung it back up. I was on the opposing team, I think Minnesota. I'm like, yo, where the my courts at? Like, what's up? Oh, yeah. You want to talk to Steve? I got to talk to Steve for what a courts at?
92 he owes Pat Beverly 92 basketball courts.
I don't know how much it costs to build a basketball court, but I'm guessing it's way more than what I think it should. There's just everything.
Right. Especially in L.A., right?
In L.A., and especially when you're talking about, wait, are we going to have to like acquire land for this? Or are we just going to go in and revamp that? I would ballpark it at $100,000. Maybe that's crazy. That's probably crazy. That's probably way too much.
Per court?
But, that's what
I'm curious. Are they indoor courts? Are they outdoor courts?
I'm guessing Ballmer. If you're talking 92 courts, that's a lot of playground courts.
Yeah,
that's got to be.
I would think so. That's what I thought.
You're not building
too.
92 community centers or something.
I got you. Yep, I'm with you on that. I thought outdoors.
Which would I figure 100,000 because that works out to about that's 9.2 million, close to 10 million.
Yeah.
where Ballmer's paying the same thing, but he doesn't. That's not covered. He doesn't have to worry about the luxury tax or anything like that.
Yeah.
Well, let's say it's $50,000 per court, and it's a little bit less than $5 million. That's a big one. That's a big one.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to hear a Steve Ballmer response from this. And if I know anything about Mike Florio, he's going to cross over into whether or not this is a luxury, a CBA violation.
That's where I'm going with this, and that's what I'm curious about. And this is where I would back Florio on this, were he to make this one of his crusades. Did Steve Ballmer just skirt the salary cap and the luxury tax, more importantly, of $10 million? Because we know that Clippers team operates way over all the cap, or at least historically has since Ballmer got there. They are not afraid to sign star players and go way over the tax and everything. This is not the Clippers of Donald Sterling back in the day. It's as they just pointed out, Steve Ballmer just paid for his own arena that was $2 billion. Like, he built it, So that's what I'm curious about, man. Like, is this are the Clippers a scofflaw organization? And is Steve Ballmer a welcher for not building 92 basketball courts for pay? Builds 2, and then, he's like the guy that came. He's like one of those contractors that you sign up to do a pool in your backyard, and they dig the hole, and then they just don't show up anymore. Like, so now all you have is this gigantic hole in your backyard. Like, thanks a lot, Ballmer. Thanks for digging a big hole in my backyard and then walking away, heading to Tahiti or something.
According to Internet, for a concrete court, you're looking at between $5,000.
Oh, Ballmer's getting off easy here, man.
Yeah.
Oh.
For less than $5 million, he could have fulfilled his promise to young Patrick Beverly.
Far less than $5 million.
Could have skirted the salary cap.
Yeah.
Well, I'm figuring $50,000 per. I don't know.
Yeah, probably.
These things, especially when you start. You got to grease palms in the various municipalities that you're at and all that. It's never as easy as it's. Plus, this is some contractor saying that it's up to $45,800, which means, all right, you mean it's $70,000. You're just not going to tell me about it until you're midway through.
That's true.
Gotcha.
That's true. Of all the players in the NBA that I would not want to piss off because I didn't build his basketball courts, Beverly's pretty high up on that list, I think.
Yeah. Pat
Beverly will fight you over he'll fight you over very little things, let alone just skirting 92 basketball courts you promised to build him.
And I think Beverly would win that fight versus Steve Ballmer.
I think Ballmer would pay somebody to fight for him. Like, no, you're not fighting me. You're fighting. He'd hire like a UFC guy or something to fight.
No,
Beverly.
Ballmer would do that thing like from Gladiator, where Commodus hired somebody to slit his Achilles heel or something.
Yeah.
What did he do to him? Didn't Commodus have Russell Crowe's? He had something. He had him weakened somehow.
I don't remember. I've only seen Gladiator once, and it's because you shamed me into watching it. Remember that?
Yeah. Well, I expect you to be in. Me seeing it 20 times versus you seeing it once means that you should have better knowledge and memory of it. Okay?
There's a Payne and Pendergast conversion chart. Text message, 5-Hour Energy fan line. Tunsil has a very Dwight Howard feel about losing. Over it in 10 minutes, no matter how big.
Yeah.
Oh, is that fair? Is that fair to Laramie Tunsil to put Dwight Howard on him?
His Tunsil, I want to be fair about this because it's you're kind of casting aspersions and everything. Yeah. I think it's tough for Tunsil because his whole way of kind of operating goes against the grain of your classic vision of offensive linemen.
Yes.
And so it's hard. It's hard to embrace that, and it's understandable. And it also doesn't help that his game is largely one of. It's a finesse game. He's known as a really good pass protector and a sometimes good run blocker, sometimes not so much, but certainly not an impressive run blocker. And so then the social media presence and everything, there's a feeling about that with people.
Someone said there is pro basketball talk as a website on NBC, so unfortunately this hill will be Kurt Heelan's to die on.
But Florio would cross over when it came to. Florio would totally cross over if it came into a rules and regs violation.
Yes. Someone says Ballmer would hire the Mountain from Game of Thrones to fight for it.
He would, yeah.
He definitely
Ballmer
would.
is basically like, He definitely. He's like Tyrion here. He's gonna get somebody to fight in his stead.
I will be your champion. Yes. Text message: Texans will beat Detroit 31-24. Green is the one player who was killing every play. That'll be interesting.
Okay.
Like if Jared Patterson gets in there and just plays steady, how much better does this look? Like Kenyon Green was single-handedly destroying a dozen plays every game.
Oh, and now, Slowick talked about how, in last week's press conference, Slowick was talking about how they wanted to come out in the third quarter. So after the 2 games ago, I'm blanking on
Indianapolis.
The Colts game. We're going to come out and just establish ourselves in the second half. Yeah. He was talking about this before. Anyway, I think it was in the Green Bay game where they came out, and on the very first play, Kenyon Green got destroyed, pushed into the backfield. And then the next week, I think the same thing happened in the third quarter. So it's just been, there's been a common theme and a common denominator in a lot of the really bad plays for the Texans, where Slowick and Caserio and D'Amico will tell us, hey, this is just this is something that, it's multiple things all over the place, and, you can't blame it on one person. Well, man, one name keeps coming up a lot. And I see a lot.
Yep. Commodus shanked Russell Crowe right before their fight, is what the text page is saying. Yeah.
What a bastard.
Stabbed him in the back, is what it said, or knifed him in the stomach. I'm getting various body parts, but it sounds like Russell Crowe got stabbed by Commodus before the fight. All right, final segment coming up. Let's hear from C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud wants you guys to know this is a good football team. Also, what does he need to do more of? He was clear, very clear, on that yesterday. You'll hear from the Texans quarterback coming up next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic is where I will be headed tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday, right? Yeah, tomorrow's Friday.
lights up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Grills at the best price. It's Texas Star Grill Shop.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
The important topic on the 5 Hour Energy fan line right now is where exactly on the person of Maximus did Commodus stab him before the big fight?
Right.
Yeah, it says, I don't recall the scene, verbatim or whatever the visual verbatim is. There's a couple stomachs, there's a couple backs, there's some ribs, there's a rib cage. I'm going to go with rib cage because that's kind of in between the stomach and the back, like in a lung sort of place.
Yeah.
I'll go with.
It was, but he weakened him. It was a very dirty move by Commodus.
Yeah.
Very dirty move.
Very dirty.
It's one of those things that makes you so angry when you're watching the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Just there's nothing quite like really wanting somebody to die in a movie that it really gets you engaged with it. I try to do that as much as I can in real life. Like, okay, who are we going to pick that we really want to die?
Yeah.
And then it brings more drama to the situation.
Okay, I feel like this segment could be used as evidence someday.
I do that. I do that preemptively as a disincentive to me to actually murder people.
Gotcha.
I send them emails all the time of things that could be construed as murderous intent. So I'm like, okay, now I know.
Right.
Now I know I can't murder this person because I've already basically I've basically pointed the finger at myself. I better be careful. I better toe the line.
So
here.
like a restrictor plate almost for you, these emails.
Yeah.
Like I can't, this is going to keep me from doing this. I can't go to
Well, that's
jail.
like, remember, you didn't understand why I texted you that the other night when I said, you could just go away. And you were like...
I was confused,
The next day you texted me, you're like, what was this all about? And I was like, nothing, don't worry about it. Just consider yourself lucky.
Okay,
that's all I'll
I'm
say.
glad I know
just
now.
Consider yourself, hug your kids, okay? Yeah.
Mind your P's and Q's. All right, let's.
But isn't it cool that it's like perfectly? It's one of the great things about watching fiction is that it's perfectly acceptable for you to want this person to die.
It's excellent, yeah.
In a way that you can't get away with in real life.
Suspending disbelief.
Even with other. Yeah, like I could want King Joffrey to die a horrible, awful death.
Yeah.
But if all of a sudden I say that, I was watching an old Friends, and oh my God, I just wanted Ross to have some. I wish somebody would have stabbed him in the throat. Then all of a sudden, people think you're weird.
Yep.
I've found.
Yeah.
You
found.
So it's only within the confines of the actual, piece of art that you're watching. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Forwarding this text.
Back to football.
Forwarding this text to HPD right now. All right, CJ Stroud, have you been able to get, speaking of somebody nearly dying, CJ Stroud on the field has nearly died several times over the last few weeks thanks to his offensive line. Have you been able to figure some things out with the accomplices to your potential death on the field, CJ Stroud, your offensive line?
Yeah, I had a lot of great conversation with him, and I believe that sometimes it takes getting hit in the mouth and maybe getting hit in the mouth multiple times to wake up. And I believe that this is a wake up call for us to get things fixed. And understand, like, man, if we give ourselves a shot and we stay in the green, like we move the ball really well. We just got to finish. We got to be able to lose those one bad plays in a drive or those two bad plays or the penalties. It's always something. So if we can get rid of that, I believe that we can really be a great football team, and we already are, man. We're a really good football team. Like, there's no time to hang our heads down. It ain't that bad. Like, we gonna figure it out for sure.
And as you and I I feel like over the last hour and a half, we have kind of found our way to, hey, maybe there is something to this one play or two play, the few plays that are really damaging us.
Yeah.
And maybe there is something to it being the fault of one person, that if you replace with somebody who is merely slightly below average at their job.
Right.
As opposed to horrible.
I see the clip of Chris Sims is kind of floating around right now where he's explaining a lot of the Texans' offensive line issues and everything. It's that we've seen the entire season. It was that they've been making accommodations to protect the interior offensive line that makes it a lot harder for other people. You end up with tight ends blocking defensive ends. You end up with running backs blocking edge players, all these things. A lot of that is just because they've got to accommodate the weakness on the interior offensive line, but really mostly at left guard, more so than anywhere else. Everybody else on the offensive line, I could take those guys and say, all right, yeah, if you plug them into a team that's got four other good offensive linemen, this guy's not going to stick out like a sore thumb as the reason that their offense is struggling. We can't say that at left guard. So yeah, there's a chance that you do see a different version of the Texans just by if Jarrett Patterson steps in and plays passably well.
Yes,
and there's
passably
reasons for optimism with Jarrett Patterson. So we'll see. And I mean, for the pure experiment of it, it'd be nice. That's the only thing that would want me not having Nico Collins back this week. Don't get me wrong. I desperately want Nico Collins back this week. But it would be kind of cool if the Texans looked like a different offense and they did it without Nico Collins.
Yeah.
And then you get that added, this is what they can look like when they don't have to be petrified about pass protection, that it might actually be this much better when Nico Collins comes back.
I'll point out. They played if I'm not mistaken, they played the Cincinnati game last year without Nico Collins in Week 10. Nico was out for that game. They scored in Cincinnati with largely the same cast of characters. Now, they had Noah Brown in that game.
Noah Brown, yeah.
He was big in that
game,
difference. So that is a big difference. You're right. But still.
They had Noah Brown and Tank Dell.
Well, they had
Tank Dell almost got bisected in that game.
That's
Remember
right.
how hard he got hit?
Yeah, I forgot about that.
I thought he was going to be. I thought he was dead.
Yep.
I really did. I started saying prayers and lighting candles, and he came back the next series.
The battle red, the text message. The battle red jerseys will hide the fact that Kenyon stabbed CJ in the ribs. Come on now.
CJ stabbed Kenyon in the ribs.
Yeah.
That's a diabolical. I'll tell you what, CJ dislocating Kenyon Green's shoulder, that's when you start putting team needs above all else.
Yeah.
That's when CJ made the decision that, all right, if Bobby ain't going to do it, if D'Amico ain't going to do it, if Casario's too concerned about Kenyon Green being a first-round pick, then dag nabbit.
Yeah.
Which is a word that CJ uses a lot. Dag nabbit, I'm going to do it.
Consarn it, I'm going to use my butt to dislocate this guy's shoulder. And that's what he did.
What tarnation's going on out here?
That's what he did. What tarnations. Let's hear from C.J. Stroud. What does he need to work on? He's been off for a few extra days. What did you realize you needed to work on?
I would say I just gotta have more fun. I gotta realize, guys put a great talent in me, and I'm not playing for anybody else. First and foremost, I'm playing for him. I'm playing for my family, then my teammates. And I gotta remember that. I gotta remember, my priorities, and I can be joyful while suffering as well. So that's something that I plan to do in those moments, because when you're in these trials and tribulations, it teaches you things about yourself, and it teaches you to lean on him. And so that's what I plan to do, and just lean on his strength, and he's never forsaken me yet. So I plan to keep going, and just have fun while doing it. It's things I can get better, fundamentally wise for sure. Just getting the ball in my hand and things like that. But ultimately, I believe it's just having fun and being joyful while doing it.
I would say, Seth, the small sample size that we got of interaction on the various platforms after we played that clip earlier, including the 5-Hour Energy fan line, I would say it's skewed more positive pro CJ on that than it was negative, I think.
No, and I think it coming from CJ, it's different. I think it's when D'Amico, if D'Amico were to say the exact same thing, I think that's where people, there's going to be some people that just chafe against the positivity, I think. Just because that it rubs against your kind of movie version of a head football coach, and I think that a lot of people, they start feeling like, oh, that's participation trophy type attitude, and DeMeco's not that guy. Like DeMeco, it's just that DeMeco's going to deliver his message, but he is holding guys to high standards. And you're in a business where 50% of your roster gets turned over every year. The accountability is built into the fact that guys get swapped out if they're not getting the job done. So I don't worry about that. I think with CJ, I think there is that part where you want to hear him say that, because the alternative is, man, this guy's getting crushed, and what am I even doing?
It's ruining
here?
His spirit.
Yeah, you want to be sure that your quarterback's having fun. You want to be out there like Joe Montana, Yep. So, yeah, I think that finding that right balance for CJ especially, because CJ's just, I think what a lot of people misinterpreted as some kind of like quarterback personality issue or something pre-draft.
Yeah.
It was them not being able to read that, no, he's just really serious about what he does. Yeah. So CJ's the kind of, there's some guys where you got to tell them, like, all right, quit the grab-assing, guys, let's get to work. There's other guys that you got to manage by saying, all right, hey, look, no, you're not actually under as much stress or as much pressure as you think you are. Go out and have some fun. And, yeah, I think that's the perfect message. Yeah, CJ's never going to go to God and get a response from God. 11 for 30, CJ? Seriously? Are you kidding me? We've got fantasy rosters up here, 11 for 30?
And then he shoots a lightning bolt like near his feet just to scare him a little bit,
Yeah. Like, so it's good for CJ to be reminded that God's not, that's not the standard God is holding you to. Okay.
Yeah, man.
If you're keeping numero uno in mind, it's how are you treating your teammates? How are you competing? How are you how are you being an example to others? All those things. So which also do tend to lead to good winning. There you go.
You know what's nice about having Jimmy Ward back is that Jimmy Ward steps in front of microphones and talks. We love Jimmy Ward. He's one of our favorite interviews. What did he make of CJ to have more fun?
CJ was saying he wants this team to have more fun. They want to enjoy themselves. You guys need to enjoy yourselves more. As you've been watching the team, have you noticed the lack of passion? Have you noticed the lack of anything like that this team needs?
I can't tell. I'm looking at the defense. looking at K4 and looking at Petrie. I don't know. Them guys always hyped up. CB and them guys always amped up. So, but I get where he's coming from. I just feel like just on like every side of the ball, like offense, special teams, and defense, I feel like we just need more juice. So that's probably what he's saying.
Yeah, more juice.
So he basically just sold out the offense. He's saying, Jimmy, I interpret that as like, I mean, how much fun do you expect them to have when they're?
I'm only watching the defense, and they're having a hell of a time right now.
Yeah.
It's Jalen. He won't shut up. Yeah.
I should talk to CJ about having, sometimes if you have an abusive older brother, that you learn how to have fun while getting beat down. You got to learn at some point. You're like, all right, I just got to stop caring about having. I got to stop caring about some of these things. And you know what? I can actually take a lot of pain, and I'm still going to figure out a way to have fun doing it.
He should hire you as a fun consultant. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like this is how it's. I'm on a higher set, paying by the hour.
You got to learn to take pride in your ability to withstand punishment, really.
Yeah.
So every time you get hit in the kidneys 2.3 seconds after the snap, look at it as a point of pride. They're like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to pop right up, and I'm having fun doing it.
There you go. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, gentlemen, great to see you as always. How are you feeling? How are you handicapping the likelihood of Nico Collins and or Will Anderson playing this weekend based on them not practicing yesterday and DeMeco being very clear on Texans All Access this week about how he handles injuries in a very conservative, must-practice fashion?
Yeah, that's that. All you laid it out perfectly.
Yeah.
I am not holding out hope. I'm going to go ahead and assume the worst and then be pleasantly surprised.
It's a good way to approach
it, because
Reggie.
I'm beginning to learn.
Yeah.
I'm learning my lessons here. With the hopeful, the Jimmy Ward one that 1 week did it for me, where it's like he practiced on Friday and I was like, here he comes.
Yeah.
And then on game day he doesn't play. Yeah. So I was like, okay, cool. Yeah, I've learned my lesson.
You've been Texaned. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, Henry To'oTo'o too. He came back,
That's right.
and I mean that's just concussion protocol. But yeah, you can't read too much into it either way. I think
recent history tells us. How you feeling about it, John?
What he said, I'm just looking around the studio here. This looks like a hotel room that Van Halen stayed in.
Well, yeah, dude.
I mean, there's just stuff broken everywhere.
Dude, I know. This mic broke it. I don't
Look
like
at this one.
I don't like to complain about it on the air, so
But basically
I haven't.
what he said.
I
was just like,
no, let's complain about this. This thing was held together literally with a zip tie.
I actually want to talk about something entirely different. I want to talk about the fun and getting beat up. Like Seth, what we're talking about here, doesn't that lead to being the guy where you're like, punch me in the ribs, like punch me in the abs.
Yeah.
No, hit me.
Here, we're even, right?
It won't hurt. No,
We're even,
hit me right now.
Hit me, guy. Hit me, guy.
Yeah.
CJ.
Sometimes athletes need to learn that you're not. You can do more than you think you can, and whether you're not as tired as you think you are, and you're not in as much pain as you think you are, and you can kind of just take learn to embrace the suck. And there's an element there, and like being able to have fun no matter how much it sucks.
There you go.
Would that sell as a line of merch? Embrace the suck.
Embrace the suck. Yeah. If your team is tanking for the first overall pick, maybe.
You know what, Sean? I've told you this before. The book by I'm blanking on his name. He was a Tour de France. Greg LeMond.
Yeah.
I read a book by Greg LeMond when I was like 13 years old. He was a Tour de France winning cyclist back before Lance Armstrong.
Yeah.
And one of his, he pointed out several times that like the ability to suffer is an athletic trait.
Yeah.
And that there's an ability to suffer and to be ugly in yourself, like just to be ugly and suffering and miserable and still going on, that is an athletic trait. And a lot of guys get to the NFL without having had to really endure any suffering because they've been so physically dominant their entire lives.
Yeah, man.
And that's hard to coach into somebody
at
an advanced age, at age 22 or 28. Like CJ's been through suffering, you know, like he's learned to manage some of that. I feel it feels like offensively at times there's guys out there that lack the athletic trait of being able to withstand suffering.
Tolerance, pain tolerance, whatever it may be. Pain, mental or psychological or physical pain, whatever the combination of that is. All right, we are done. We are out of time. Set you for Friday tomorrow.
And I hope you are blessed with much suffering.
Thank you.
Blessed.
I have been, and I will be. And I thank
Sean,
you
I
for
can
that.
make it go away at any point.
Yeah, you've texted me.
I can make it go away real quick.
I'm aware. I'm aware.
Yeah.
All right, we're done. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
You're damn right we start right now on a Thursday here in the loop. You heard the man.
Mm-hmm.
We got Lopez, we got Fig, we got myself, Reggie. Let's have some fun. Get involved with the fun by hopping on the YouTube, hop on the Twitch. We see all y'all there. YouTube is Sports Radio 610, Twitch is 610 Houston. But of course, shout out to 5 Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans for the 5 Hour Energy fan line. That's how you get involved. Text it 713-572-4610. How you living, Lopez?
I am fantastic, man. I really am. What a great week we have here. Obviously, doing radio with you and Figgy is always a blast.
Is it?
And yeah, it is.
Okay.
It is. And we've got holidays coming up.
Don't do that.
I got my brand new TV, by the way.
Okay.
Flexing in front of Sean Pendergast.
Sean's got multiple TVs.
What'd you get?
85-inch TCL, the 4K HD.
Oh, cool. What are your second and third TVs?
50, hold on.
Got him.
50 and 50.
All in the same room?
No, God, no.
Okay,
I'm not sick.
He walks around the house in order to...
I got one in the bar, which is a mere few steps away. You've seen it.
Good. Yeah, I have. No, I'm happy for you. 85 is nice.
Dude, I sat down. I was watching
85's nice.
Everything. Like everything.
Did you pull up YouTube and just watch 4K videos?
I watched the Bite Me podcast on YouTube.
All right.
I said, look at
that's
me.
Okay. I was going to congratulate
that's a
you
little
about
tough.
this.
That's not a little tough. That's a lot tough.
Sit down and watch
himself.
No, I watched everything, and then I said, hey, I wonder what YouTube looks like.
That is sick behavior.
I was watching The Lincoln Lawyer. I was watching like action movies and then romantic movies, just like snippets of each one. And then and I said, I wonder what YouTube looks like. I said, I know what.
Let me look at myself. Yeah, wait, did you just throw in there? Watched a couple rom-coms.
I did, just like 10 minutes, because we had the surround sound too. Just shaking the whole room.
Well, I had a fantastic segue, but I would like to turn to the 5-Hour Energy fan line where I've recently learned an interesting piece of information from the 832. Apparently, Embrace the Suck was used in the late 80s in the U.S. Marine Corps.
I believe it.
That was used as doing a cursory Google search.
Yeah.
Apparently that is true. Like the Navy SEALs and the Marine Corps, like various places.
That's exactly what Seth was talking about.
That absolutely
Suffer.
what he's talking about.
Suffer.
Did they trademark it?
I don't know that they trademarked it.
Okay, well, let's go. Get you an 85-inch TV, Reggie.
Well, I wish I would. Well, I mean, look. I was going to say that's a great way to watch this game on Sunday night if you have that option, or if you have the option like we do to watch it at NRG Stadium on Sunday Night Football. We'll see if they actually open the roof because we've seen that blimp.
I saw a blimp.
Around.
Yeah.
I feel like you probably open the roof if there's a blimp flying around. What ultimately happens there? But this game, we have to have the conversation of, is this a tipping point game? Now, Lopez, why do you set this up in that way?
Because a lot of times when I ask you guys a question, I already have my answer. Of course, so
that's fair.
I know what my answer is. And so my question is this: is this a tipping point game? Is this a game that's going to tell you what the Texans really are? And couple that with some frustration, which was pretty evident out of NRG yesterday. Even though they tried to hide it, they didn't do a very good job of hiding their frustration.
No.
And the frustration of people like us and the frustration of fans who
their frustration themselves and the frustrations about our frustrations. It got a little meta.
Yeah.
Like, I do wonder how many levels can we get to this of frustrations
fans
on top of frustrations.
On YouTube and Twitch and our text board. Like, my answer is yes, this is a tipping point game. Even though you don't expect to win. If you suck, since we were using that word.
If you suck and have to embrace it.
And you have to embrace it whether you like it or not. I feel like we're going to go down a very, very divergent path from where we've been all year long.
That's interesting because for me, the answer is no.
Okay.
And expectation does a lot of this, right? I've been doing a lot of thinking about expectation. We mentioned, was it yesterday, a couple days ago, that it's really funny to think how the framing of this season has made us feel certain things.
Mm-hmm.
The season prior, this was a team that at 10 games through the season was 6-4.
Yeah.
And it felt great. Now, of course, you also come into that 6-4 on 3 games thing. If you lose this game, which according to Vegas you are supposed to lose, right? You'd be 6-4.
Yeah.
And it seems like it would feel entirely different just because of the framing of the expectations that we have. But in this game, again, I come back to the fact that I didn't check what the odds were as of more recently.
3.5.
But 3.5. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot it did move a little bit. But, you are the underdog in this game at home. In addition to, like, you look at this Lions team, and they are one of the more well-rounded teams in the league. They are in any conversation, like every conversation that's had about the best teams in the league, you have to bring up the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
I think with all of that being said, I don't know that this ends up being a tipping point game because this could be one of those games where you just get beat, right? And I understand that then you still have to look at the quality of the Texans' performance.
Yeah.
But I can see how they would still not have great quality because they haven't had great quality against teams before them or before these Lions teams that were not nearly as good. So I understand that it would be tougher for you to get right against a Lions team that is really, really good.
Yeah, Figgy, I want to get your answer, but let me rebut what you said there, Reggie.
Go for it,
because I do disagree for this reason. You were supposed to be on this tier. Like, if you lose this game to the Detroit Lions, which arguably are the best team in the NFL, I get that. But you were supposed to be, we talked about it when the schedule came out.
Sure.
Boy, I bet you the networks are going to have some fun with, this could be a Super Bowl preview game.
Right.
You know, these are two of the best teams in their respect. So what I'm saying, Figgy, is like, this was supposed to be a tier 1 versus a tier 1 game that means everything and could really be a statement type game. If you lose this game, and especially if, and they're expected to lose, but especially if you look bad up front after no trades and everything, there is no, I will come in here on Monday saying this is a second tier team. I'm sorry, but this is a second tier team.
I mean, is it supposed to, or did we kind of get ahead of ourselves a little bit?
Both, probably.
I do think it's both.
Yeah, because I do – look, this is C.J. Stroud's second year, and I know everybody kept talking about, he might – the league going to catch up to him and all that stuff. But I feel like it's really possible we kind of took a couple steps too far, and maybe this is the reality. Maybe we mentioned it a couple days ago. Maybe we're Detroit of a couple years ago.
Yeah, and look, I think that you're right. Like it was a little bit of both. This team absolutely, we got ahead in trying to crown them, Lopez. But in addition to that, they gave us those impressions. They went and they were aggressive in trying to push this team with their additions and with the way they crafted this team into a place where they were a Super Bowl contender. That was clearly the expectation. But here's the thing, John, is the idea. That felt weird. I don't like calling you John. This is where we get to that place, is that context matters.
I'm not used to it.
I know.
It's either,
weird.
Hey, OG, Lopez.
You should have called him.
Yeah,
John is my Reginald.
Okay.
Yeah.
I respect
People
that.
call me either Lopez or the OG, AOG.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. But
your family call you JPL, though.
They call me JPL. Yeah, you can
I was
call me,
like, what?
No, they all call me JPL because of, again, my middle initial thing.
No, I understand. I understand that, but I'm just like, I'm trying to decide how much I like that.
No, my daughter said, hey, JPL.
Yeah, I'll circle back around on whether or not I like that. Not that anybody needs to know.
I'll be like, hey, Pops.
Yeah. Yeah, man, that's absolutely the way to go. But where was I? Oh, yes, the idea that, but context matters, right? Like, that's one of the things that really helps us be better at, paying attention to things and like being more accurate on things. Yes, the start of the season, that was how this team was viewed, and that's how we perceived this team. We got 9 weeks of evidence that, okay, they're not quite that. And so with the context, understanding that they have not been able to get themselves all the way together, or I know D'Amico Ryans said, well, this is still a good team or what have you. Like, I hear you on that, and that's why we've been so frustrated that you have not put that on tape. But we know that they haven't put that on tape, so the idea that now I'm expecting them to put that on tape against the biggest challenge that you've had thus far, like, I think that might be a little unfair to then hinge your expectations upon that in your evaluation.
Yeah. 713-572-4610. Sorry about that.
No, you're good.
Because this was supposed to happen, and it's not just overzealous expectations, which maybe we had, but
you weren't alone in it. But you were leading the band. I do want to make sure that's
what did the experts say? What did this team say with its, hey, we're going to get Stephon Diggs. Hey, we're going to get Joe Mix. Like this, it's kind of like a justification. Like, oh, you know what? Maybe we got ahead of ourselves. They didn't.
You're right.
Yeah.
But, I mean, halfway through the season, we've seen that has not been the case. There's still time for you to get yourself into a better place, but I don't expect that to snap into reality immediately, and I especially don't expect that to snap into reality in the most difficult situation that you have right here, right? And also against a team that matches up nicely against what you do well, what they do well, those types of things, right? And what you don't do well, right?
Yeah.
Like, they match up nicely. So the idea that, all right, not only does this team have to fix something that for some reason they have not been able to fix in the previous 9 weeks, they've got to do it in the harshest situations. I'm willing to give a little bit of grace on if this does not go the way that you would hope, without, completely damning what's happening and calling it like a tipping point towards the negative. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say we kind of all drunk a little too much Kool-Aid, man. I think the offseason was amazing. I wouldn't take that back at all, but I just think we kind of drunk a little too much Kool-Aid.
Well, I don't, but I will end it on a high note here. Because foremost, they told us that they felt they were a contender with their actions. We are not the only ones. Like, experts around the league.
I feel like everybody drunk the Kool-Aid a little bit. Experts.
But was it Kool-Aid when they're going to get upper-tier players to be an upper-tier team is my point. Stephon Diggs and Joe Mixon in particular, much less Al-Shaair.
Yeah, it's supposed to do. Like, I don't fault them for that, but I still think it's an attitude in that locker room of, maybe they felt like they couldn't be beaten, and now I think reality is setting in. That's a whole different
topic right there.
Yeah, I think reality is setting in. I don't know if they ate. You ate the rat poison or the cheese and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I think everybody ate something.
Well, and this is where I want to kind of end it with the possibility of this being a really good weekend.
Mm-hmm.
If they do take a major step, if they do win, if they do get an offensive line performance that is really just the mean, average of offensive line performances, then then they're in a place where, hey, we just beat the Lions. We're 7-3.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a cupcake, portion of the schedule coming up before the end of the year against the Chiefs and the Ravens. Then all of a sudden, maybe that momentum starts to shift. But that's why to me is the definition of tipping point. Like if they look ugly and look ugly, let's be honest here, man. We thought this was going to be a Super Bowl type preview game. It's not. It's not anywhere close. Sure. So if they look ugly, it's going to veer off wide, crazily to one direction. But if they don't, if they get just good performances and CJ works his magic and Joe Mixon runs for more than 100 yards and you win on national TV on Sunday Night Football, no less, then we're going to be rubbing our hands together saying, all right, maybe they've turned the corner. It's a tipping point game to me.
The reason why I'm not willing, you're right on the positive side, rather. If they're able to put these things together and find the details and, become detail-oriented in the ways that they simply have not been to this point, yeah, we're going to start talking about them different. 100%. Like, I'm not even going to lie about that. I'm not in the place where, how does it get more negative than the way that we've already discussed it? Like, I don't think it veers off into a crazy place if you aren't able to best a Detroit Lions team, or if you look as disjointed on the offensive line as you have looked all season long, really, right? Like, I don't understand where are you going that place
because
where it
there's
tips
no
to the
fall
negative.
guy. There's no Kenyon Green. That's how.
Okay.
To me, that's how. Because it'll be more about the whole offensive line and Bobby Slow. You don't think Bobby Slow is going to be catching some heat if they look so bad? He's already catching some heat.
Right. So, look, tipping point or not, like, this is going to be quite a big game, regardless of whether or not DeMeco Ryans wants to call it that specifically, right? All games are big games or what have you. This is a big game, if for no other reason than it's prime time. Sunday night at NRG, you have the Detroit Lions coming in, and when it comes to primetime games, what I will say is it might be a tipping point from a national perspective because people parachute in on these national games, and they become big in dictating how people view the way that you are as a team. We remember, like, as we were watching from this closer perspective that we have, seeing the team not quite getting it right, especially offensively, we were like, okay, you got to win. However, there's stuff to clean up. However, they're not really shifted.
No.
And then you get on national TV on Thursday night and lose to the Jets, and everybody goes, whoa, right? That can continue to push in that way if you lose on Sunday night in a national way. But I think we've been close enough that we've been able to see all these things.
Yeah.
I don't think that we'll be surprised if there's some issues there because there have been issues there, right? Like, that's the path that seems like it's the one of least resistance, is that they don't necessarily fix everything and they continue having those same struggles.
On YouTube, Toby says we are, in fact, a Tier 2 team. Another listener, Frank, says the team is Tier 1, the offensive line is Tier 3. And that's why I feel like, the upper tier is where this game should be played. This game was put on Sunday Night Football.
Yeah.
Before we got a glimpse of these teams, because they were supposed to be Tier 1 teams. And I keep saying that because, we know the Tier 1 teams in the NFL now. The template is being established. The pattern is established. The Bills, the Chiefs, the Ravens, NFC, Commanders, and obviously the Lions. Are the Texans on that tier? No.
Not as of right now, but the problem is the possibility, the potential is still there.
Yeah.
Right? It's not even that it was there. It's still there.
It's still there. Sounds like you're saying that this is a tipping point game.
All right. 832 agrees with you. They say it's still believe it's a tipping point. They don't have to win, but it depends on how you look.
That too.
If you lose. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Just getting going on this Thursday. We'll get to talk to our guy, ND Kalu. But before we get there, it's Chris Sims, who's, obviously works for NBC, does some quarterback analysis and such on the NFL. Is he right about this issue with CJ Stroud and the offense? I'll tell you what that is next.
Sunday Night Football is coming back to
having this 3 primetime games and 3 in 3 straight games, right? And you did not take advantage of the first opportunity Thursday night, Sunday night at home. And then I think the real situation where you absolutely need to show up, maybe the real tipping point in my perspective, tipping point game, Monday Night Football against the Dallas Cowboys, the woeful and sad Dallas Cowboys. But regardless, as we go, that is next week. This week, however, you're dealing with the Lions, and you're trying to get quite a few things together. And, offense is clearly one of those. Offensive line comes up a good amount. But C.J. Stroud has started coming under fire for some things. And I don't know if this is him coming under fire or, Bobby Slowick coming under fire. But Chris Sims, this is Chris Sims, works for NBC and does a lot of quarterback evaluation, those types of things. This is him on what he believes to be the issue with this offense of CJ.
Bobby Slowick is not doing enough to help C.J. Stroud right now. C.J. Stroud right now is being misused, and it's a shame. When C.J. Stroud goes 10 for 30, there's an issue. It's the most accurate quarterback in football. Like I said on Sunday night, this is institutional. This is a problem with their offense overall.
You just saw those last 3 games for C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Those are basically 2 of his worst 3 games. What was working last year? Is it just that other defenses have figured it out?
I think so. I think there's a little bit of that. Here's my biggest problem. They're not teaching C.J. Stroud anything about pass protection or where he's got to go with the football. That shows up because when they get tricked with certain blitzes, you could tell C.J. Stroud is like, they said they were going to handle all these things. Where's my hot route? I didn't even know who we were supposed to blitz or not. They blitzed 5. We had 5 offensive linemen. I thought we'd be okay. That's kind of what they told me all week in meetings. They're doing a disservice to him. Nobody's really taught him about what's going on here and what happens if that guy doesn't come and this guy doesn't blitz and do all that. He's back there just, wait, hey, anybody open? Oh, wait, I think I'm protected. Let me look around. Anybody open? Yeah, I think life is hard on him right now.
I like the way he did that.
Yeah, I do appreciate to the bit, right? He was like, I will fully attempt to embody this version of C.J. Stroud that I'm trying to show.
But look around.
Yeah. Lopez, do you agree with that assessment that Bobby Slowick has not properly equipped C.J. Stroud to deal with the pressure and, the changing defenses that they're seeing this year?
Look, first of all, that's not a criticism of C.J. Stroud.
Okay.
At all. Because I think that's very much a criticism of Bobby Slowick, and whether it's the offensive line or giving C.J. Stroud, which I would be leaning this way, giving C.J. Stroud the ability to make the calls at the line. They're putting most of them on Juice Scruggs.
Yeah, Juice is as a center, and usually when it comes to setting protection, it's one of 2 players. It's either the quarterback or the center, and usually that also is somewhat dictated by experience, right? If you have an experienced quarterback, maybe they'll do that, or if you have a more experienced center and the offensive line and a really smart one at that. Not to saying that there's dumb linemen there. I feel like in order to play line at any level, or especially at these high levels, you got to be some level of smart at what you're doing. You put it at the foot of the center. But yeah, it seems like Juice Scruggs, and that's one of the odd things about this team is you have a couple of young guys in both of those important positions. Right. But Juice handles a lot of those. And according to DJ Bieniemy, everybody on the line and people that you would ask around that says that Juice does a good job.
Yes. So then it's obviously recognition or coaching in terms of what to see. To have in your recognition. So it's not C.J. Stroud. And, DJ Bieniemy, as you just said, saying the team says Juice Scruggs is doing a good job. Well, that kind of narrows it down now, doesn't it? That kind of narrows it down in terms of the scheme, which Clint talks about a lot. And, some of the little subtle elements of the scheme are recognizing or at least trying to predict where the protection is going to come from if there's an extra guy or if somebody needs help on the backside or whatever it may be. That narrows it down to Bobby Slowick.
Yeah, and I feel like, and this comes in on the 5 Hour Energy fan line from the 713, now this dude is presuming too much. And I do think that he extrapolated too far in some of this, talking about how CJ is just looking around like, oh, they told me that this would be handled. I don't think that that's where this is coming from. But I do think that there probably could be more that is given when it comes to answers for some of the test questions of, we're going to heat you up, we're going to send simulated pressure, or we're going to send blitzes. And, because we've seen smart people, both linemen, quarterbacks, all these things that are in this media space, look at and break down film and say, okay, this protection doesn't make sense for what you're seeing here. And it seems like there's lapses in some of those things sometimes. And so
that scheme.
There's scheme, and then there's also, we've seen, and maybe this was more early on in the season, where it just feels like there aren't hots, right? There aren't hot routes or opportunities to get the ball out quickly when pressure is indeed coming, which is, again, another indication that maybe there aren't as many answers being given for CJ to where now he has to go and, sit back here and hold the ball, or maybe not has to, but does then hold the ball looking for somebody to be open down the field where he doesn't have it doesn't take the pressure coming.
And so, when you talk about, and I go back to this maybe too much, but I thought it was very telling when you talk about everything on the table. Was that on the table? Is it on the table? Is it something we're going to see this week?
What, CJ
where
calling
CJ says,
or doing those?
look, he's the one pointing right here, right there, and right there, telling the guys who they got or what the breakdown would be. I don't know. We'll find out. But this is not, you just heard Chris Sims talk about there. This is not C.J. Stroud has all of a sudden lost accuracy. He's had bad games because he's been sort of rattled. He's missed some players because he's been sort of rattled, but I don't think anybody thinks he's all of a sudden lost his accuracy.
Yeah, and I think I bring this back. In my mind, this feels inextricably tied to the piece in the Ringer that I was talking about. Was it earlier this week, last week, about Patrick Mahomes and the checkdowns? Like, I think that some of this is also facilitating more understanding that teams are making it hard for you to get downfield with some of the things that you're doing, and looking for some of the quicker developing routes that you can have as safety blankets to get the ball out and get the ball to people in space. And this is a very interesting matchup for that, because on the other side of the ball, that's what Jared Goff does fantastically. Just get the ball to your playmakers in space and allow them to do a lot of the work schematically, right? Like, this is going to be a very interesting juxtaposition this week with Bobby Slowick, who is, billed as young, young genius, savant play caller, across from Ben Johnson, who is also young genius, savant play caller, but actually getting it done at a higher level right now.
Yeah, and, sharing with you earlier, and we don't have to play it or anything, but another, pretty well-respected back, Chase Daniel, said almost the exact same thing without the acting skills and without necessarily like.
And if you can't act, you're not getting played.
Yeah, if you can't act, you're not getting played. But he said that the Texans' problem right now, C.J. Stroud's problem right now, is protection.
Well, sure.
I mean, we knew that, but he's not just talking about offensive linemen breaking down either. He's talking about what we mentioned here, like how they're sort of attacking different protection issues.
Yeah, so game plan you would hope to see get significantly better. And I also really hope in going back, we were talking about D'Amico Ryans on the Coacher Show mentioning that, self-scout particularly gets big in these, quarters of the season that you take an opportunity and really evaluate, and you just got past the halfway point. Hopefully, like, that self-scout and that evaluation helps the offense and the offensive decision makers, namely Bobby Slowick, to empower CJ with more of those answers, and empower Juice to have more of the pass protections that will actually give them the opportunity to really attack things. And one of the things that we can all understand and agree, hopefully Nico Collins returns. Someone asked on the Twitch, do we know if Nico is coming back soon? He is eligible to be return or designated for return from IR or dealing with that hamstring injury. However, he didn't practice yesterday, and we didn't get a lot of news on that to that end. DJ Bieniemy, again, coming back to the ESPN reporter that covers these Texans, he says, by the way, if the Texans don't announce that wide receiver Nico Collins had before practice, then it's probably a key indicator that he won't practice.
It probably is.
So we will be watching that space to see if maybe we can get some insight on whether your number one wide receiver will be available to help CJ in those ways. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. It's about time for our question of the day. And I know that D'Amico Ryans lets us know that you can't do this. This is not how it works. However, if you could, just lift a player from another team and plop them on this Texas team, what player would you pick? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss that next.
Thirsty Thursday Up.
SportsRadio.com and get 35% off with your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code
Phil. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It's time for the question of the day. Get involved on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, 713-572-4610. I take you to D'Amico Ryans yesterday in his availability, which, by the way, if we were going to go earlier in the week and say, I don't know if that was a good availability for him. This one, I thought it was a good availability for him.
It was something.
He gave us a little more insight. I think that for me personally, I felt like I got something out of it. Now he could still be a little ornery in his particular way,
but that's getting something out of it.
I thought it was too, and so I found this one to be interesting, and this inspires our question of the day. He was asked if he re-emphasized his confidence with this Texans team, especially the O-line after the trade deadline passed.
I didn't emphasize anything to our team. Like, we have the guys we have. I mean, everybody thinks the trade deadline comes and you're gonna, find this guy who's gonna save your team. I don't see it that way, right? Transactions were made across the league, parts available to do a trade. Everybody's antsy about trades. It's not just us going and taking somebody from another team. People have to be available, and the trade has to be on good terms for everyone. So I know everybody's in an uproar about us trading at the deadline. It's like it's not from a lack of us working to get our team better and improve our team, but there's no savior coming to save our team, and there has to be two parties involved in trading.
I felt like that was he really wanted to make it clear that, hey, it wasn't that we didn't try. There were, but you got to have two to tango. And he threw out the line. It's not like you're just going to go and pull somebody from, or not exactly the line, but in theory, like you're not just going to go pull somebody from another roster. But what if you could?
What if you could?
What if you could just pull somebody from somebody else from another roster and plop them on this Texans team? Which one or what player would you drop onto this team, Lopez?
All right, so I have two. Maybe three, but I can't come up.
Look at Jess.
But I can't come up with a name. I'm gonna land on one.
Okay,
I'm gonna land on one. But
let's talk through
it. Two came to mind. The second one was we're gonna see on Sunday night. Lions tight end Sam Laporta.
Sam Laporta's a fun one.
That dude is a badass.
Not only is he a badass, Sam, he could do a little blocking too.
That's why. No offense, but I still think okay.
No offense to who? No offense to who?
To Dalton.
Okay.
Yeah. But here's
my man just said no offense, like, and moved on. Like, all right, and that's it.
That guy. I want a badass guard. We're sitting here saying, okay, well, maybe Patterson. Maybe it's scheme. I want a badass at left guard.
That was the thing, is I knew, like, that feels like the most evident single position that people would come up with. But I was like,
we're going to see him next week.
Is that the line, or is that the place that you go, this is the most bang for my buck? And I was wondering how many people would go to give me a guard as opposed to give me a high level wide receiver. Give me some, you know what I mean? Like I was wondering how many people would go to different places here.
This people right here, the one with two thumbs pointing at myself.
Okay, very
because
good.
Just imagine like if you had Tyler Smith.
Yeah.
Like Tyler Smith is a monster.
Big, strong, physical dude. Yeah.
Cowboys left guard too.
He
right?
plays left guard, so you wouldn't even have to move him.
Wouldn't even have to move him. You just plopped him in there. All of a sudden, how good does Juice Scruggs get? Of course, we know Laramie Tunsil.
That could be huge on Juice Scruggs because, again, Juice Scruggs as a center, like, you depend a lot on those guys next to you, and I do wonder how many of his struggles have been in some ways playing next to Kenyon, who has been,
and we pointed him out some.
Yeah.
But that guy's really, really good. All pro already, right?
I believe so. I'll double check on that. But yeah, Tyler has been a very good guard early.
But he's really, really good.
And he's young as well.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you'd be able to get that. I don't know. I really was considering the amount of time that you would get an opportunity with him.
Yeah.
But that would be an interesting one. Mm-hmm. I was thinking in a similar place when it came to guard of one of the ones that came to mind. But I keep forgetting which side he plays, and I really should remember. But Joe Thuney.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Thuney.
Yeah. I don't know what side he plays.
I think he might play right guard, but on the Kansas City Chiefs, 31 years of age. But that's part of the appeal for me.
Yeah,
he's a veteran.
Yeah,
and not like he is a grizzled vet. He is one who has done this at a high level. He is highly respected. And he can run great. Like he can get up, he can run block well, he can pass block well. Like he is one of those guys that the Kansas City Chiefs went and got after that Super Bowl where they had Patrick Mahomes out here looking crazy, throwing passes horizontal to the field just because he was just trying to fight. They were like, oh, that can't happen ever again. Let's go get Joe Thuney. And if you are looking at a quarterback and going, that can't happen again, that sounds a lot like what I'm feeling with C.J. Stroud. Give me a Joe Thuney who can get in that guard position and really, help as a veteran leader guy in addition to being a dude who does this really well.
Yeah, so I got like 3 of them, man.
Yeah, we're going to bounce around on them.
Yeah, so the first one I thought about was George Kittle. Just give me George Kittle, man. Somebody that could just throw the ball to, or he can make it happen.
Kind of like me with Laporta.
Yeah, he could just drag you to the end zone.
Yeah, 281 is there with you as well. Yeah, they said they think adding him elevates all aspects of the offense, allows the run game to be more effective with his blocking, downfield threat, effective as a dual threat, and I think also like, hey man, that's a dude that creates real mismatches. Like teams have to really consider what they're doing when he's playing. I think that's an interesting name to throw up there for sure.
Yeah. Another one. I'm with y'all with the guards. Give me Joe Bitonio, man. Give me Joe Bitonio. He's been one of the best guards in the league for a little bit. Reliable. Give me somebody like that. And the last one, I don't think we necessarily need, but give me Trent Williams, man. Just a badass, man. That's right. Laramie, stay on the side for a little bit.
Everybody wants him.
Watch how it's really done.
Yeah. Man, there's a lot of people that have gone offensive line, right? 832 also with you there on Trent Williams. 631. Tristan Wirfs from Tampa. Absolutely. Very good offensive lineman. So many offensive linemen came in. 281 Quentin Nelson. Or they had Chris Jones, and that's the first defensive player I've seen come in on the 5-Hour Energy fan line. Were there any defensive players that came up for you that you were
That's my third one.
Okay.
And this is the one I need your help on because I'm trying to think of the best nickel slot defender because that changes everything too. If you can just plug someone in there, someone that playing at a very high level can cover the slot.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to come up with a name.
I came up. This is somebody we could have had. But Kyle Hamilton,
I'm looking at him right now.
Kyle Hamilton would be huge.
Oh, man.
He is truly a safety, but he's a safety that does it all with physicality and an ability to cover and rangy.
And you could have got him, man, but you traded back and got Kenyon Green.
Yep.
Yeah.
One pick before Kenyon Green.
Like that's just Kenyon Green's always going to have that around his neck. Yeah, that one's just going to hang.
That's unfortunate too, man.
One of the ones that came up for me is perpetual fan favorite Cooper DeJean. For the Eagles.
Why is that, by the way?
He's a white corner.
Yeah, he's a white quarterback, man. Like I love the idea. I feel like this is where racism has indeed affected the white man. And I feel like as somebody who detests racism in all forms and facets, that this needs to stop, man. White dude can't play cornerback. I'm like, if a white dude can play slot corner, he can play cornerback.
Jason Sehorn ain't the only one that can play.
Yeah.
And every time these dudes come in as a cornerback from the college, people try and move them to safety immediately. I'm
he's not a corner.
Let him play corner. He can play. And Cooper DeJean has absolutely been able to do that. Of course, the natural caveat that always comes up with Pro Football Focus, right? It's not the end-all, be-all. It's inexact science. However, when it comes to coverage grades for all cornerbacks, Cooper DeJean, fourth best while doing a lot of these good things in coverage in the slot. I think that would be an interesting add, especially to help with Jalen Petrie when you get in those man-type situations, those clear and obvious passing situations.
I'm starting to, like, as we're talking this through, I'm starting to think that a badass slot corner might have a bigger impact on the team overall than even a badass left guard.
Or maybe
your strength is defense.
Another badass corner, outside corner, and then Kamari can move inside as well. That's also because that was where you had originally thought that he would be playing regardless. And this is another one from the 346. You will see him across the field from your Texans on Sunday. Brian Branch. As a safety from the
Lions. Sure are mentioning a lot of Lions.
That's a really well-built team, and they did it over like 3 seasons thereabouts, right? Like they just kind of continued to accumulate talent that plays the right way and that fits in the scheme. And Brian Branch, he be ranging, man. It feels like there's been multiple plays that immediately come to mind where it's just like that dude, the ball goes up and he finds the football. That's going to be something to really concern yourself with this week on Sunday.
Can we plot coordinators? When mine taking Ben Johnson? Give me Ben Johnson over here, man.
Oh, that guy's going to be. You're only going to have him for a couple of months.
Hey, man, that's all we need.
Yeah. That would be a really fun experiment to see how much of this is the offensive line and how much of this is Ben Johnson's personal prowess as well. Because can you do it with the offensive line, or at least the offensive line play that you've gotten out of these Texans to this point? Some other ones that come up, 832 says, give me Dexter Lawrence, another defensive tackle there. 832, AJ Boye, another cornerback coverage guy. Vita Vea, Marshawn Lattimore, who just got moved from the Saints. Where'd he end up again? I'll have to
Commanders.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He went to the Commandos, yes. Yeah. So that one there. Kyle Hamilton comes in a few times. Kittle, Thuney. But it seems like a lot of people are in the same place. Offensive linemen, clearly that guard spot. Some cornerback situations, maybe safeties. And then some people are just like, make the defensive line even better.
But that's my argument. Like, if you're clearly a defensive, defense first team,
right.
Even though we thought it would be the other way around. Hell, give me a nickel corner. Give me that defensive tackle.
I'm surprised no one went with like a linebacker, someone like Fred Warner. He's in the system.
Yeah.
And can you imagine Fred Warner next to Azeez Al-Shaair?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Right? Duke could cover as well. Mm-hmm. Somebody said, can we just have the Lions' whole roster? They can keep Goff.
I thought about that, man. would you swap the whole roster for roster?
Quarterback is key.
Well, yeah, the quarterback ends up being an interesting space, but probably into what their team has done. I forgot their general
what an
name
interesting
right
question
moment.
that. Yeah. Because I think the answer for me is probably 2. And you got some studs here.
They got a lot of pieces, man.
Yeah.
From running back to receiver. Mm-hmm. Man, they got a lot of pieces, man.
Somebody, I hadn't even gone to this place. Somebody said, well, J.J. Watt for O-line, of course. 832. I love CJ, but why wouldn't you take Mahomes? That's an interesting thing that you could probably discuss. The idea of just if you could, just grab someone from another roster and plop them in, why would you not take the dude who is widely considered to be the best guy in the league, at least when it comes to playing quarterback, and Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, you're not talking about 10 years. You're talking about like just take him.
Yeah.
Would you take Lamar Jackson over CJ?
I don't think
now
so.
We're getting a little hacky now.
Yeah. I feel like you need a very particular style of team to really benefit or use.
Hey, that's a 2-time MVP, man.
He absolutely is.
Maybe 3-time.
He absolutely is. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That was our question of the day. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, including because this man in division missed a game this week. We'll talk about that and more next.
Sunday. content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's get into Around the NFL, which is brought to you by Quick Assist. Got extra game day tickets? Turn them into cash with Quick Assist. Download Quick Assist from your app store today to find H-Town fans looking for seats. That's Quick Assist, QUICKASYST. Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. All right, so when it comes to the AFC South, there are a few quarterbacks that are of note. Clearly, C.J. Stroud is the cream of the crop. Who was supposed to be a very good quarterback in this division, who has not really panned out quite that way, even though they've given a whole bunch of money, is Trevor Lawrence. Now, the guy who's supposed to be kind of banking their future on, especially, they even changed for one day only the name of their stadium from Everbank Field to Trevor Bank Field.
Forgot about that.
Yeah. That's how in they are.
Update on that.
And I know, yeah, exactly. I have a feeling that that's not going to happen again anytime soon.
Yeah.
But they're also sick behind Trevor Lawrence because in their narrow loss to the Eagles last week, he suffered a shoulder injury, and they're 2-7. They're in a really bad way, and they're facing off against the Minnesota Vikings this week. And so him playing and then also playing closer to the height of his ability would be something that's absolutely necessary for them to do anything in that game. Well, bad news for him. He was limited in practice Wednesday. However, Ian Rappaport has said that he is unlikely to suit up when they take on Minnesota this weekend. So that's bad news.
And it could be longer term. Now, some have said surgery, but that's been dispelled.
Yeah, so Jay Gruden, former NFL coach, tweeted out that his sources said that Trevor was going to have surgery. He said, damn, get well. Hope the sources are wrong. To which Ian Rappaport himself also said, no surgery scheduled. No. There are several options scheduled yet, right? Several options, immediate and down the road. That's one of them, surgery. But he's considered day-to-day with the left shoulder. He considers these options. Trevor Lawrence will likely not play. Mac Jones is set to start.
But nevertheless, surgery seems to be on the table, and long-term seems to definitely be on the table. Long-term being maybe 3-4 weeks or whatever it may be. They're 2-7, man.
Yeah, it feels like not even feels. They're out of the running here, right? Like
they're done.
It's over.
Yeah, they're done.
The only team that, and I mean, we've talked about Doug Peterson, and feels like he's lost the respect of his group or what have you. Only team that really provides even like a semblance of contention to the Texans at the top of this division is the Colts, and we'll see ultimately how that plays out. But yeah, there you go. If you were looking at the Jags, or if you have Trevor Lawrence on your fantasy team, that's probably where this news ultimately is most effective. Know that he is unlikely to play this weekend. Some other news around the NFL. Y'all remember that one play that Saquon Barkley made this week?
Oh, who can forget?
Right? One of the most athletic things that I personally have seen done on an NFL football field is Saquon Barkley juking, spinning, and then ultimately going.
Yeah, it was almost like he was on something.
Well, that's what the NFL thought. NFL had that same exact thought, whereas Saquon Barkley, who was on the podcast Air It Out with AJ Green and Justin Pugh, said, quote, I got it right away. I got drug tested right after the game.
He deserved to get drug tested after that.
He shouldn't even complain.
You want something.
Like, what were you smoking that you thought that was something that you should do in the middle of a football game?
And this is a surprise that you got drug tested?
Right.
That's a crackhead dude, man.
Exactly, right? Like it's a joke that we will frequently kind of levy, like, oh man, he about to get drug tested today.
Yeah.
Really happened.
And he did.
Really and truly. They were like, nah, Saquon, we got to make sure that he is not doping or just, on dope. Like those are all about the move, though. I ain't trying to do that again, to be honest with you. It's not a safe play. I can't really give this a name because I have no intentions to ever do that again. If it happens again, it happens. First of all, what are you doing?
Yeah.
That if it happens again, it's going to give us hope that it's going to happen again. But also, yes, I'm so happy that he is like being smart about this. Like, hey, I did that one time, but that was very stupid.
I don't want him to be smart about it.
You want him to keep doing that?
Like, if you can do that, what else can you do? Was it There was I think it was DeAndre Hopkins, that game that we talked about last week where he went loop-de-loop against the Cow. I think he got drug tested after that game.
It's so funny because, like, in theory, these are supposed to be random. We understand.
Yeah.
Why is it that you play real good?
Yeah.
Not even like real good. Like just you do something spectacular.
Make a good play.
A good play, and they're like, "Yeah, peanut cut for me."
Yeah, we gotta check this.
Like, is that usually the indicator of drug usage? Is like, oh, all of a sudden he doing spin moves.
I think it's fair. Like, no, there's no way you
Ain't
out here doing that.
You gotta
man.
be on something.
That's like a crackhead doing the crate challenge, man.
Ain't no way. Speaking of quarterback injuries, one that we've kind of been watching in some ways because it'll affect your Texans not this week but the week after. Dallas Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott is dealing with the partial avulsion of his right hamstring. Those of you that are in the medical field will understand what that is.
Yeah.
Those of us who are not need this. It means that part of the tendon has pulled away from the bone. So yes, hamstring falling off the bone, in essence, to make it probably oversimplified. He has not been put on injured reserve yet, and that's because apparently he's seeking.
Brother.
Yeah.
Going to Germany?
Yeah, I don't know if he's going that far, but maybe he will. But he's seeking second opinions on this. If he is put on IR, obviously he'll miss 4 weeks. But seems like the likelihood or the belief is that he's likely to be out longer than 4 weeks.
I mean, his
which
hamstring's
makes sense.
not on the bone.
That's correct.
I mean, where is this? How is this an issue that he's going to be able to play anytime soon? No, your hammy's off the bone. You know, like a well smoked rib. You know,
I always think turkey leg. I don't know why. Maybe it's a video I've seen of like people with these turkey legs where they put it and then
just fall off the bone.
Not to make light of an injury.
You don't play. You don't play because that's very, very bad.
Yeah. Some other things around the NFL. Chris Olave. So there was a lot of talk, obviously, Michael Thomas coming at Derek Carr because of the hospital ball that he threw out there for Chris Olave that ultimately ended up with him getting hit by Carolina Panthers safety Xavier Woods and getting his second concussion of the year. He's seeing specialists about that's concussions, consulting with multiple set specialists about that, because again, second concussion, it's kind of interesting because we haven't talked a lot about this one. Like, we have a lot of consternation, a lot of thought about Tua Tagovailoa and his concussions, and sometimes it's like, yo, there's other dudes picking up these concussions. Chris Olave, one of them. And it almost makes you think, why don't we kind of have that same fear that it seems like we have around Tua for guys like Chris Olave, who, he said, quote, thank God after let people tell you what you can and can't do. But, like he's dealing with 2 concussions in the span of, 9 weeks.
I'm actually thinking right now, since you mentioned that, about linemen. Like, linemen get them all the time and then don't even let you know.
Yeah.
Like they go back to the huddle and they're just sort of like knocking the cobwebs out. They probably get, how many linemen on both sides of the ball, but I'm thinking more offensive linemen, have had multiple concussions already this year.
Right, and that's in the modern era. That makes me even think back to, like, further back where we were a little bit less.
And Jim Otto and those guys that had
100%.
15, 18, 20, verified concussions.
That's wild.
Yeah.
I do appreciate, though, that Chris Olave apparently wants to go through this, according to Darren Rizzi, who is the interim head coach for those Saints. He said, quote, he wants to go thoroughly through the process and making sure that he's making the best decision for Chris, removing football from that equation. What's the best decision for the person? And it does sound good to hear that the players are, being a little bit, smarter with their health in that way, as smart as you can be while playing what I like to call the car crash sport affectionately. Yeah. But yeah, Chris Olave dealing with multiple concussions, it really makes you think, is really the big takeaway for me.
Oh, all the time. I mean, to me, that's one of the things that is really, we kind of had a little fun with Dak Prescott. The concussion thing to me is just terrifying, and it really always, to me, comes back to the family. The family. It has to be someone really, really close to you, because the locker room is going to be sympathetic to a degree, but there's going to be also this unspoken pressure of playing. Family saying, look, not this year. Yeah. Or whatever it may be.
You mentioned Dak Prescott again about, the idea that his hamstring has come off of the tendon has come off the bone. 979 said that must be what happened to Christian Harris. His calf just fell off the bone.
What's the update on Christian Harris?
Figgy, you got any updates?
The update is the update, and we'll let you know when we get an update.
Thank you very much, Fig. Yeah, we just don't know. Although, actually, we did get a little bit of information. We talked about this yesterday about Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle kind of being maybe the first one in the media to give us something that it feels like a hard date that we could probably hold on to. He said his expectation is that Week 14, which is their bye week, so Week 15 would be when you actually see him if Jonathan Alexander's assumption is correct. Now, I'm not saying assumption as to say that he is just spitballing, but I also don't want to hold him to a level of account where he is like as if it's a report. You know what I mean? Like this is just kind of what he is working with what he kind of has to himself.
Yeah.
CBS Sports they also did midterm grades, not midterm awards like we did yesterday, but midterm grades. And for this Texans team, they come out with.
Look, this is a B.
A B.
The Texans got to be. This is why it was interesting to me. And we were talking in the first segment about an hour ago about Tier 1 versus Tier 2. They're a Tier 2 team right now, if we're being honest. Maybe that can change Sunday night. But what is interesting to me is in these grades, always there, Detroit, Kansas City, etc. But to me, they have the Chargers and the Steelers with an A- and an A- respectively. Like the Chargers and Steelers are graded higher than the Texans, and frankly, I have no problem with that.
That's right, right? They, in the blurb that's written for it, they kind of allude to the injuries to Nico Collins, Diggs affected the passing game. Joe Mixon missed a lot of time early in the season, so they alluded to those things. Obviously, and they talk about how the AFC South will be run away with, but, and I'll read verbatim, are the Texans as good as the other AFC contenders? The Will Anderson-Danielle Hunter pairing has been tremendous and could push Houston through the second half of the year. So they're asking the questions that I think we all kind of have, which is, the Texans will get through the AFC South, but will they actually be where they want to be, which is being amongst the top of the AFC?
Yeah, and as part of that, I get updates from various places like you do. I'm subscribed to different services and stuff. So accompanying that was Sportsline talking about the Texans and the midseason. And what they said about the Texans to me was like one of those, dang, I was just kind of like shaking my head moment.
Yeah.
And it's true. It said the AFC South crown is going to be the Texans, but only by default. C.J. Stroud is enduring more clunkers than expected. It's a battered setup, and they can thank their pitiful division for a future playoff ticket. Well, that hurts.
Yeah.
I mean, that hurts.
And that was intentional because your diction there, dear right,
clunker,
intentionally hurtful.
Pitiful division.
I need you to understand, whoever wrote that, I don't appreciate your intentional disrespect there. You're not wrong, but hey, man, you can say it.
By the way,
nicer.
you're not wrong.
You can say it nicer.
Yeah.
And then, per Jeremy Fowler, Bengals' newly acquired running back Khalil Herbert will play tonight on Thursday Night Football. It's Bengals versus Ravens.
Pretty good game.
It'll be a fun game.
Guess where I'm going to be watching that?
At home on your 85-inch. Okay. I walked myself into
you ain't going to watch yourself?
No, I did that already. I watched
He already watched the latest podcast. But yeah, I'm super intrigued by this game. How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, I like this one. No, this is going to be intriguing. Well, first of all, entertaining because of Ravens. But the Cincinnati Bengals, I mean, they're in a place where sort of, make or break kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Joe Burrow is in a way where he feels like they could just rattle off wins continuing. They're 4-5.
Mr. Excitement?
they need to get some wins, and this will go a long way if they can beat the Baltimore Ravens in giving them confidence that they can continue to win those games and, like the Texans, prove that they are not a top, but in that higher class of the AFC.
It's kind of a tipping point game for the Bengals, isn't it? We talked about that with the Texans. Is this or is it not? Because then, they got Chargers-Steelers right after this. And so
as we both know, A- grades on the first half of their season.
Yeah, A- on both those guys.
There you go. That's Around the NFL here in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Thursday that has the availability. We like to talk to our guy, Andy Kalu, former Texan, and we'll get his insight as we gear up for Lions-Texans Sunday Night Football. We'll do that next.
Thursday Night Football is on Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, on this Thursday as we gear up for Texans at Lions. And as we do on Thursdays, we turn to the Sports Radio 610 hotline and talk to our guy, ND Kalu. ND, what's happening, man?
I am not answering any football questions until John answers a question I have. Reggie,
for sure.
You're too young for this one, Reggie. That's the only reason I'm you. All right, John, I just rewatched Blood In, Blood Out. It's been so long, so I'm going to ask you, Shawshank Redemption or Blood In, Blood Out?
Oh, yeah. You know, I'm so biased towards Shawshank. I'm sorry. I get it. I love it. It's awesome. But Shawshank it's one of the greatest movies ever made.
I agree. That's why I threw it at you. But I forgot what that was because the accents were so horrible and almost derogatory. But the story was pretty good. All right,
you watched that?
Get to football. You know what? I don't know if it's my old age as I'm nearing getting close to 50, but I'm rewatching all these old ass movies I watched growing up in San Antonio.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, you know, Shawshank was that prison they was in. That was taped in Mansfield, Ohio. So it's like a haunted prison. I actually been to this haunted prison before.
So you've been to prison?
What are you doing? Technically did. Technically, yes. I walked through it.
Technically, yes. Man. No, that's a good question, but yeah, it's got to be Shawshank, man. Got to be Shawshank.
Okay, I'm okay with you.
Wait, Andy, you big movie guy?
You know what? Yeah, I'm a big waste time guy. When I have a couple of hours, I'll pop in a movie. But I went through a phase, Reggie, when I was in Philadelphia playing for the Eagles. Like, my days were done by 4 or 5 o'clock. So I just watched any and every jailhouse gangster movie, classic gangster movies from like the 30s. I just kind of got into that. Miller's Crossing. I'm sure half of your listeners like, what the hell is he talking about? But yeah, I really got into movies, and you'll appreciate this since you were in Dallas. The show Dallas, Reggie, I got hooked on.
Oh, really?
You weren't alone.
I was hooked on that when I was in Philly, watching all the reruns.
Yeah. Okay. All right, that's interesting. All right, we'll have to find a way to incorporate that into our
video. Are you going to coach? Are you since we're not quite ready to get into the Texans, you're going to be the next head coach of the Rice Owls?
But you know what? I'm going to put it out there. If they know for him, James Casey will be the next head coach.
Oh, what a great call that is!
If they know what's good for him,
that's
if they want my $5 a month, if they want my $5 donation a month, then James Casey will be the head coach.
Oh, that's a great one.
Okay, all right. Let's see if we can make some things happen. I'm not me. I don't have any power around here, but we'll see if Lopez can do something in that regard. Now, leading up to this Lions game, I think yesterday it was kind of interesting. C.J. Stroud was kind of asked about, he talked quite a bit, and he was asked on like what he needs to work on with himself. And this answer was so fascinating, saying that he would say he would have more fun. Like, how did that answer kind of hit you when he, I think a lot of people were expecting more of an analytical X's and O's, maybe check down, something like that. The notion that, no, I just need to have more fun out there.
It just goes to show that how wise this young man is. I mean, this is a guy, every time I hear him speak, I get a chance to talk to him, Reggie. I just feel like, man, like he must hang around a bunch of old souls because he's wise. And he's right. We get so caught up, as we should, in the wins, the losses, the stats. How are we playing? How are we performing? You forget to have fun. And for him to realize that at such an early age, as far as being in his second year in the NFL, I like that answer because it's so easy to say, oh, I need to be more accurate on this route, or I need to release the ball a little bit quicker since my freaking offensive line isn't blocking. But to just go out there and say, man, I just need to have more fun. When it's all said and done, it's house game. So if you're not having fun, then what the heck are you doing out there? Now, the play needs to be better. They need to clean some things up, but it all starts with having fun on the field. I'm okay with that.
Does that make you think that maybe he was starting to get to a place where he was pressing too much, and that's where the idea of, hey, man, just come back to it being a game and have fun?
100%. I mean, I'm not going to act like I'm getting in his head, but I think you nailed it. Like, if that's your answer, if you're on a 6-3 team and a reporter asks you, what do you need to do? And he says, I need to have more fun. I think that you just nailed it. He was probably pressing. He was overthinking things. He didn't have the short memory after a bad play. He was dwelling on the negative. Yeah, I think that's the conclusion you come to.
Well, you just laid it out. It might have been pressing, might have had the short not had the short memory. Might have been this or that. I mean, there's a reason for that, and it's been the biggest talking point around this team for a couple of weeks now, or if not more, and that's the offensive line. They know, right? I mean, you one of the great things that I love talking with you about is you take us into the locker room. I mean, they're not going to be, pointing fingers, but they know that they have to fix things at the offensive line, and it's got to be more than just a tweak, right?
No, absolutely. 8 sacks, and you're talking about one of the best quarterbacks in the game, an up-and-coming quarterback. I think I almost called him David Carr once during the game because I thought he was David Carr with how many times he was getting sacked. Like, they were giving up way too many one-on-one battles where they it was just the stunts. It wasn't just the blitz where you just think, oh, you know what, he forgot to protect the A-gap because the linebacker did a nice job showing blitz or faking the blitz, I should say. So, no, this was just one-on-one battles, and that's bad because I've played against offensive lines that weren't the greatest in the NFL, but they had a great quarterback, and there's something intangible, like they just stepped their game up. It's kind of hard for me to explain. I don't have the words for it, but we've played against, or I've played against offensive line where you don't really know any of the guys, but because of very good leaders back there under center, they just block a little bit better, and you're almost getting the opposite here, and you would expect more when you're protecting a guy like C.J. Stroud.
ND, you play D-line as a defensive line guy. Like, how tough is it when you play against a offensive line like this one that the lines are coming in addition to having a quarterback who just stays on schedule, gets the ball out when he's supposed to, and seemingly always makes the right decision? Like, how tough is that? What do you do against that?
It is tough, but you don't do anything different. You don't do anything different mainly because of the quarterback. So let's talk about the offensive line. I mean, you're facing a good group, not just good individuals, but a good group that has some all-pro type talent at different positions, especially at tackle. You get up for that. Like Will Anderson, if healthy, he's getting up for that. Daniil Hunter, he's getting up for that challenge. But you don't do anything different. The only time I would say you really change up your pass rush, Reggie, is if you're playing against a Lamar Jackson, a Josh Allen size, not giving up the rushing lanes during your rush. But Jared Goff is having a nice season. But no, they should be licking their chops. They should be salivating with the thoughts and ideas of getting after him.
I'm getting back to the C.J. Stroud and protection issue, because my other point I wanted to hear from you about was, can Nico Collins be that big of a impact just in terms of being able to get rid of the ball in time?
Yeah, I think so, John. I just don't know if these other, because when I think of, okay, you need to get rid of the ball, quickly, I think of more of that little slot receiver, the Tank Dell type receiver with the medium to short routes. So when I think of Nico Collins, I mean, he could do it all. I mean, he's your number one wide receiver, even when Diggs was healthy. But I think of the big explosive play where you need a little bit more time in the pocket. So yeah, I was a little surprised and concerned when he wasn't able to get the ball out quickly and emphasize getting the ball to the Tank Dells, to the Mechis on those short to medium routes. My thought is, are you going to be able to utilize the talents and explosiveness of a Nico Collins if you can't stay in the pocket for less than 2.5 seconds?
Right. When we're talking to our guy, former Houston Texan, ND Kalu, here on Sports Radio 610. And ND, we asked kind of like what's the feel of the short week? What's the feel of this longer kind of bye week or like mini bye that you're dealing with? Like, as a player, how do you kind of approach it? Like, what's the general feel of it?
The feel after a bad loss, it's long. Like, you want to hurry up and get that nasty taste out of your mouth. You almost want a short week after, losing the way they did to the Jets. But at the same time, you get a chance to get some guys healthier. You're never healthy. There's an old saying in the NFL locker room, the last time I was 100% was when I was in the 8th grade. So, guys aren't going to be 100%, but the extra time with a smart coach like D'Amico knows when to take his foot off the gas, you're going to get, like Joe Mixon. I mean, Joe Mixon's come back. He's in full stride, but, he's fighting through some pain. So that extra time is going to get him, which you need to be a little more fresh. So, but at the same time, because I've been through it where you lose a game like that, you're like, oh, man, I don't want to wait 10 days or whatever it may be. Let's get back on the field and get this taste out of our mouth.
So what about, best case scenario here? We all know what the Lions are and how good they are. But, I was talking earlier about this could be a tipping point game. I mean, if they get, worked again, especially on the offensive line, people are going to be going nuts. But if they can somehow, some way, get this thing turned around, and even if it's ugly and beating the Lions, what does that do for this squad?
Oh, that's huge, because right now, like you said, this is a tipping point. This is who are the Texans? Are they the team that can go to the New York Jets and lose to a bad NFL team, or are they still what we think they are, a top-tier team that could play with anybody? Because just a couple of weeks ago, and I still think that, there wasn't a team, and I believe I said it on y'all's great show, where, they gotten to the point where there's not a team that you don't expect them to win. Does that mean that they're the best team in the NFL? Way they're playing a few weeks ago, your thought is you don't care if it's the Chiefs, you don't care if it's the Lions, you don't care if it's the Ravens. You go into the game expecting to win. So with the way they look to get the Jets, you start to have a little bit of doubt there. You win against Detroit, and not just the players, but the locker room, the coaching staff, everybody in the building. You start to feel like, oh yeah, we are that top tier team.
Mm-hmm. By the way, checks in the mail. Now, maybe been accused of being a little negative in some ways, especially leading into this game against a team that is very good in the Detroit Lions. What for you are you most excited or encouraged about with this Texans team headed into this game?
Encourage Joe Mixon. And I'm a guy, and I'll admit when I'm wrong, and I'm not ready to say I'm wrong yet, but I've always undervalued the running back position. I've always thought there are so many great, talented, physical freaks in the NFL. If you have a decent offensive line, you really don't need to spend money or too much time bringing in a can't-miss running back. But Joe Mixon has really showed me, there's a difference. There's a difference. And I think with whatever issues you're having with pass blocking, you can really rely more on the run until they figure out how to step back, how to block these pass rushers, how not to give up 6, 7, 8 sacks against C.J. Stroud. So I'm excited about putting the offense on the shoulders of Joe Mixon. Now let's see what happens with that.
It's funny you just mentioned that. There's a big debate across the country, really. Analysts, national analysts, these 3 knuckleheads that you're talking to right now, fans.
Don't do that.
2 of us are knuckleheads. Yeah. About the protection issue. We just talked about it in the last segment, or very soon, recently. Is it C.J. Stroud should make the protection calls? Juice Scruggs? Or is it Bobby Slowick's, maybe adjusting protection calls? What are you seeing just in terms of, figuring it out with the protection issues?
Well, as far as calls from the television, I can't tell. I've always known it to be the center. The center and the quarterback.
Yeah.
There'll be times where the quarterback, he'll say 94, he's coming. He's the guy. He's the guy that you designate the middle linebacker, and that affects the protection. Then there are times where you have that seasoned veteran playing center, and he's the one making those calls. But again, that's not the only issue, because when you have guys coming free, that's absolutely the issue, John. But there's also times where an offensive lineman was picked up and taken to the lap of C.J. Stroud, and they knew who was coming. They just couldn't do anything with it. So, that's where it gets tough and concerning, because it's not just one thing. Part of me wishes it was blitzers or stunts coming free, because you can easily fix that. During the week of practice, if it's a tech stunt and the end comes down first, then we want the guard to pick them up no matter what. Or there are times where you just say, we don't care what stunt they're running, you're blocking this outside rusher, even if it comes down to the A-gap. You could fix that. But when you're just losing due to technique and getting manhandled, sure.
Before we let you go, let me see if I can get you in trouble with D'Amico Ryans like the rest of us. What was your feeling when we got to the end of Tuesday and the Texans had not made a trade to add to this team?
I wasn't really expecting them to. I was hoping for, Joe Platino, the offensive guard for Cleveland. Like the way I looked at it, he's a little long in his tooth. He's a little bit older, but this was one of the best guards in the game. To get him out of that cesspool called Cleveland, I felt like it was going to kind of reignite him, get him excited to play for a couple more years. And, he's an instant starter, with or without the playbook. I was kind of hoping for that move, but I wasn't expecting it. So, yeah, I mean, I wasn't like the Dallas Cowboy fans were all upset that Jerry Jones didn't make any bigger moves than outside of bringing in that wide receiver from Carolina. I just wasn't expecting that from the Texans because I feel like they can still win with what they have on the roster if they clean some things up, especially with that offensive line group.
There you go. There's a guy, ND Kalu, noted movie watcher and fantastic human all the way around. ND, we always appreciate you giving us a little bit of your time. And now I'm going to start giving you homework. We're going to just like
I'm on the James Casey bandwagon, by the way. That was a great call.
Oh, let's do it. Let's do it. I just hope. The decision makers, sometimes they feel like the former players don't know what the heck they're talking about. And I'm a little biased when it comes to Casey because I like him as a person. But, I mean, this dude's like a Mensa, loves football. He's going to work harder than anybody. He doesn't mind dealing with the portal. So, it's just if they don't do this, then I don't know what the hell they're doing.
and he's one of your own, right? Rice graduate, what is it, 08, 09?
Yeah, he's one of our own. Like, he's not going to use Rice as a stepping stone. Like, most of these guys, they go to Rice hoping to turn it. And I don't mind if you leave it in a better, if you leave the program in a better. But I think he's a lifer. He's a guy that he wants to be at Rice. He wants his kids to go to Rice. It means more than just a paycheck to him.
There you go. ND Kalu, we appreciate you, my man. Have a wonderful day.
All right, brothers. Talk to y'all soon.
All right, sir. Yes, sir. There he is. ND Kalu, former Texan, movie aficionado. Real estate mogul. What other things can we add to his
real estate mogul? Did you say that?
Accomplishments. I did.
Yeah.
But it's worth saying twice.
Yeah.
There you go. Appreciate him joining us every Thursday. Help get us ready for the weekend that is. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including the latest offensive lineman added to this Texas team, plus Rockets smoking the Spurs. We'll talk about that and more next.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom only at 5hourenergy.com.
Game day be delicious with Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. First of all, Zach Thomas, offensive tackle, previously played with the Patriots, was added to the practice squad by your Texans. And this follows, I think he's the third offensive lineman that they've added to the practice squad in as many days. And it's kind of interesting because, trade deadline, obviously no moves happened, and I think that was one of the big things that people were looking for. But the moves that they have made have been for linemen, but obviously on the fringes to give them more options.
Isn't this telling you kind of they're sort of spitballing might be a little bit crass, but they're just all right, let's try everything we can. Let's give everybody a shot to try to get an improvement here because they got a lot of guys on the offensive line that right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's you give yourself look at a whole bunch of guys, understanding that is a position of interest, for lack of a better way of putting it. But I don't know that Zach Thomas is going to be that guy. I couldn't even find any film of him. The only film I saw of him was on Extra Points, right? And it's understandable, a guy that got cut by the Patriots as well. But at the very least, it's very evident that Nick Caserio and this Texans team is just trying to keep their eye on the possibility of adding bodies and maybe finding something if you get lucky in that regard. But yeah, Zach Thomas added to the practice squad. That's another one of those kind of linemen, and they've worked guys out this week as well. They're obviously keeping an eye on this, but it feels like I don't know that any of those will ultimately be something that makes a big difference on the field for your Texans.
See, that's the thing. Can they? I mean, guys that are just sort of. I mean, again, it sounds bad, but scrap heap kind of guys.
No, for sure.
That are just trying to latch on.
And you say that with all due respect, right?
Yeah, NFL scrap heap kind of guys.
Yes, and that's the thing is, I always think about this as the guys that you're like, oh man, he's terrible, whatever. It's like that. All of that comes inherent with the caveat being for this level.
Yeah, he's an NFL player
because
he's just not. He's just at the bottom tier of it, and I've used that word far too much today. But he's on
your tiers.
He's on the bottom end of it. But maybe they do, dial up something. What it tells me is I just looked it up. They got 6 offensive linemen on the practice squad.
How many is the practice squad now? Is it 17?
It's a lot of linemen. So they're just let's try this.
Just put guys up there, get them a chance to see them out there at on the practice field to see what you have.
Yeah, when in doubt, zip tie it. All
right, what are you trying to do?
Duct tape. They're just trying to find something.
Was that a shot? Are you taking shots around a building?
No.
Okay.
Oh. Stay tuned for confessions.
Oh, no, don't do that. That's nasty work. Also nasty work, but not for your Rockets, for the Spurs. The Rockets absolutely smoked the San Antonio Spurs.
63-38 at the half or something?
Something like that.
Yeah.
I was fighting some things personally that made it so that the actual scores in those moments were not as evident to me. But yeah, 63-38, you were spot on at the half. 127-100 was the final. 30-plus points in every single quarter. The Rockets just put it together, including Fred VanVleet, who had easily his best game of the season highs in points, assists, rebounds, field goals made. And when I say field goals made, he only missed one shot, which was a three-pointer.
It was 10 for 11, or whatever it was. Whatever the number was, he only missed one and was absolutely spectacular. But he wasn't alone. I mean, they got, obviously, you beat the Spurs like that.
Like a drum.
They've got a lot of production from a lot of places, played good defense for long stretches. And, of course, Van Vliet was at the front of it. But Şengün had another decent game against Wemby, by the way, or at least contending with Wemby. Jalen Green was fine, more than fine. I thought the player of the game outside of Van Vliet was Tari.
He's been had a lot of those, a lot of games that could be designated as such. He is one of those guys that is, he's easily in your 7. As you're trying to find, hey, what's the rotation of guys that you feel really confident in? Obviously, Amen Thompson is that guy that is, easily 6th man. That if anybody's missing in the starting lineup, he slides in and you feel comfortable. Tari Eason is that next guy.
Well, just real quick, I don't think I've ever asked you this. What are your thoughts on the plus-minus stat that a lot of people throw out there?
It is a useful tool at times to kind of give you a feeling of what generally happened when that player was on the floor.
I think it can be a little overrated.
Oh, it can be a lot overrated,
Okay.
in fact. But I think that it is something that gives you a little bit of an indication of some things, right? Not a lot of things, but it's just like, okay, that's an interesting thing. Because
Tari Eason was plus 23.
Good things happened while he was on the floor. And I mean, to be fair, when it comes to positives in the double digits, you had 8 players on the plus-minus with double-digit positives in that way. So, yeah, man, shout out to the Rockets against the team in the San Antonio Spurs that just weren't good. Obviously, without the head man, as Greg Popovich is dealing with some health issues that have taken him away from the team. And, Jeremy Sohan is going to miss 20 to 25 games, although he still, even with that hurt hand, still found it within himself to tweet out a picture of himself dealing with things and tweet bleep Houston, which, hey, man, right back at you, buddy.
Yeah.
Right back at you, buddy.
Right back at you.
And hold this with you as the Rockets get a win in the third in 12 days against the Spurs, 127-100. They shot really well from the field, really great from 2-point land. The 3-point game, obviously, they're still not going to be shooting all that great there, but really a lot of shots at the rim and at a high level. This is a team that is doing the things that they're supposed to do well at this moment. 5-3, and next up they have the Thunder on Friday tomorrow in Oklahoma City. Somebody said, what do you guys think about Jabari Smith's play? It's been easy for him to kind of fade in some ways, and I do wonder if you'll get to a point where Tari Eason maybe usurps him.
We're getting to that point.
But it's still early. Like 10 games is usually a really good milestone to start taking some stock of what's happening, and so I'm trying to give it a little bit of grace and obviously put more eyeballs on it. I'd be lying if I told you that I've been watching these games with the same vigor and fervor that someone like our guy Adam Spillane clearly has, being at all these games and all these contests. But that's a fair place to watch, right? Seeing what Jabari Smith is doing and what he's bringing. He's one of those guys, though, that you trust him, you feel confident about him, especially like as a guy that can kind of play that 5 when you need him to. And I know Jock Landale played in this one as Steven Adams.
He had a damn good game.
Yeah, and I don't mean to be the guy that tries to knock down somebody's good game. I wonder how much of that was just like everybody was good because the Spurs were bad.
Yeah.
But it feels like this Rockets team is built real nicely where you have a lot of different pieces that are playing pretty well, and it gives Ime Udoka a lot of optionality.
Yeah,
a lot of optionality early, and I think that's the thing that can make this team really dangerous. Eason giving you some. Fred VanVleet from times giving you good things. Obviously, Jalen Green being kind of like potential all-star level kind of play. Şengün, obviously, foundational piece. Amen Thompson. Like, when you start naming all these guys, it gives you options where on any given night, you should be able to find 5 of those guys late in the game that are really playing well.
Best thing a coach can have is like, let's put this guy in with confidence. Let's make this change with confidence.
Okay.
And they got a lot of guys that can do that.
Well, that's the confidence that the Rockets have, a 5-3 level confidence right now. They'll face off against, and ultimately, a very confident team, the undefeated in the West, Oklahoma City Thunder in Oklahoma City. That'll be a fun test to see what this early season Rockets team is really about. Other things around, or what's popping. I wanted to get to this audio. I was listening to Area 45. That is our show at night with Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton. They do a fantastic job in what they do, and I was making sure to keep up with what the fellas were doing yesterday. They had quite a few guests, including John Heyman. And John Heyman obviously covers baseball at large. This was him weighing in on the Bregman of it all with the Astros.
Bregman to the Yankees, question mark. Bregman's a fit for both New York teams. I think Houston's pretty likely for Bregman. I mean, they are talking at this point. The general manager of the Astros, Dana Brown, basically he's very optimistic about that yesterday. So I'm going to take him at his word. He's optimistic. Does that mean it's done or close to done? Not necessarily. I think they have a good chance. I think he'd like to stay there. I don't think he's like Altuve where he has to stay there, but I think he definitely, I do think that Houston has a good chance to end up with Alex Bregman, outstanding player. And look at Matt Chapman got 6 for 151. I think we got to start there for Bregman. I think that's going to be the baseline, the floor, whatever you want to call it, that or higher for Bregman.
And that seems to be the consensus now. Like Bregman, I think trending towards staying with the Astros. but it's going to start at 6 years and $150 million. And I don't think it's going to go over 6 years. And that's my one worry is there are going to be teams out there, a lot of traction right now with the Blue Jays. Maybe making a run for Bregman, but they're in the hunt. I felt the same way when I heard Dana Brown. I felt, all right, maybe this is going to happen.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this is just all hopium for me. Yeah. But I'm okay. I'm okay with getting high on the hopium right now, because it just would mean so much to this team. I know that some people will look at it and say you have an opportunity to kind of retool after it, but I'm like, how much are you having to retool losing Bregman, because he exists as so much. Or so foundational, so important to what this Astros team is.
Something in conjunction with that has been making the rounds is the Astros apparently considering trading Ryan Presley.
Yeah.
And so does that factor in? Is that a direct factor to what's happening with Bregman?
I mean, Dana Brown has talked about the idea that, when it comes to these players that are on the roster, they have to consider the opportunity to bring back younger talent and more of the talent, right? Almost breaking one good player into a couple of them that you now have on your roster that are able to help. Ryan Presley obviously exists as that little bit closing caliber player.
But not the closer.
Not the closer here, and that's what makes him expendable, right? You have a closer in Josh Hader, no matter how much how you feel about that. Like, we don't have to get into that in particular, but he's an expendable guy, and there are teams out there that absolutely would need a closer. How much would you actually get back for him?
Well, he's got a no-trade clause, too.
So, yeah, you'd have to work with him to find a spot that is suitable, but I feel like...
and he's pretty damn expensive.
If you're a closer guy, 15? Though, if you're a closer and you've been in a place where you have not been able to close, which is very apparent that he's just not going to get that shot here, I imagine that he might be willing to move on and find a place where he can have that role fully to himself and
he
actually
wants
exist in that. Yeah,
I think you could tell it just in his body language at various points last year. He was doing his job, but he's a closer. He's won World Series as a closer. I think some team might be able to do it, but it's going to have to be up to him.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they actually get an opportunity to send him somewhere. And I'm still on the lookout for the possibility of Dana Brown also using some of these other players that maybe possibly like Fromber keeps coming up as a possible a guy that you can kind of move on from as you have a lot of young starting pitching. But we'll see. We'll continue to watch that space. One more thing before we go. I thought you would find this interesting. Nick Nurse confirmed that Joel Embiid will play Tuesday versus the New York Knicks, which is in 3 games. So all of a sudden, he's healthy enough. Now that 3-game suspension came down for Joel Embiid pushing that
we just talked about that.
And all of a sudden,
better.
He would be healthy right now. So go ahead and start that suspension and he'll play in 3 days.
Exactly. We just talked about that.
So that fantastic. Don't you love how that works? All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, most guys spoke at the podium yesterday. The head coach of this team, D'Amico, and the quarterback, CJ Stroud. There were some really interesting things. I kind of want to get your opinion on that. We'll do that next.
The trade deadline came.
cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, Reginald Atatula hanging out with you. Texans practicing again today, as they frequently will on a week heading into a game. They will have Sunday Night Football at NRG Stadium versus the Lions. That is who they are gearing up for. They're gearing up without some of the major people that you are dealing with. The big ones that we've been waiting on: Nico Collins, Will Anderson Jr. Neither of them practicing today.
Yeah, and look, I'm hesitating here because I can't imagine this offense without Nico Collins against Detroit's defense. That's you can probably look. You don't want to, but you can probably make do with Will Anderson on the defensive side. It's a good squad. You got Autry that can go outside.
Autry will go outside.
You've got some guys that are coming back elsewhere, but no Nico. I mean, that sort of narrows down the possibilities for this offense.
100%, especially because there's something that he does incredibly well, like especially I can't remember who was tweeting about this, but against cover 1, cover 3, those kind of middle closed defenses, like he can really attack them deep and feel comfortable like getting some deep shots off there. Plus, like with his fluidity, his speed. You can get the ball to him quickly and like get yards after catch is huge, and that's something that he's capable of. Something that this Texas team hasn't done very well is getting the ball out into space and letting them go get yards. Those screens, they don't execute well unless it's Nico Collins, right? Like he almost has that Joe Mixon like quality of whether it's the the play is going well or not, he can kind of make it good. And in addition to that, the one that always comes to mind, I can't remember if it was Xavier Hutchinson running a slant that he just could not use his body to fully protect the play, and it got batted down. That doesn't happen with Nico Collins. So some of the quick game stuff, I imagine, would be a lot easier.
That's it to me. That's it. The big body, being able to leverage players and stretch the field, and that's the other thing. Like, so if you're looking at like, okay, where are the Lions susceptible? They're ranked pretty low in yards per catch against, yards per attempt against. They can be had with longer plays. Otherwise, they're pretty strong. Run defense can maybe be a little bit iffy for them sometimes. But with no Nico, you're talking about Tank. Here we go. We were talking about it last week. Tank, you got to step up. He did. Okay, do it again because Joe Mixon needs some help with the play action, with the passing game.
Yeah, but the way it's looking, the likelihood is if you're reading the tea leaves that are the practice reports.
Yeah.
That Nico Collins probably does not return for this one.
Right.
the cursed hamstring, man. It's the worst of those soft tissue injuries, and it just continues to rear its ugly head, in particular in this instance with wide receiver Nico Collins. All right, and go to the assembled media getting to sit down and talk to both C.J. Stroud and head coach of this team, DeMeco Ryans. I thought that there were some really interesting things that came out of this one, and I'd like to start with DeMeco Ryans because one of the big things that this team has dealt with, second halves, they just have not scored consistently or well in the second half, even in the games that they looked better in. Not to say that they looked good or great in earlier in the season, but the games that they looked better in, those were games in which you got out early, and then in the second half, maybe wasn't so good, and you had the defense just kind of stand their ground to help you get wins. And so DeMeco Ryans was asked, what is it that's preventing this Texans team from executing and finishing games?
Yeah, man, we've been in every game we've talked about. We've been in the games. We just, people, I guess it's this narrative like we just not a good team. But we've been in games. We just haven't made the plays that, it's not from a matter of, effort and those things. It's a matter of being on the details, and that's what the league is about. The team who are on the details, especially in those critical moments. You talk about third down, red zone, like a situational ball. When you're on it and you're able to make those plays, that's winning football, right? We've been on the back end of that. When we haven't won games, we haven't played well on third down, we haven't played well in the red zone, offensively and defensively. So when you win those situations, you put yourself in a good spot to win games. So when I talk about executing and playing well, it's executing in those critical moments is what we haven't done when we've lost games.
You can just really kind of sense that the growing frustration, even for DeMeco. He's trying to play it straight and cordial and all that stuff, but you can just sense it, and that's why they have struggled in the second half. I mean, he's not denying that. It's just getting close and getting over the top and making the detailed things right, as he talked about, but. There's frustration over there because they know that you can't make a living doing like that.
No, absolutely not. I mean, they did a lot of making a living off of third and long and just making things shake there. Like, that's something that you absolutely can't live in. And I appreciated DeMeco giving us a little bit more specificity on this than he has in some other instances. And, highlighting, hey, the third and long, right? And he's mentioned this before. I'm not trying to say that this is brand new, but getting yourself into those situations in third and long and coming back to it being attention to detail.
Yeah.
Right? Like that notion. It is frustrating, though, I will say, that attention to detail continues to be the thing over a long stretch of time, right? Because you're right. It has been a lack of attention to detail. But at what point is it like, hey, nut up or shut up time, right? Like, hey, let us now officially get these details correct because it has consistently been those details that have harmed you.
Yeah, and I totally agree because I'm sitting there thinking, okay, here we go, into week 10, and still worried about attention to detail. There's an issue there. Like, these are professional athletes that have done this before. Like, what is the issue and how do you fix it? Because we're getting late in the game here.
And professional coaches watching these films and creating these 100%. Game plans, understanding there later in these games. Not that you can force these players to get there, but that is in theory the job of coaches to help them be the best versions of themselves. And I did take a little issue with the idea that, oh man, there's a narrative that we're not a good team. No, that's exactly why we're mad, is because we know that you can be a good team and you're not putting that on tape. On the 5-hour Energy fan line, this text comes in. I'm interested in what you think, Lopez. They said, what do you think of the Texans' ability to adjust at halftime from a coaching standpoint?
Look, I first of all, I think halftime adjustments, and I'm doing the air quote sign, are vastly overrated, like incredibly overrated. They're adjusting all game long to what they're seeing. They've got the tablets on the sideline. Halftime is hydrate, get whatever needs to be worked on, taped, all that good stuff, and maybe a thought or two of what you're going to do. NFL halftimes are only 12 minutes long, and the clock starts as soon as the half ends. So they got to walk to the locker room and do whatever they're going to do, and walk back out and start warming up. Halftime adjustments is used way too liberally, and it's vastly overrated.
And I think that the bigger question then is not about halftime itself, but
it's adjustments.
The idea of adjustments purely.
Yes.
And I think this is where specifically Bobby has a lot of growth, or at least I don't know if it's really growth, but just he's got a lot to show us because those questions have persisted for 9 weeks. And we're not getting enough of the passing grades that you would imagine or that you would hope from a guy that has gotten as much love as Bobby Slowick has. I want to go to C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud had some really interesting person more with D'Amico. I'd encourage you, if you have time, to go and listen to D'Amico. I know that the Texans have that streamed live on their YouTube. But C.J. Stroud was asked, have you been able to get with any of your offensive linemen and try and figure out the problems?
Yeah, I had a lot of great conversation with him, and I believe that sometimes it takes getting hit in the mouth, and maybe getting hit in the mouth multiple times to wake up. And I believe that this is a wake up call for us to get things fixed. And understand, like, man, if we give ourselves a shot and we stay in the green, like we move the ball really well. We just got to finish. We got to be able to lose those one bad plays in a drive, or those two bad plays, or the penalties. It's always something. So if we can get rid of that, I believe that we can really be a great football team, and we already are, man. We're a really good football team. Like, there's no time to hang our heads down. It ain't that bad. Like, we gonna figure it out for sure.
It ain't that bad. But in the context of that, in the midst of that, he's talking about the linemen themselves.
Sure.
Like, he's not like, he is saying I got to do better. I got to make adjustments. We have to do, but he's saying, one bad play and, playing better and all that. He's talking about those dudes right there. So I hope he has had those conversations and been as direct, and I think he has. And sort of like, guys, we all have to play better. You guys got to play better. Yeah, they flat out. I mean, it comes down to that. All this talk about Bobby Slowick and adjustments and protections. Why the heck think they got all these guys that they're putting on the practice squad? Because they're trying to find someone that's better.
Yeah, well, I
don't know if they're going to find it there.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to ultimately.
But they're trying to find answers.
Right. It speaks to a lack of comfort with what they have gotten production-wise from the offensive line, and anybody with eyes can see that this has not been sufficient for what you're trying to do, what you're trying to get accomplished, which is blocking it up and allowing your really good young quarterback to find your really good wide receiving core for yards and opportunities to win and put points on the board. And so, I appreciated this, especially because earlier this week we were kind of pondering, how much does CJ, kind of get in there and express some of that, like, leadership in those ways, right? Of like actually going and maybe accountability is such a weird word because it's used really loosely. And I don't know that sometimes we could use it to a point where it loses its meaning some ways, but like really being there and kind of encourage, we know, but also two, like, kind of, put guys to the holds guys' feet to the fire.
Why I liked it the most was I was kind of turned off by we all have to play better from Tuesday or Wednesday that D'Amico was talking about, because he's like, we all have to play better, and we know that already. In fact I said that we know that everybody has to play better, but it is about the offensive lineman. And in the context of what CJ said, he said that he goes, it is on the offensive lineman. To either get better or figure it out.
All right. A text that comes in on the 5 Hour Energy fan line. It's not as frustrating as it is with y'all. When y'all media do the most for a story. Look, I understand where you're coming from, but like this ain't about creating a story. Like this ain't really about that. This is about seeing a team and what a team that's capable and of doing certain things, right?
Yeah.
Like I think I liken this to being a parent.
Yeah.
And seeing the report card that comes home and being like, I got a B. All right, cool, you got a B, but you're an A caliber student.
Yeah.
Right? Like
that's so good.
And that's what
I got a B,
feeling,
Dad.
Right?
Mom.
Like, and 281, if you're a parent, I feel like you understand and you feel that feeling, right? The idea of, okay, you're learning, you're developing, but even with that learning and developing, how many times did we hear that, okay, we got this win, but there's still some things to clean up. And those things did not get cleaned up, right? We can use those exact words if we're going to use the parent metaphor again about, hey, you come into your kid's room and you're like, hey, clean up the room.
Yeah.
You walk back in the next day and the room looked the same. Hey, clean up the room. After a few days, you're going to get done with that, right?
Exactly.
And I think that's ultimately the frustration. It really is. It's not fully just being angry. It is a feeling of, you can do better than this. I'm upset because I believe in this team and what they have available to them if they just reach the goals that they have for themselves.
Well, and let me answer it very, very directly.
Okay.
When he says it's not as frustrating as it is with y'all, it is. It is. You can hear it in their voices. Anybody who's spends any time at all around this team can sense the frustration. You heard Andy Kalu talking about it, who's been in those locker rooms and knows these situations, says they are frustrated. And oh, by the way, young team still growing. We didn't bring in Stephon Diggs. We didn't bring in, Joe Mixon and Azeez Al-Shaair and Danico Autry and pay Titus Howard. They did, because they don't think they're just a young team and still growing. They thought they were going to be a contender. So, yeah, you could put it on us or fans or outside media or whatever. They're frustrated because they're saying we're not just a young team and still growing. They're saying it with their actions.
One more before we move on here, and thank you, dear Texter, for texting in. I'm not trying to bang on you, just trying to interact. I found the way that C.J. Stroud responded to this to be, insightful in some ways, and maybe this is a sign of frustration as well. I'll let you tell me. But he was asked if wide receiver Tank Dell if he is getting back to the player that we saw during last season.
Yeah, I don't believe, last year is last year. Like, this is week 10 in 2024. So we gotta let that go, and we gotta, go play this year. And I thought, every week he's been open. We just gotta find time to get it to him, and I gotta throw the right ball to get it to him. So he's gonna continue to do great.
It felt like you could easily just be like, yeah, he's starting to look like that guy last year, because that would be like, he is. First of all, that is true. And secondly, that's inherently a good thing. I found it interesting, and maybe this is
weird, wasn't it?
Maybe this is the wisdom that
a little strange.
Maybe this is the wisdom that Andy Kalu was talking about with the starting quarterback of this team. The idea of, hey, no, we're not doing the comparison to last year. That's fine. What we are is what we're doing right now, and so we don't even need to compare, even in the good ways, to last year. We need ourselves now. I
did like that as well. I thought CJ did quite well. That's why we wanted to let the listeners hear this, because that is a leadership quarterback right there. Man, last year's last year. We need him now. We need him now to consistently do what we saw against the Jets.
Yeah, and there was a lot of moments that I didn't play again, but we played it earlier. The idea of just like need to have more fun out there. It just feels like there's a level of perspective that we know C.J. Stroud is big in his faith, that clearly some of that factors in, but just wise beyond his years. It gives me a little bit of confidence, especially with the concern that people have had, including people in this room, right, about the idea that, this pressure is going to break him in some ways, right, whether physically or even worse, like mentally in some ways.
Hell, Andy Kalu said he did think of David Carr.
And this is how the quarterback of this team responds. A young second-year quarterback is operating with good perspective, and there's pictures right now of him talking to a guest at practice, Tony Dungy, Super Bowl winning head coach. So, those are the types of things that you imagine can only help in what's happening. And for him, in particular, with the amount of pressure that's on his shoulders, responsibility that's on his shoulders, it makes you feel that much more confident that he's going to handle it well. And he's going to need to, as this is a Detroit Lions team that's coming into NRG Stadium on Sunday night as a very, very good one. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Thursday. We mentioned no Nico Collins, no Will Anderson Jr. at practice today. That kind of puts in doubt the possibility that they'll play on Sunday, but we'll get you more information as it arises from practice. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions, which are brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Ride.
Let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing right now and getting you that brand new vehicle.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Blows my mind why people don't see what's right in front of them. And you know who I'm talking about? Ray Gunn.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Kelvin Cato.
Well, that too. Kelvin Cato, he was good. He was a different kind of guy, but good. Ray Gunn, the Olympic breaking legend. You know, remember her, Figgy?
Legend. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Legend. She's retired from breaking.
After the long storied career.
But here we go.
Salute.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
She screwed up. Do you realize?
God bless her.
Wait, what did she screw up? I want to understand where you're.
This is where my confession. I think
she did the right thing.
I think there is no way, no how she should have ever retired. Do you realize how much money she could have made as an NBA halftime show?
Oh, that would not have happened.
Oh, for sure she would have made it. She'd have been as big as Red Panda.
Oh, absolutely. No, that's slanderous. What? Red Panda is an actual artiste.
Yeah, and so's Ray Gunn.
No.
No, but here's the thing. People would have loved watching her at NBA halftime.
She did her scam already.
Do her breaking.
And now she's getting out.
But they would have watched it ironically. They would have watched it comically.
She is retired because her scam has been unveiled, right?
She could have. Every arena in the NBA would have paid her money.
I don't think so.
Hell yes. Would you have watched Ray Gunn at a halftime? 713-572-4610.
Don't get on here lying.
The answer
don't get on the 5-hour energy fan line lying. Do not get out here and disparage Stan the fan and 5-hour energy by lying about watching. I swear for
fans
God.
would have loved it. Would have made all the highlight shows. Oh, halftime of Spurs Rockets, Ray Gunn put on a show, and she's doing all that funky crap that she does.
Nah, she scammed her way to the Olympics.
And she could have kept scamming.
Why are you encouraging scamming?
Because there's money to be made out there, brother.
Unbelievable. Somebody said I'd watch one. I am doing more understanding of my relationship to the passing of time, or like my relationship to the passing of time.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not gonna say like, oh, this is how I know I'm old. That's not really it. But I'm getting a better understanding. Like, oh, okay, this is how these things feel.
Mm-hmm.
And one of those, this is something that I started already getting an idea, but it was crystallized once more last night. John Morant is an incredible athlete. We're not talking about that other thing, but like on the court, just incredible athlete.
You know how to shoot.
Yeah.
Well,
wow.
All right.
Oh, wow.
I'm talking about a jumper. I'm talking about a jumper. You know how to shoot?
And when you think of John Morant, the first thing you think about is a jumper, right? No, the first thing you think about is leaping ability, which he has in spades. And he did that last night, except he took a big fall. And it sent him to the locker room. And those are my worst feelings, like, confirmed, because anytime I see, like, leapers, my instant reaction is not amazement anymore. It is concern.
Yes.
It is like, ooh, land softly. Don't hurt your knees.
You watch too much Anthony Davis. That's what that is.
Man,
every time that brother fall, I be like, oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
dude,
like,
that happens all the time.
Derrick Rose, we saw a lot of just that leap ability, and then the landing, and we saw how that you saw all of that impact taken on knees and all those things.
Limping bad.
Yeah.
I don't know how these guys stand up after him.
Yeah.
Like consistently, I don't know how they get up.
They ain't no soft floor.
No.
Either.
No, they're not. They're literally called hardwood floors. And so, that for me, I realized, oh, okay, Like I have my relationship with time has taken me to a place where I no longer am just amazed by this is incredible that humans are taking flight in this way, and now I'm like, please land soft, don't hurt yourself.
Yeah, that looked like it hurt. Just imagine if I told you this to just jump up in the air and fall on the ground.
Yeah.
Crazy. Oh, by
you got to get up and run full speed too, play defense.
That's right. Like it's incredible.
Yeah.
Just when you break down a lot of the sports things that are happening and you make them simple, like hey, offensive line is get in this 3-point stance and just hold it. And then until we tell you to go, and then when you go, you got to stop a 300-pound person who runs a sub 540 from doing stuff.
Or the cornerbacks run backwards and stop this athlete from running full speed at you.
Exactly.
It's wild.
Yeah.
But yes, I am no longer in the immediate amazement on leapers. I am like, please be safe.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I'm not down with people trying to scam other people. And stuff
Unlike
like
certain
that.
people in here.
Wouldn't have been a scam.
Yeah, so I'm not down with that, but I love a good celebrity that gets hacked on social media, man.
I know who you're talking about.
Just like a good funny hack. So Skip Bayless got hacked.
He sure did.
I don't know if he got. I'm not sure if he got this, but I would just read this timeline, and I'm gonna read some of the tweets this person said. So clearly he is hacked because this tweet said, "I just want to apologize to LeBron." He owns me. I'm just the old. I don't know if I should say
bad words.
Yeah. Who has nothing going on with his life.
Wow.
I'm sorry, King LeBron. So clearly he was hacked right there.
I knew he was hacked the first 5 words.
Yeah. I just want to apologize to LeBron.
Well, I mean, you probably could stop that. I just want to apologize. How many times has that happened?
First 3 words.
The next tweet said, Ninja can't even get his Twitter back. What a R word, LOL. It's been hours and I'm bored as bleep.
Mm-hmm.
And this ninja has not gotten his account back. This is crazy.
Well, it's like I saw that and I was like, you know, you could just log off, right? Like,
yeah.
He's like, I have to stay here until the police get here. Like, no, you can just leave.
Yeah, just out.
You can just leave.
And this is my favorite right here. This is the next tweet. By the way, Skip talks to escorts in his Twitter DMs.
That's crazy.
I do think he's really lonely and needs some soul searching. Poor guy.
This is the real psychological warfare, because whether he does or not, we're never going to be able to wipe that off of his. You're always going to have that in the back of your mind, and maybe just maybe he be out here DMing escorts.
Yeah.
Hey, don't nobody care about the truth. The lie's more entertaining.
Always. Always.
Poor guy. But I like that type of stuff. Man.
Now that's a funny one.
Yeah, like if you're trying to scam PlayStations and all that stuff, click this link and you'll get a. But we're just doing stuff like this, man. I get a good laugh out of it.
Watch this.
You know, normally if I walked into this studio where we're broadcasting.
Oh no.
Yeah, why you sitting right there, man?
I'm sitting across from Reggie. Just hold on. And the microphone to my right is in 2 pieces. The microphone across from me, the zip ties broke again, and that one I can't use. Normally, you know, I'd come in, I'd be like, kind of, you know, put out, kind of bothered. But I'm not. Because I know, you know, Odyssey is a great company, and I know they couldn't possibly be, you know, focusing all their resources somewhere else on this floor, right?
All right. You are on your own lonesome. I would not have gone here at all.
I mean, like when something happens in a studio, we have a great crew. Y'all are all backing away.
Clear out. let them cook.
Cowards. I'm working with a couple of cowards right now because we have a great crew. I mean,
you want the lane? Go ahead and take it.
Come on, LeBron Lopez.
All of them. Like Colin, I mean, just go down the list. You know, Aaron, all of them. They're great. Andy is a legend. So I'm not really bothered because I know, you know, they would be here immediately and they're not going to focus, you know, the company's not going to focus any resources anywhere else on this floor, right? So they'll get here as soon as they can.
They already gave you an answer as to why this is the way it is.
Right, guys?
Come on, explain what's going on, man.
You with me? You with me?
Mm-mm, not at all. You on your lonesome. I just got basketball takes to get off in this segment. I don't know what you're doing right now.
Hey, the mic, I'm good.
Yeah,
I got hoops take. That's all I got.
1 out of 3 microphones is working right here where I usually sit, so that's okay.
Hey, that's all that matters, man.
That's all right.
Unbelievable.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I don't fully understand Big Vic's shock selection. Victor Wembanyama and Spurs were in town.
They're talking a lot about that.
Yeah, they were in town, and he is the latest in this evolution of just like alien monsters, if you will, in the NBA, where you just got this dude that's big, but also has guard skills. Like, obviously, KD is the dude who has perfected this to the highest level, at least that we've seen, and the idea is, well, maybe Victor Wembanyama can do even more. What's tough is, like, he's being guarded with, like, wings players. Dylan Brooks is one of these guys, but other teams are doing similar things where they're guarding him with, and it's just like, I understand he's not super strong yet. He added a good amount of muscle over the offseason, but, like, he's not the dude who's just going to back somebody down, and I'm not sure if you want to. Like, I don't know if that's analytically the best way of going about it. But also analytically, I don't know if this best thing is him jacking up these threes out here. Like, you too damn
tall. Well, that's what they want him to do. That's what you answered your own question. I mean, they're defending him with the smalls because they want him.
Well, yeah.
You know, they want him to shoot.
Which is, all right, cool. But, like, the whole idea of sports is, hey, I understand what you want me to do, and I'm going to go and impose my will in some ways. And I'm not saying, like, the idea of being able to shoot will be incredibly good for him, right? Because it makes
and
it
he
so
is a good shooter.
You begin picking your poison. But that being the preference,
but he hasn't been a good shooter.
I don't understand that, right? Like, you got to start by making this real tough inside. And then, you know what I mean, when people are like, oof, we can't deal with that. And then you whip their you know what with these shots out here as well. It just feels like there's not enough.
You should just post up those little dudes.
Yeah, I mean, and I hate to be that guy. I sound like Shaq and Charles.
Yeah.
Well, you just need to dominate. Right? Like, I'm not trying to do that, but, like, it does feel like, what's the point in being 7 foot 37
no, you're right.
if you're just going to be out here on the perimeter and letting people get away with it? Now, you got to go and pose.
No, I agree.
And 713 says, remember, Wemby is Ralph Sampson, and I feel like even Ralph was a little bit more aggressive. I know that
the game was different, and he had to be down on the block a lot.
Yeah,
more.
and I know that people kind of gave him the, kind of talked to him about him maybe being a little soft or whatever, not wanting to be down there. But at least he could give you that. And you're right, the game was different.
Yeah.
My thing about it is, like, you got to at least start there before we head out here, because again, what is the point of being so damn tall if you just don't let people off the hook?
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Man, I'm a little disappointed because today my wife is working. She's working out in Baytown, and she was gonna meet up with some friends out there for dinner. And so I'm like, cool, I could go somewhere where I want to go.
You're darn right you
go
can.
on my own. Well, them plans got changed.
Oh no, what happened?
Dinner got canceled. Somebody wasn't feeling good, so she hit me up and said, you know what? We can have dinner together now. So I'm like, oh man.
Your personal time just got eaten.
Yeah, man. I'm just like, man, I kind of just want to go on my own, man, because it's some spots I can't go to with her because she's not a fan of these spots. So she's not a seafood person.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's tough.
Oh, yeah.
What you're saying, like when your better half says, I'm just going to go spend some time with some friends and have dinner, you don't even blink, right?
Nope.
If you said the exact same thing to her,
I want to go.
I just want to go out. I just want to go out with some buddies or go by myself. What's going on?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
For some reason, women.
What's her name?
Yeah. For some reason, whenever women take off, they think you. Like they want you to do something.
Yes.
But soon as you like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna go out on my own. Then it's always an issue. It's like, man, like, you know how many times like you take off, I just go home and chill, and just be by myself. Like, I'm not having a party at this house.
Exactly.
I'm not calling nobody. I'm literally sitting here doing nothing.
One more quick confession here.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
You two are a bunch of cowards.
Why?
You two are a couple of cowards.
What happened?
You know why?
My microphone worked great. I don't know what you're talking about.
Throwing me out on that island. Hell, you're dropping me on the island, then it keep flying.
Wait, hold on. You acting like
you drove to the island.
That's what I'm saying. You acting like we loaded up the plane.
No, what you did was you told us to get in the car. You drove us to this island we didn't want to go to.
My confession was I'm not worried. I'm not upset.
We not getting out this car.
Because I know it's a high priority here. I know it. It's got to be, right?
I mean, it's working for me.
Reggie,
I don't know about you.
Hey, you having problems with your mic?
I'm doing great here.
Hey, I'm not having problems with my mic.
My problems are ones that I brought in the door with me. I don't know what you're talking about. Confessions, and again, we will leave Lopez out to dry once more. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us on this Thursday. It is In the Loop. Coming up next, let's do our what's become a Thursday staple, a little buy or sell. Are you buying or selling what these various people in sports are trying to give to you? We'll do that next.
Thirsty. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's go ahead and do a little buy or sell. The way that this goes is John compiles various people in sports, and I guess every once in a while outside of sports.
Yeah, every once in a while.
And, whenever somebody's talking, they're always trying to sell you a little bit of something, right? Are you buying or are you selling it? Lopez, what we got?
All right, let's start with the one that has been pretty newsworthy here in these parts. Nick Caserio said the trade deadline is much ado about nothing. He said let's start with that. Now, we've talked about it, but are you buying that he believes that? that he believes that, Figgy?
Hey. I'm buying it, man. I'm buying it. I think we know Nick Caserio for being, I don't want to say aggressive, but I guess he finds his spots to be aggressive and check in on stuff. So I think I think he telling the truth there, man.
The tough part about it is trying to get in his head and see if he believes that, but just on a general notion of, and I want to be careful because I don't want to make it seem like that's definitely what he's saying, but the way that I heard it and that I was concerned if I was hearing it right is that, moves at the trade deadline themselves are overrated and that there's too much stock put in there. And I kind of get where he's coming from, but to some degree, it feels a lot like, well, this is not a useful time adding wise. And I don't like that as a perspective. I don't buy that as a thought process because if there's various times to make your team better. And I feel like they all have their uses, right? And I think when I was talking about this to you earlier or yesterday or something, it's all right, well, that's one of your tools, right? That's a hammer. You may not always need a hammer, but if you run across a nail, you need it, right? And so I don't know that the trade deadline is always the tool that you use to make your team better, but it is a tool that I don't want you to outrightly just not have in your tool belt at any given point. And so, the general idea that there's the trade deadline is much ado about nothing, I don't agree with. Whether or not he believes that, I really don't know what to do with that.
I can't imagine that he actually believes that.
I would hope not.
Because here's a guy that also says we're always looking to make our team better.
There you go.
Always. And he knows the trade deadline has transformed teams. And you can even argue that trade deadline-ish transformed this team last year. Derek Barnett was claimed off of waivers in November last year. Derek Barnett was a big factor for this team down the stretch. So he knows it. So while maybe, in this specific case, this particular year, he didn't find anything, I can't believe that he thinks it's much ado about nothing because teams consistently get better at the trade deadline. And it wasn't a trade, but he's gotten this team significantly better in November. All right. Shane Steichen said this week, Joe Flacco still gives the Colts the best chance to win. You buying or selling?
I buy that. Anthony Richardson is just so inconsistent, right? He's so developmental, and what they need right now, especially in a Shane Steichen system, where Shane Steichen helps his quarterbacks a whole bunch, is just make the right decisions. Who do you trust to make the right decisions? Consummate veteran, even though he is older, Joe Flacco, or Anthony Richardson, who is erratic, even though he provides some other really useful skills with his athleticism and those types of things.
Yeah.
Flacco's the one. Yeah. Now, are they actually going to get the job done? Well, I wouldn't bet my money on that.
Yeah, but in
either way.
The question, him thinking that he gives the best chance to win.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm buying this too, man. Me personally, I do think he gives the best chance to win. I know the last game wasn't that good, but he was facing didn't make this that made this Texans team didn't look too good either.
No, I'm with both you guys on this. I'm buying it as well. Joe Kelly, y'all remember Joe Kelly in these parts, don't you?
Boo that man.
This man.
He said this week that the World Series against the Yankees was, quote, a mismatch from the get-go. Our superstars care and are not lazy and play hard. That's the difference.
Ooh, who was that directed at?
The New York Yankees.
Yeah, I know the Yankees, but I'm like,
it's Garrett Cole.
Well,
did he
Judge? I was like, I don't know about Judge, Soto,
but Garrett Cole did make a lazy play though. That
he sure did.
Oh, that's right.
That was a really lazy play, not covering first.
So did Joe Kelly face when he faced the Astros? Was Garrett Cole on that team too?
Ooh, I'd have to go back and see the timeline on that.
It seemed like that was kind of a shot at Garrett Cole. Hell, it could have been the whole team for real.
Maybe, maybe Judge. The way he slumped and all that stuff, but that could have just been a slump.
Yeah, the tough part about this is you got to sell it to some degree of just, all right, man. You don't get to the World Series just being lazy. However, you kind of buy it. You kind of buy it because, you're right.
I kind of buy it.
You have the Garrett Cole, and then you just. I don't know if you can necessarily attribute this to laziness, but I imagine if you're a baseball player, maybe you can. Just the way that you have a superstar in Aaron Judge be that useless. I can't really find a better word in the postseason.
Hey, I'm buying it too.
There's a level of criticism. I don't know if lazy is exactly the word, and maybe that is just the shot. But there's definitely some criticism that you go, the mismatch of those guys playing better compared to Yankees.
Yeah.
All right. Still stinks, though. He stinks.
Let's go back to D'Amico Ryans. All right? D'Amico Ryans said the proper time to begin playing Christmas music is after Thanksgiving. First of all, are you buying that to be true?
That is, I buy that 100%. It is my single favorite holiday is Thanksgiving, which you will frequently hear me call. You will frequently hear me call food's birthday because it does feel like a celebration of food.
It is,
which makes it the best. And so, give it its due. I know there ain't no Thanksgiving music, but hey, man, wait. But then that feels like that is on ramp, and the next big holiday after that is indeed the time period where Mariah Carey makes a whole bunch of money. But yeah, at least give it some time.
I buy it 100%. Day after Thanksgiving is maybe a day or two even before, because Thanksgiving sort of marks where it's happening. You know, it's officially the holiday season.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe the Thanksgiving or the day before, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
You could hear some around the parade and all that. So that's max.
Yeah. I just don't get. And look, people are built different. People kind of enjoy things in different ways. I get that, but personally, I don't understand the folks that don't get tired of listening to Christmas music consistently. And I guess it's
all the time.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I guess the different thing for me is not as much when you start.
I get tired of this.
But it's the frequency. Right? It's the frequency, man. It's like people are like, yeah, I started listening to Christmas music after Halloween, and then it's just like all Christmas music.
Yeah, that's too much.
For like
Overkill.
2 months.
Yeah.
Like you listen to 2 straight months of Christmas music.
And everything starts sounding the same, man.
Yeah.
It's like, I just heard this song.
Yeah, there's only so many, right? You hear them sung by different people, but it's only so many Christmas songs.
She makes $6 million a year just on this song.
I can't blame her.
They play it a month. They play for about a month.
God bless her.
$6 million a year.
I mean, I also would lean very much into a thing that made me $6 million a year.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
I'll become a strictly Christmas artist.
Man. All right, I got another couple for you here. Bob Costas. Bob Costas said he's retiring from baseball play-by-play. It was his own decision because, quote, he started to hit below his lifetime batting average. Number one, do you think it was his own decision?
Yeah, by that. Bob Costas been out here still calling baseball while not like frequently being in baseball. Bob Costas is Teflon in these streets, man. Bob Costas does what he basically wants to do.
I think somebody made a call.
I think I'm torn on this one because part of me is like, consummate professional, legend, doesn't need the criticism. He might just say, you know what, I have hit below my lifetime batting average. I'm out. And he's a legend, and I really like Bob Costas, but he has an enormous ego, man. He does? He has a big
But I think that also falls in the other place where he goes, man, I'm not feeling at the same level. And you understand this as being somebody who like has some competitive in you. It's just like, hey man, if I don't feel like I'm holding up my standard, why do this? Especially when you're parachuting in,
That's
right?
Why
Like
I'm
you're
torn.
not doing this all the time.
I'm gonna land on
I'm buying it.
I buy it.
I buy it, man.
I got to tell this, man. I got to say, I think that, to me, when I seen this, I looked at it as a mutually parted ways type thing. So I think they probably had a conversation, and maybe I don't know who. Maybe the company said, "Hey, we think we're gonna go in a different direction, but we ain't gonna fire you or nothing like that. But if you step away, we'll let you do other stuff, but not play by play."
All right, one more, and it has another Houston twist to it. So Stephen A. Smith, who actually was broaching the topic of running for president, and I'm like, sure, why not? Everybody else does. Okay. But, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to put it that way. But that's not where we're going here. So he was relaying the story about Daryl Morey and why Daryl Morey and Tillman Fertitta parted ways, got fired, whatever you want to call it. He said that that one of the things that irked Tillman Fertitta was that Morey would show him some analytics after a tough loss, especially in the postseason. And the analytics said, everything that happened, everything that, leading up to the game meant that the Rockets should have won that game. He said that Morey would show Tillman the analytics and tell him, see, we actually won, even though they actually lost the game on the scoreboard. You buying that?
That he would do that?
That he would do that?
Absolutely, I buy the hell out of that.
Figgy?
Like,
that is hilarious to me, man.
That is so Daryl Morey. Like, that's the thing about Daryl Morey that's tough is that he leans so heavily into the numbers that at times, frequently, in fact, I wonder, does he realize that there's the people element to this business?
There's a scoreboard.
Not just is there a score, there's a people element to this business. Yeah, man, you got to worry about the people.
These ain't robots.
Everything that happened, we actually won.
And so the tough thing about that is like that's being so process driven that you forget the results.
Yeah,
there's still results that you have to answer for in this business. So the process got to drive to that. It can't be all process.
Not only am I buying that, I can confirm. Someone has told me the same thing. Yes. Someone who is no longer with the Rockets told me the same thing.
Hey, just imagine after a loss, you sitting there like, man, I can't believe
all the data says we won.
Don't worry about it, man. We won that game.
I know we going home from the playoffs, but we actually won this game.
That game.
That's right.
Yeah,
man. We are technically actually the champions.
When someone told me, I thought it was like, come on, he wouldn't even do it.
I would be like, dude, pack up your office, man.
and that, you know where that falls into? It falls into a category that I lovingly call, ain't nobody trying to hear that.
Yeah.
Right? Like you could think that to yourself. It's like, man, we did all the things that we were supposed to do. I'm happy that with the way that we played. I like the way that we played.
Yeah.
Don't tell nobody that. Ain't nobody trying to hear that, man. Right. You will get laughed at.
You know what? Give me a ring then.
Yeah.
Where's my ring?
Yeah, where's my ring?
We won.
Yeah.
Good old Daryl Morey.
Yep.
All right. That's a little buy or sell. Gosh, I can't believe he's selling that nonsense. Right here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, as we continue to get ourselves ready for Texans-Lions that'll happen on Sunday. What's more likely to happen? We'll go through some various scenarios on what's more likely to happen in this game as we start to get ourselves in that mindset, and we'll do it next.
Sunday Night Football.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It's a thirsty Thursday, and that's definitely highlights where the drive is going to be. They won't be in studio. They'll be out amongst the people, and you should be amongst them as well at the Buffalo Wild Wings Willowbrook, where they'll be broadcasting today from 2 to 6 p.m. So go out and see the fellas, hang out, eat, drink, be merry, and then enter for the opportunity to win some prizes. So they always make sure that they go out there with prizes. So yeah, definitely go out, see those fine fellas, and listen to the drive with Clint and Ron. I believe Clint should be back. Shout out to B. Scott holding it down yesterday with those fine fellas. All right, what's more likely? Let's do these thought experiments to get us into the place where we kind of consider some of the things that could happen in this Sunday night football game, this big primetime battle between your Texans as they're trying to figure some things out and get themselves to playing the type of football that they know that they're capable of and they know that they should be playing versus a Lions team that's absolutely playing that kind of football to this point.
Yeah, look, and you say it's a thought exercise, and I think a lot of times you can sort of come to a conclusion like, okay, this is not looking good, or you know what, it's looking pretty good for the Texans when you break it down like this. So let me ask you both this: which is more likely? Joe Mixon rushes for more than 100 yards in the game against the Lions defense, or Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery combined for more than 120 yards in the game? Because they've always been that they usually end up with 60, 70, 80 yards, occasionally over 100, but the combination of them is the big factor. So which one of those is more likely to happen?
It feels like it is always a given that if Joe Mixon starts and finishes a game, you'll get 100 and a touchdown. Weirdly enough, I feel like I say that the ulterior, the 120 from both Gibbs and Montgomery is more likely. And the reason why I say that is I think it's more likely that the Texans are behind and having to throw the football to try and get themselves into it. Now,
this is why we do this exercise.
It does feel like, though.
Yeah.
Or maybe I'll ask this as a question because I'm like, I'm still not sure if I'm settled on this as an idea, but does it feel like the Texans are in a place where they need to run the football and like use that a little bit more consistently to help themselves?
It's funny you say that because I think that is where they are a little susceptible, they being the Lions. I think that,
they're 22nd overall defense, 20th defensively in rushing efficiency.
Yeah, so they're a little susceptible. So I'm going to go Joe Mixon, maybe a little more like. Not that the Texans are just, completely shutting down the run all the time, but I think the Texans are like 17th?
16th.
Okay.
When it comes to defensive
so they're okay.
Middle of the pack.
Yeah. Figgy?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Joe Mixon too, man. I think the defense is going to step up in this game, and I don't Gibbs and Montgomery having more.
All right, so that's a check mark. If you're just, but we got several others here. So more likely for Sunday, the Texans get 2+ sacks collectively on Jared Goff, or the Lions get 2+ sacks on C.J. Stroud?
Lions just added a pass rusher as well.
Layup.
I mean, coming off of a game where C.J. Stroud was sacked all of 8, count them, 8 times.
Yeah.
It's the C.J. Stroud. Like, that's the thing that Jared Goff, that they do well, is that they have a great offensive line. They keep him upright, and that's what makes him so damn good. When he has time, he makes the right decisions. He can make most of the throws that you need. Like, he is a very good quarterback. It's when he's under pressure that it's problematic. So if you can get 2 sacks, you shift this game in a huge way into the favor of the Texans.
Yeah.
I just don't feel great about that, especially with Will Anderson Jr. didn't practice today.
Yeah.
And Sam Warren of the Chronicle put together a really, really interesting piece about just the consider level that Will Anderson Jr. playing takes his defense to, even as you consider
in every level.
a lot of
at
great,
every level too.
A lot of great defensive players. He stirs his drink in a way that I don't know we even give him enough credit for.
I agree.
So yeah, that feels like a tough situation for the Texans.
Yeah, the Lions gonna get
it's a layup, man.
Yeah,
it's a layup. All due respect. All right, so what's more likely here now? The Texans defense steps up in the red zone, or the Lions defense steps up in the red zone. Interestingly, the Lions in the red zone issues in there, but the Texans as well, especially in the second half.
Oof. Do you have a call? Do you have a read on this?
I kind of look at I kind of look at it the other way, man. I feel like the Lions are really good offensively in the red zone. So I'm gonna say that I'm gonna go the opposite. I feel like the Lions gonna be a little more dominant defensively in the red zone.
Yeah, especially like you look at the Texans having fewer of those red zone options. Tank Dell is still going to be there, and you saw that connection happen against the Jets in the red zone, so that gives you some confidence that you'll have some of that there. But again, now I talk about the other guy that did not practice today, Nico Collins.
That's what did it for me.
It really felt like that was going to be one of the things that helps them break some of this open and makes them more efficient in the red zone, because they haven't been.
Yeah, they have not been, and that's what is the ultimate deciding factor. I don't anticipate him playing. We'll hear from DeMeco Ryans here in a little bit, but no, actually we won't, because it's coordinator day, which ties directly into my next more likely to happen. We got a lot of confidence in, at least in the kicking game, or had.
Oh, wow. That quickly it goes away, huh?
With the Texans special team. But more likely to happen on Sunday, the Texans turn the game with their special teams play, or the Lions turn the game with their special teams play. And for those who don't know, they might have to hose down Frank Ross after his press availability today, because the Lions special teams is they haven't missed a field goal. Jack Bates, their net yards punt #1 in the NFL, yards per kickoff return #1 in the NFL,
and that's the portion of of this that I think is going to be big.
They got one they went yard. They got one that went all the way.
The opportunity for big returns for the Lions, I think, is the big thing. It almost feels counterintuitive, because Kaimi is still like very good, but a lot of that was early on in the season. It's cooled just a little bit without being disrespectful to that man. But it's tough, because if Kaimi is kicking the ball a whole bunch, where in a notable way, it means that you're turning 7s into 3s, or you're just not being productive in that way. And this feels like one of those games where you need 7s as much as possible, as opposed to 3s.
Yeah.
So I think the possibility of a special teams turning the game, that feels very much like it's in the Lions' court.
Figgy?
Yeah, I think I'm going to roll with the Lions on this one, man.
All right, so this next one...
I feel like I'm being way too Texans negative here.
No, I've been with you on by
this Lions a damn good team, man.
Yeah, it is a good team.
Now, this one, and I'm not trying to be more negative on the Texans here. It's how we determine how we really feel about this game is when you kind of break it down. It's kind of a gambler's thing. Like, let's break down each, what's more likely to happen. Okay, that's their check mark, et cetera. This one, I admittedly, I put it down this morning before we realized that Nico Collins wasn't practicing again. Jamison Williams, who is coming back off a suspension. I guess it was a 2-game suspension, I think?
2 games, yes, sir.
For performance and whatever it was. Or Nico be coming back from the hamstring. So it's kind of unfair, but Jamison Williams or Nico Collins having the bigger impact, I think that's kind of another layup just based on default.
Yeah. If Nico Collins did play, though, I feel like I would go there.
Mm-hmm.
Nico Collins represents if he was able to play, if he's able to go. Now, of course, he did not practice today. We did not get any news of like a change in the designation from return. And so it feels highly unlikely that he would practice on Friday and then they'd be like, all right, good to go. Everything's all good.
Mm-hmm.
But if he did, because he represents so much more of like, or at least earlier in the season when he was playing, he represented so much more of your production passing wise. I think that's a huge thing. Like, Jamison is a big play threat. Don't get me wrong. They have a lot of other ways that they can hurt you when you talk about Sam Laporta, talk about Amon-Ra St. Brown, especially we know the somewhat vulnerability that exists with your Texas team when it comes to good wide receivers in the slot. So there's a lot of other ways that you go, ooh, they can really hurt you. And then you also consider passing isn't even the big thing for them. It's the idea that they can get out here and tote that rock.
Yeah.
The idea that if Nico Collins could play, that he would change, that you have a lot more opportunities at deep slot shots. You have opportunity to make your screen game and quick game go a lot better. Like, he would make a huge change in this, and that's why it's so devastating that he was not able to practice today.
All right. Well, Figgy, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say Nico. I think that would be the bigger impact if he was playing.
Sad thing is, I don't think he's going to play. But if he does, you're right.
Yeah.
If he does, you're right. All right, so plus 250 yards passing without an interception, or Jared Goff plus 250 yards passing without an interception? That might be the determining factor right there.
The interception part?
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you're talking about turning the ball over, especially with like Brian Branch out there roaming, he's just been such a good ball hawk in some ways. But if you're just talking about the yardage, I actually am gonna go CJ.
I am too.
Like, I think
the interception thing is kind of the fly in the ointment.
Yeah, it sure is. But I think that you're going to have more opportunities to throw the football, and hopefully, or maybe not hopefully, but like in the other way of this, if the game goes a little sour early, where the Texans are in a place where they're having a chase, you'll have more situations where CJ's dropping back, I imagine, and more opportunities to throw the football.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I think the no picks is probably going to be one of the absolute determining factor. Jared Goff, as we've talked about, incredibly accurate, incredibly good season.
Yeah,
knows where to put the ball.
And that's a team that literally leads the league in turnover differential. They're plus 11.
Yes. But yet, C.J. Stroud, although we've seen him sort of not, is playing out of his skin a little bit here lately, he doesn't normally throw interceptions. And, if you're checking all these boxes and you feel like the running, Joe Mixon versus Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery might be something of a push, if you think the sacks, is clearly favoring the Lions, then it might be another bad day for C.J. Stroud throwing the ball, just because of the pressure.
Yeah, and then the idea of the interceptions, the pressure, right? Like, it's just we're still assuming. Like, he's at practice, but none of the media are able to see, like, once they get into the offensive line, work and seeing who is actually getting these first team reps and all those things. We're not certain. We're just making the assumption based on the idea that when Kenyon Green got hurt a couple weeks ago, Jarrett Patterson was the guy that they went immediately to. We're making that assumption that he's going to be that left guard. But with that assumption in tow, like, is that offensive line then going to, raise the floor high enough to where they can do the things that are necessary? Or are you going to be in that place once more where, it's Jarrett Patterson, but it's the same results?
All right. Well, you're kind of reading my mind here.
Oh, my bad.
No, it's good. It's perfect. Jarrett Patterson starts at left guard?
Correct.
Or someone else?
Jarrett Patterson. I'll take Jarrett Patterson over the field.
Yeah, me too. Yep.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. So who's the someone else there, right? Because obviously the potentials exist. Kendrick Green,
Kendrick Green's a potential.
Is a potential there. He was the guy who got the.
You know what I can't get over? They have had 10 days. If they were going to do this, quote, everything on the table, drastic move.
Are you talking about musical chairs?
I was going to say, and I'm not
musical chairs.
And I'm not even necessarily talking about Titus Howard, but maybe get what's his name, Broker, who's played guard, plugged in on playing guard. Nick Broker was the next guy up during training camp. He was the 6th offensive lineman. I think because Blake Fisher was just coming along, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm wondering, they got to have something up their sleeve to try to bolster that. Or is it just as simple as, that's why I asked the question.
Well, I mean,
Jarrett Patterson.
It's a possibility outright missed that. However, why we ain't seen nothing in that vein, right? You had Jared Patterson, who was the first guy they turned to when Kenyon Green gets hurt a couple weeks ago. When Kenyon Green goes out in the Jets game, Kendrick Green is the guy they go to. And at no point did it feel like Nick Broker was.
But you got 10 days now.
That guy. And maybe 10 days changes it, but at least you would have imagined that maybe you see him in any of those circumstances. And both of those guys, it seems, the guys that they turned to prior to Nick Broker in those other situations, both those guys seem like viable options. I don't see why logically you would shift that, unless maybe, you see something different. That's a possibility, but it feels like it would be Patterson or Kendrick Green. And when it comes to those two, we saw 10 plays with Jared Patterson where they moved the ball effectively, and then we saw all them plays with Kendrick Green where he had a hell of a lot of fight. The actual blocking and stuff looked kind of similar to
fight doesn't always make the block.
No, but hey, man,
but it was good to see.
You have been in such a place where fight is something that was very welcome to see.
Yeah. All right,
there you go.
Yeah.
I don't think that made me feel good. Ultimately,
well, that's why we do the exercise.
Yeah, and that was the understanding, is that the Detroit Lions come in as a team that is very good, but then also as a team that has been playing really good football, really well actualized version of football of what they want to do. And this Texas team, you're hoping that they are finding some of the answers. So just off of that alone, right? If this was a head-to-head matchup of both teams at their strength, we would have a little bit of a different place. But this Texas team, they're trying to figure some things out, and they have to figure them out kind of quickly on the fly. But you hope that they can do that, as they have some of the advantages of being at home, having that kind of have 10-day span between their last game and this one. So you hope that those things can help, but. If we're just doing the analysis of the evaluation of what this thing looks like, the more likelies have really leaned towards the Lions. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Just a reminder, we saw with practice earlier today, about over an hour ago, I think is when practice kind of got started. No Will Anderson, no Nico Collins in practice, which kind of put some doubts on both of their involvements on Sunday Night Football with the Lions. So we'll see what that looks like. But right now, it's about that time where we turn it over to our man Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What we got?
Yeah, so I'm going to be heading out to Buffalo Wild Wings and Willowbrook today to hang out with Clint and Ron. And technically, Buffalo Wild Wings is classified as a sports bar. So I want to go through some huge do not do's or says when it comes to the bartender.
Okay, don't mess up. Don't mess with the bartender. We'll talk about it next.
Thursday Night Football is on Sports Radio. Houston sports leader. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thirsty Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. I'll be out there with Clint and Ron for Thirsty Thursday at Buffalo Wild Wings and Willowbrook in that plaza over there.
Correct, yeah.
So if you in that area, or hell, if you're not in that area, come on out, man, because I'm not in that area and I will be driving out there. So
I would, but I probably need to go lay myself down somewhere.
Nah, you gotta get some rest, man.
Rest that throat.
That sounds crazy.
Yeah, pause.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Pause. But before we get to these bartenders, the stuff you don't do or say to these bartenders, I got to bring up a text to the show, man. Shout out to my man Cecil Shorts.
Oh yeah,
who is a listener. He always listening on the Odyssey app and in the car and all that stuff. Probably watching on the YouTube stream too. But he texted me this not too long ago. He said, y'all are a bunch of Grinches, LOL. So a little backstory, we was talking about the Christmas music when the best time to play it.
After Thanksgiving, correct?
Yeah. He said Christmas music is a part of Thanksgiving.
Nah.
In this time of the year, LOL.
What, this time of, boy, it's 80-something degrees outside. What you mean?
Well, I did say, like, if you want to start on Thanksgiving or the day before Thanksgiving, I'm good with the official, unofficial. Hey, it's holiday season. A day maybe, but like people playing Christmas music right now. Man.
Hey, shout out to the old lady.
And look, again,
got the tree up and she's playing it.
Look, you don't got to listen to what I'm doing. Do what you want to do. I'm not nobody's daddy. But what I am saying is that I just don't get how y'all be listening to Christmas music for 2 months straight.
Yeah.
Straight.
Hey, if they had a radio station that played nothing but Christmas music all year round, I'm telling you, they will still do some numbers, man. You still have some crazy folks out there that will listen to Christmas music in March.
God bless you, man.
Yeah.
It's wild.
There's some year-round Christmas stores,
but y'all gonna put some respect on Thanksgiving, though. I'm gonna tell you that.
They got the Nutcracker coming up, right?
Yeah.
The
Nutcracker Market.
Oh my God, I went there one time, man. Crazy. I ain't know what to expect. Crazy. It was a bunch of. It was. Look, man. I want to call the white folks. I'm sure it's a black.
There's a bunch of drunk women.
Yes, dude. I said it was a bunch of drunk women hopping off of a tour bus.
Yes, party
with matching Christmas shirts on.
Yep.
Oh,
drunk as a skunk going there. I'm like, what in the world?
Having a blast.
What is this?
They're doing the woo woo dance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, dance.
Yeah.
The sad thing is I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, but yeah, man. Shout out to Cecil Shorts.
Yeah. Shout out to Cecil.
But let's get to this real quick, man. So I'm gonna be at Buffalo Wild Wings. It's a sports bar, and shout out to all the bartenders there. And I'm gonna go through the do not do's or says when it comes to talking to a bartender or interacting with a bartender.
I love this.
I'm gonna go through this list. Shout out to all the bartenders out there. If you guys text them in at 713-572-4610. But I'm gonna go down this list. I want to see if y'all agree with this.
Okay.
Snapping. Hey,
snapping your fingers.
Excuse me. Hey,
well, who are the people
waving.
that snap and say excuse me? Because I feel like once you start snapping, you probably doesn't have that much respect.
Have to say,
you probably don't have that much respect for the bartender.
Yeah, or even waving. What's the proper way to try to get a bartender's attention?
Normally, if it's crowded, I just try to angle my way up as close as possible to the bar, just so they see me standing there doing nothing. So they can go, oh, hey, you need anything?
I tried to do the little finger, the kind of
just like
excuse me.
Yeah, like I don't try to be aggressive, like I'm trying to call a cab, but I try to.
You said
like,
people
hey,
were waving money?
No, some people wave money.
That's a bad call.
Yeah,
that's a bad call.
I'm not going to you.
Well, I'm rarely in a place that is so busy that it's just like you really fighting. But even if I was, I'm very passive in these situations where I'm just like, I'll stand there and I'll try and make it look like, hey, I'm waiting for you.
Yeah, but that's what I do. Just stand there.
I'm here.
Yeah.
But I don't. And sometimes I get passed over, and I understand that. But I'm like, look, man, they working. It's cool. They'll get to me eventually.
What about this one? Can you make me a strong drink?
Can you be more specific?
Yeah, because what are you trying to say? Well, I mean, even if you is that like just the full order? Can you make me a strong drink?
I don't.
So sort of insult, like they're cheating you.
That's exactly what I took it as. Like, make a drink and don't be skimping like you usually do.
Yeah. You kind of come across as like you trying to get a little extra for a lower price.
Yeah.
Like,
Plus,
put a little extra in there.
If they weren't thinking about skipping you on a drink before,
they
are now.
Yeah.
They are now.
How about this one? Surprise me.
Yeah, don't. Like what are you supposed to do?
With no guidance, nothing. Just surprise. Like, all right, I'm gonna give you some Coke 45. Man, we don't even serve that. I'm gonna give you a glass of Coke 45 then.
All right, so I have to ask.
Surprise.
I have to ask a question. Friends. Is it okay to ask the bartender for a recommendation then?
No, absolutely.
All right, cool.
I think
because I have asked for a recommendation, and then within those recommendations, been like, all right, whichever one.
Yeah.
So that is kind of a surprise me.
That's a gray area.
It is kind of a surprise me.
That's a gray area.
I have been a little bit that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of did that one time. I was actually out of town, and I stopped at a local bar, and I asked about the local beers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, what's a good local beer? And he was totally fine with it because he knew I was from out of town. But,
do's and don'ts, basically, mostly don'ts with bartenders. I got to share this story real quick. I told you guys before the show. So we were at an event. That event I did, the Feeding Frenzy for the Bite Me podcast, and I was standing next to a woman who ordered a drink, and there's a big bowl. And when I say big, it's not like one of those little bowls, like a big bowl.
Like it looked like a salad bowl?
Like a salad bowl of cut up limes.
Yeah.
She reached her hand in there.
Ooh. When the last time she washed her hands
dude, I thought the bartender was going to. He didn't say a thing. He just had that death stare.
Yeah, because now he got to cut up a whole bunch more lemons or limes or whatever.
Exactly. Then he grabbed the whole bowl and threw it in the trash.
Oh, man.
And the worst thing about it, he was standing right in front of her.
Yeah.
Like she could have just said, hey, can I have a lime? No, she reached her hand in there and grabbed a lime.
That's terrible, man. Especially being in a bar.
Yeah.
Another one, somebody complaining about the prices.
You're at a bar.
What you complain about the price for?
You go into a bar with eyes wide open.
People really be complaining about the prices?
Well, it's
out loud, right? Like keep that one goes in your head. Like, damn, man, they really taxing. All right, let me get one of these, or just get a water.
Yeah, I don't even. The only time I bring up a price is if it's like. Sometimes I ask, is there a happy hour or a special going on? Mm-hmm. If it's not, I'm not sitting there. How much that costs? Or dang, that's I'm not doing all that.
I say again, it's a bar.
What about this? Ordering a elaborate cocktail during a rush.
Oh, can I have a rusty nail with a blah, blah, blah? And yeah.
Shaken, not stirred.
Yeah. Or how about this as a variation of that? Ordering a cocktail like that in like a dive bar, knowing damn well they're not doing all that.
Yeah, they got beer and beer.
Yeah, they got beer. The most you might get is a Jack and Coke. Like, we're not doing all that, man.
Do you have the blackberry Ciroc?
Yeah, we're not doing none of that.
Man,
and the number of bars that have true bartenders that know all the drinks out there is very limited.
It is very limited.
Yeah.
Now you just got some pretty girls pouring drinks.
Yeah, I went to Julep last Friday. We had a drink, and that's a bar
out here in these streets.
What about a person that's trying to flirt for freebies, man or woman?
I mean, just flirt to flirt, man. Like, don't be cheap.
Don't
know.
Yeah, I don't even like nobody flirting with the bartender.
I was just gonna say that's kind of weak, just in general.
Like I'm fine with the conversation, especially if it's a smaller bar, nobody in there, and the bartender having a good conversation. I'm fine with that.
But here's the tough thing. I kind of respect getting in where you fit in. Like, if you can make it work, like I don't know if I could be too mad at you.
But do you know how many people talk to these bartenders and bartendresses and you think you're going to be the one?
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. If you can make it go, I don't know that I could be mad at you for doing that. Someone from the 409 on the 5-Hour Energy fan line said, got to get the bartender's name. They say, I always appreciated those who yelled my name for attention rather than someone waving money or waiting. Interesting.
That's good.
That's fair.
That.
That's fair.
So one of the few do's that we've had thus far in the segment.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. What about this one? Ask. Can you make me something fruity with no details at all?
Yeah, here's some grapes.
And that's my. Here's a soda.
Hey, what's on the menu that's kind of got that complexion? That feels
good. Here's a juice box.
Yeah.
Like what the hell do that mean?
Oh. This is like very tangential, but I feel so bad from 346. They said they were so drunk one time that they forgot their own phone number when the waitress wanted it.
Oh, that's
what a fumble,
man!
That's what you call striking out.
What a fumble!
That was an Aaron Judge strikeout.
Yeah, man, big swing. Yeah, big hack.
What about people that leave a mess at the bar?
Well, and especially if it's like they know it's an easy cleanup or they're just making a mess and all that. Just come on, have a little more respect.
Yeah, what about the people that start a tab and leave their card? They take off without their card.
Oh, that's just, hey, man, you're
there.
You're dealing with drunk people. They'll be back.
Bartenders be really frustrated about
Really?
that. To the point, like I went to a bar one time. They had I want to say it was like a $200 fine
$200?
if you leave your card.
I thought that they would just close it out with a nice gratuity, and then they hold on to your card. I thought that was the normal game plan.
Hey, text in if I want to know why this really frustrated a lot of bartenders too. I don't know if it's like a pain in the butt to try to get all this together, but they do not like people just taking off without their cards.
You forget.
Yeah, I mean, you drunk, man.
Yeah.
Like sometimes that happens.
You've been drinking, even if you're not drunk, you're just like whatever.
Yeah. I've always thought that there are bars, and I've definitely seen at least one or two that like make it known that hey, if you leave your tab open,
I think you pay that price.
Automatic like 25% gratuity, and then
I think that's the price you pay.
Yeah,
I think it is.
Yeah. What about this one? Asking for free samples of every drink.
Yeah, this isn't.
No, come on, man.
It's in a yogurt shop.
They had the Baskin Robbins out here trying all 31 flavors.
This ain't no yogurt shop. Yeah.
Arguing about their pour.
Oh, that's a good way to get your drink spit in. Oh, you shorted me on that pour.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's too much.
Oh, well, that too. Yeah.
Yeah. Rushing the bartender for service.
Like, what do you mean?
Hey.
Oh.
Yeah. Hey. What about this one? Can you hook me up?
Oh, you want a free drink?
Hook you up with what?
Yeah, you want a free drink.
Well, tell me what you want. Hook you up with what?
I never get that because like if you don't know them, why are you assuming that that's gonna happen? Like, if you know them, maybe
we're friends, right? You can hook me up.
Yeah, we kind of go through that at the radio. Say, can you hook me up with some tickets?
Yeah,
buddy, I can't hook myself up.
I know, man. Like people think we just walking around with Texans tickets in our pockets, man. Like only on Tuesdays.
Yeah, on these giveaways, they do not run through us. Let me tell you.
Yeah,
I don't see the tickets ever.
And we are not part of the giveaway either. They don't get. Yeah, I ain't even go there. What about telling them how to make a drink or how to make your drink?
If it's a complicated drink. If it's a complicated drink, or they ask. I mentioned Rusty Nail. That's a drink that I've had in the past. I haven't had it in years, but they say, "What's that?" I'm like, "Oh, okay. It's 1 part Drambuie, 1 part Scotch," and they go, "Oh, okay. Whatever."
Yeah,
but only if they ask.
Yeah, this one is a must to me. Not tipping or leaving a joke type of tip.
Yeah, we know the answer. Those are hardworking people.
Yeah, starting fights or complaining about other customers.
Why are you starting fights?
Because they're drunk.
Well, it's probably because
they forgot their card.
Because somehow you got Mad Dog at that bar is what happened or something. You were drinking something that you had no business drinking is what happened there.
Yeah, this last one, bartenders probably get pissed off over this, but ordering drinks right before the last call.
Manager doesn't mind. Bartenders do.
And expecting to stay and kind of stick around.
Yeah.
Just like, man, get the hell out of here, man. It's 150.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to go.
Yeah.
So, that was a couple things. A couple don'ts. And a couple things you don't do or say to these bartenders. And real quick, before we get out of here, I wanted to play this, man. I'm sure some people might be familiar with the R&B singer from the 90s, Michelet. Michelet, she was involved with Dr. Dre back in the day. Kind of got a little messy. You could look up the story and all that. But I want to put John. I want to get John's reaction to this. So I'm sure you probably heard this song before, right here.
Okay.
You take my love and I'm willing. There's no limit to the love I'm giving.
That is like 90s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, it's ringing a bell.
Yeah. So she.
No idea who that was.
Yeah, beautiful voice. But her speaking voice is a little unique. So I'm gonna play this clip of her just singing a cappella, and then she gonna go right into her talking voice.
Okay.
I'm believing and you know I tried. You don't appreciate the time I tried.
She can sing, right?
Yeah.
No studio trick. Wow.
Whoa.
You have an incredible voice.
Thank you.
I don't mean, I really apologize. I don't want to embarrass you, and I keep talking about your speaking voice, but it's so unusual. unusual. Always spoke like that? I mean, you've always had that same speaking voice.
When I was younger, I was shy and I used to talk real light. Then when I finally did open up and start talking, this is what came up.
Y'all don't try to do this to me, man.
No, that's actually how she talks.
I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it.
Look it up, man.
I ain't falling for it.
Look it up. That's how she
Y'all
talks,
are trying to put one over on your boy here.
No, I'm dead serious.
You are not.
Look,
hey, ain't no one talk like that and sing like that.
I'm gonna give you some homework, man. Just look up the story of Michelet. That's how she talked, man.
Y'all lying. You're lying.
I'm dead serious.
Play that her voice again.
It's so unusual, but you've always spoke like that? I mean, you've always had that same speaking voice.
When I was younger, I was shy and I used to talk real light. Then when I finally
ain't falling for
did open up and start talking, this is what came up.
He's calling shenanigans.
Yeah, this is absolute shenanigans.
Hey, if you know the story Michelet, this is a true story, man.
That's an incredible disparity in talking.
Did you know this?
I feel like I had heard before. It's been a while since I thought about it.
Yeah, she actually gave a story on why her voice is that way and all that stuff. But she actually talks like that.
Man.
You'll be surprised when you hear my real talking voice. All right, you're in the loop. That's Figgy's mixtape right here in the loop on Sports Radio 610, 120 every weekday. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand it off to our fellas of The Drive as they are live doing the Wild Wings in Willowbrook. We'll do that next.
Presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Lopez, Figgy Fig, Reginald Atatula hanging out with you on this Thursday, getting you ready for a Thirsty Thursday edition of The Drive. This time out at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Willowbrook. Go see the fellas out there. They'll have some giveaways, of course, that you sign up for, and, of course, the good eats and drinks that Buffalo Wild Wings provides for you. So go see the fellas. And our very own Figgy Fig will be out there as well. So
yeah, man.
If you needed any more motivation to go see them, go do that. Some people who wanted to confirm for you, Lopez.
Oh, we're getting a bunch of texts. No, really, that's how she talks.
I want you to know.
Yeah,
this is for real.
Dig into that story, man.
Figgy is not pulling wool over your eyes. This is really what is happening here.
And that might be what Reggie sounds like tomorrow. I don't know.
We'll see, man. I hope it has not sounded like it, but I've been battling.
If you sound like that, do not come in.
I've been
we
battling.
Hold it down.
Yeah.
I have been battling, coughing off air and such, but we making it. In fact, we have made it. One more segment though before we talk to our fellas out at Willowbrook at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Willowbrook. But we mentioned some of the big news of the day that we learned from practice. Nico Collins did not practice today. Will Anderson Jr. did not practice today. Those are two of the big ones that we were looking out for, especially because of just how large their presence is loom onto the ball effectively.
Mm-hmm.
And Nico Collins still dealing with that hamstring, and it really did feel like if he did not practice today, I think DJ Bijani even said this kind of outright, it'd be unlikely that he'd be designated for return, and that you might not see him in this game, and that's where we are. And then Will Anderson, he matters so much in what this team does. However, there's some other things that happen at practice that I guess it's easy to not kind of pay as much attention to. Like Derek Barnett didn't practice yesterday, but he did return to practice today, which is good. However, Dameon Pierce and Foley Fatukasi didn't practice yesterday, and they didn't practice again today. I think the Fatukasi thing is interesting because he feels like a player that's kind of been taken for granted in some ways. Like you just kind of expect him to be there doing what he does as a defensive tackle. He's been pretty good for you this year.
Well, by and large, across the middle, or I should say in the interior of the defense. But he's been very good for you, even if you're not necessarily seeing it all come up on the stat sheet. Plus, we still don't have Mario Edwards. So it's just another little sort of nick.
And you just sent Khalil Davis out, right?
Khalil Davis is gone.
Like, how much concern do you have seeing that Foley did not play on this Thursday, or practice rather on this Thursday? Thursdays being one of the more important days of practice because it feels like it's highly
less padded day usually, unless they decide that week not to just go with shoulder pads or something. But look, I think that's absolutely, especially against an offensive line like that. One of the strongest offensive lines. Everybody, as you heard, Andy Kalu was talking earlier, dealing with these, nicks and stuff. But boy, when they pile up in the same area or the same, unit, that's when it starts to affect you.
Yeah, that'll be a real tough go of it. Now, Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle did make note of something, that there have only been 2 players this year that have, not practiced on Thursday and then ultimately played on Sunday. Dalton Schultz, Foley Fatukasi. So maybe Foley Schultz could pull that out once more and have that same feeling. But yeah, that would be hugely important. And I guess he really kind of threw that up there in the context of Nico Collins, because that's the one that it feels like is super necessary. But I don't wanted to highlight the idea that Fatukasi not practicing. I think that's one that is easy to go under the radar, but is one that matters in a big way.
And don't sell it short how important maybe even to Dameon Pierce. And we're sitting here talking this week about he really doesn't have that many carries, but they think pretty highly of him, and you still have, Dare and J.J. Taylor to deal with. So Dameon Pierce as well, and he didn't practice yesterday. So, they're piling up. But the Will Anderson and Nico Collins thing is a little bit like, I don't expect them to play. Like, as you just mentioned, it's Thursday. They didn't practice yesterday. But it seems like D'Amico's still kind of holding out hope, because he keeps saying, well, we'll see how it goes, basically. So I don't know if they're close or they're just sort of not wanting to say or what, but no Will Anderson, no Nico Collins, that's a big problem.
That is tough. Now, I did want to put some more context on the Foley Fatukasi on the side today.
Okay.
So maybe that does offer some opportunities for him to still play after not practicing on not even being a limited participant on a Thursday. So that would be helpful. But yeah, just some of the practice report types things with what was happening with the Texans today. Like, if you had to come up with one word for this game that's coming up, right? Like for this Texans-Lions game, what do you think that word would be that you're using to think about?
Well, I would have to hyphenate it.
Okay.
Tipping point.
Okay.
Yeah. I mentioned it to you earlier. Actually, Indy also mentioned,
he did as well,
that it could be a tipping point game. I really believe that, man. I mean, like the train is not going to go off the rails, but I think there's going to be a real recognition of they're not what we thought they were. Right now it's kind of a discussion. If the line gets better, if Nico gets back, whatever, else might help. If CJ Stroud can carry the load, and all those things remain true, and they might get better. But boy, you get worked again after Kenyon Green is already out of the lineup, with the injury, and would have been probably benched anyway. And you bolster the lineup. You have 10 days to prepare. You're at home. Sunday night football. The Texans get worked again. But on the other hand, the good part of the tipping point is if you can pull it out. If you can improve enough on the line to be more than serviceable, and CJ and better decisions with the ball, and I think it go either way after this week. I really do. Tipping point. How about you?
I can't even hyphenate. So at this point, this would be a phrase, right? Because somebody said, "Can we use a phrase? Remember the Alamo?" Which that is a really interesting perspective of doing that. Just
burn the boats
for all the dudes that are injured and are not on IR or whatever. Yeah. You get out there and you do this. Somebody said obliterated. That's the word on the text line from the 713. They said, "What's your prediction?" Pain. So thank you for that.
Was that good pain or bad pain?
I imagine it's not a good one. Embarrassing. Wow. There's not a lot of faith necessarily with what's happening here.
Mm-hmm.
The phrase that I would use to alter my own question here: stress test.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think this is going to be this is the most that you can stress test a team in. A team that with the Lions that knows so acutely what they do. They do it pretty well on in all phases. There's very few phases of the football game where you go, they're just not good at that.
Yeah.
And so I think that this will be kind of a real stress test on a lot of these things that have been mediocre in a lot of ways, or at least inconsistent in a lot of ways, even if they have been good at points on this team. And so I think that somebody said gulp. Okay. Next man up comes in as a potential phrase to be used for this game. Nuke. And it doesn't seem like they mean Hopkins.
Sound like a good one, yeah.
No. Wow, yeah, just a lot. Wow. Not a lot of positivity.
Well, we stumbled upon something here, didn't we?
Okay. All right. And okay, I think that this might.
Hiroshima.
Okay. Okay, we're having fun, but now we're doing too much. And then Joseph on the YouTube. Word is revelatory.
There we go.
That's a good one.
All right.
We will see some things. Are we about ready to head out?
Yeah, we good to go.
To our guys at the Buffalo Wild Wings at Willowbrook Plaza. It's Ron and I believe Clint. Clint made it back for us fellas on a Thirsty Thursday. Fellas, what's happening?
That's right. In our one of our home away from homes, a little Thirsty Thursday, we are back here at Willowbrook Plaza down here off of Tomball Parkway. So come on out and hang out with us here from 2 to 6. Great things to hook you up with, as you know. We do not come empty-handed. Got a couple of $25 Visa gift cards and tickets, a pair of tickets to the Texans-Titans game coming up, and along with a wristband, two wristband, that get you some free food and drinks for tailgating before the game, courtesy of Bud Light. So a lot to get out here as we got good food. They got new flavors of wings out here, and apparently I'm about to try some new margaritas that they have out here.
Yeah.
They got them on tap, my man said.
Margaritas on tap, huh?
Margaritas on tap. That's right, ain't it? Yeah, margaritas on tap. So come on out, have a good time, and hang out with us as we'll be here from 2 to 6.
It sounds like y'all are going to have a great time.
It is, and Clint is here. Clint is here. Is your question?
Yeah. Margaritas on tap. That sounds dangerous.
It does. That was why I was very surprised.
I just wait for him to bring them over.
That was what I was surprised about. I was like, "Ooh, is Ron gonna make it?" In the mixtape today, Figgy brought some don'ts to do when it comes to dealing with the bartender. Do you guys have any stories of seeing some people make some faux pas with the bartender?
Oh, I mean, hell, if you ain't got that friend, I got one. His name is Tone.
Shout out.
Tone, I've seen Tone do this 2 or 3 times, just hop back there and just grab the bottle himself. And, and pour it in his glass. And one of the times he just took it home. He was my roommate. He showed up, and you knew it was from the bar because it still had the little twist on the top. But I've watched Tone. A.K.A. 21st birthday, because that's every time he drinks, that's where he goes. Wide receiver, New Mexico State, by the way, as well. I watched Tone go reach right back there and pour him a vodka cranberry, which was his drink of choice in the early 2000s. Watch him just go pour it up, and I would move away from him. He's the guy that I'd just be like, nah, man, I'm just. Like I've had enough time, man. I'm not getting in trouble. I'm not getting kicked out with you, Tone. But Tone was a repeat offender of doing that.
Habitual line stepper sounds like.
Boy, you would think as much time as I spent in the bar, you think I'd have plenty. And I'll be honest with you, I don't have too many, man. There's not very often can I claim this, but I'd like to think that I tend to surround myself by folks that know better than to piss off the door guy or the bartender.
Yeah, that's right.
Like them two are off limits. You can do whatever you want. And the DJ looking at Matt too. I'll have the DJ. Don't piss the DJ off. Don't piss the doorman off, and don't mess with the hot bartender. Right? I mean, leave that alone.
All 3 of those things.
Yeah, leave them 3 are off limits. Anybody else, you can do whatever the hell you want to do. So I don't have any good bartender. Not those kind of bartender stories anyway. I ran across a couple of hot ones before.
I bet you have. That was what I expected. I expected you to have them stories.
Well, Reg, you know, I mean, not that there's hot ones everywhere, but boy, they a dime a dozen in Dallas now.
All right, you're not wrong.
At least they were in the early 2000s.
And it helps when you're a cowboy. I imagine that helps quite a bit.
Yeah, or a desperado. I did more damage as a desperado, but that either way.
Yeah. Well, they didn't know the difference. All right.
Hey, when you get off at noon, it's a little easier.
Well, if you were off at noon, go out and see the fellas at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Willowbrook.
Wow, that was strong.
Thank you. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you.
Strong.
Yes, sir.
Come
yes,
on,
sir.
Man. Are you serious, Reggie? That transition, you son of a bitch. That was strong.
I appreciate you. All right, we're done here. It's done for the day. These fine fellas going to take over. You're listening to KLT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station, and right now, The Drive is live.
Damn, that's how you get the job right there. Transition like that. Wow. I'm telling you. If you're off at noon, baby, like Clint used to be off at noon, won't you, as he would say, ease on down here to Willowbrook Plaza, right on the other side of the highway from Willowbrook Mall. Come hang out with us. As I said before, if you missed it, you got prizes to win. You can't miss it. Go ahead and put your name in there, and you'll have a chance to win our multiple prizes today. And we'll start those up. We'll wait for you. We'll start those up. We'll start them up in the 3 o'clock hour. Your chance to win. We've got two $25 Visa gift cards. Hell, you can come in here and pay for your food and your drinks with that thing here at Buffalo Wild Wings. And later in the 5 o'clock hour, the big one, a pair of tickets to the Texans and the Titans, and 2 wristbands. This all courtesy of Bud Light. 2 wristbands that will get you going to tailgate, free food, free drinks before ahead of time. And they did bring them margaritas on draft over here.
Margaritas on tap, huh?
How about that on tap right here, boy? That can and could get dangerous right now. I want to also say, first off, man, before we get going, Clint and you, shout out to the good people at Academy Sports. They took care of me today. They got me a nice little pullover.
Oh, nice.
Got me a nice little pullover. I ain't gonna lie to you. All right, I'll tell the story. I'll tell it right here. I did purchase it, and I got myself into some trouble because I purchased it, and I don't know how many times people run into this. I purchased it, but they accidentally left what's the thing called, Tyler? What's the thing called that's on your clothes that you're supposed to get taken off?
Ink tag?
Yeah, the sensor. I didn't know it had ink. I didn't realize. I had the experience. I didn't know they was throwing ink in this sucker.
Start doing that, bro.
And I pulled it open. I should have just taken it back, but I'm like, nah, man. just jumped in the shower.
I'm here now. Yeah.
And I thought I could just take it off. I screwed that sucker. That ink just all through the shirt.
On that one?
Oh, the brand new. I was smoking hot.
Did you take it back?
No, I worked it out, got it cleaned off. You can see I had a little bit of it up here.
Did that to a brand new golf shirt one time.
But I cleaned it off. It comes right on out.
Man, I'd take that thing to Academy and say, hey, man, look here. So one of y'all's employees left this deal on there, man.
The prices, I love. The ink, not so much.
Indeed.
But I felt like I had gotten too far because I'm breaking it.
That's all right. You wouldn't have had to do that if they'd done their job. You wouldn't have to do that.
Damn. And listen, I cleaned it all off. Thank God we had a nice little ride here because I got some up here.
Mm-hmm.
So I washed it out real hard, and it was really on the side here. So I left the house with
stuff all over you.
Just big wet. Looked like I had like leaky nipples. Just huge wet spot down here. I walked past Courtney. She said, "What the hell happened to you?" I said, "Long story," and I just walked out.
Ain't got time. Long story, not enough time. Talk to you later.
Hey, I'm in the car. Shout out to the Camry. I'm in the car. I'm using this sucker as a dryer, baby. I got this thing on all the vents to dry that sucker off. Yeah, they got my ass on that damn thing, man. People out there, as you said, but love everything at Academy Sports.
To be clear, Ron did pay for it.
Receipt. I just got too far, and then it got the best of me, and then I was in a battle. And I wasn't going to lose the battle with getting that thing off.
Yeah.
It took me
I didn't know there was ink in there.
It took me
either.
every bit of 12 minutes. To get that thing off. I had all the, and again, I'm not just trying to shoot out to the sponsors, but shout out to Texas Star Grill Shop because that knife that guy told me will cut through anything.
Cut right through it?
Well, not right through, but I had to work it. But eventually that sucker came off. So, I mean, hey, it took care of me. But I'm happy with it. Got it
looks good, man.
A little shout.
I noticed it on Walked In, man. He looks sharp today, bub.
Little shout,
Thanks to Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Yeah, it did. But no, get on out here as we'll be here till 6 o'clock. Coming up in just a bit, Tim Settle, defensive tackle, a part of that group that I think has been, I would say, better than maybe we thought. You know, that group would be on the inside. We'll talk to him coming up in here in just a minute. I do want to get this across, and we'll get the official injury report coming up. And when we hear the injury report, and I thought it was interesting. I thought it was interesting based off what D'Amico had to say on his coach's show. It was interesting what he said and how he looks at injuries, and I thought that was interesting. But before we get to that, not practicing today unofficially, Nico Collins for the second straight day did not practice. Defensive end Will Anderson Jr. for the second straight day did not practice. And then running back Damian Pierce, who missed the last game, he did not practice. Second straight day as well, did not practice. And then obviously Kenyon Green, who we know is out for the year, didn't practice. Kenyon, not a surprise. Those other four have missed the last 2 days of practice, which is concerning about their chances to be able to play. But when you look at what happened, and then you see and hear what D'Amico had to say on the coach's show, how he looks at that, and I want to let you hear that right now. This is what D'Amico had to say when it comes to how he kind of looks at injuries and guys getting them back on the field.
Oh, that's one of the toughest spots of being a head coach, right? Of having to make that call of the guy's close, but we still don't know. For me, I'll always lean towards making sure a player long-term health is always at the forefront of my decision, as opposed to, come back a week too soon, and now we lose you for, call it 4 or 5 more weeks. Yep. So let's make sure, right, you can practice throughout the week, right? And let's make sure you can show your teammates and yourself, you can gain that confidence, I can go out and perform my job to the highest level.
You have to tell them to sit down? Like, hey, you got to sit, and they want to play?
Sometimes throughout my conversation with them, I talk around, and I let them make that decision.
Okay. All right, fellas, we hear that. To me, now maybe not Foley and Will Anderson because they haven't been out, but in particular with Nico, let me see him practice throughout the week. He's missed these 2 days of practice. You know, he's fully right. Err on the side of caution, as he said, it feels like Nico Collins ain't going to play in this game, especially hearing him specifically talk to a player coming back. Now, I don't know about Will because Will played last week, and this is coming off. I don't think it looks good for any of these guys. They missed 2 days. But Nico, it feels like hearing him say that just earlier this week that Nico may not be in the cards this week against the Lions.
Well, again, it makes sense. I mean, you would like to see him run full speed in a practice at some level of a competitive nature before you throw him on the field and have him go all out game day speed. And so, yeah, I would think that if Nico can't practice with coming off of a hamstring, I don't know that pushing him day of in a real game for the first time in a month is the best thing for Nico Collins or the Texans at this point. Yeah.
So I know there was a lot of excitement hoping that, hey, you get him back for this game. But just judged off what he just said, I would be shocked now. And seeing, like when he said practice throughout, let's see if we can get you to practice throughout the week and err on the side of caution, it would be a surprise. But Clint, right now, you would lean towards Will Anderson and Foley probably being out as well, and those are big, big things. When your best player on defense this year going up against the best offense, I would say the best offense in football right now, that is a major, major, major issue right now for this team. Both the Reds as well as anybody does, and obviously with 7.5 sacks, he has been right there as well. They want to run it and throw it, and they're very, very good at both. That's big to have potentially your best defensive player out in this particular game.
Yeah, look, I think there's 2 things that this team has to do moving forward, Ron. I mean, 1, they've got to get healthy. 2, they got to figure out what the hell's going on offensively. And the truth of the matter is, if you look at the way this schedule breaks out, the magic number for the Texans is 9. And you've got Baltimore.
You mean for wins?
Yes. The magic number is 9. And you've got Baltimore, Kansas City, and Detroit as 3 of your final 8 games, right? Let's look at this thing from a 30,000-foot view. If you're Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans, take those games off the shelf, off the table, right? You've got 5 other games, which are the Dolphins, the Cowboys, 2 against the Titans, and 1 against the Jacksonville Jaguars. You've got to get 3 of those. All are very winnable games, given what's going on in each individual organization.
I think you have to go 3 and 5 for that to get to that 9 number.
Well, yeah, and let's just take the top AFC teams off the table, because to me, this is the kind of decisions that DeMeco and Nick have to make. Is right now we're not finishing with the 1 seed, and we're not getting a bye in the first round.
Taking that off the table.
We'll take it off the table. Right now, win the division, and don't allow Indianapolis to catch you. I looked at Indianapolis' schedule. They got 4 wins right now. There's no way they're getting more than 9. They could get as hot as they want to get. They're not getting beyond 9. And so I think the Texans' magic number is 9. And so I say all that to say the truth of it is you don't need Nico Collins, Will Anderson, Foley Fatukasi. You don't need these guys against the Detroit Lions. You desperately need those guys in all 5 of those games that you have versus non-top AFC teams.
Tennessee twice.
Yes. It's Tennessee twice. It's Jacksonville once, Miami and Dallas. Like those 5 games right there. You need to have everybody healthy in all 5 of those games to give yourself the best chance to get 3. Yep. Get to 9, and everything is fine. Along the way, you're getting guys healthy, you're getting things right. This Detroit game right now, as it pertains to pushing the envelope, as it pertains to getting to 9, you don't need everybody healthy. You don't necessarily need this football game. I know it's not going to be a popular way of looking at this thing, but in reality, there's no sense in pushing somebody, especially somebody as important as Will Anderson on the defensive side of the football and Nico Collins on the offensive side of the football. There's no need to push those guys against Detroit and end up not having them when you play any of those other 5 teams that I mentioned.
You play Dallas on Monday.
Yep, you need them. That's a winnable game. That is a game you should win. You're going to be favored. I would think you're going to know how you play this week. You're going to be favored in that game. Yeah, that's a game. That's one of the 5 that you need to be full clip, man.
Yep.
And you got to go get it. So I wouldn't. Not only does it look like those guys aren't going to play because they're not practicing, hell, I wouldn't push them.
Right now, yeah, at that point. All right, coming up, we are here live, Willowbrook Plaza, Buffalo Wild Wings. Come on out and hang out with us. Got a chance to win prizes and just have a good time as we do on this Thirsty Thursday. Tim Settle, defensive tackle for your Houston Texans. He will join us coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Coshada Casino Resort, y'all. Let's head east, man. It's the largest gaming floor in the Lake Charles area. Live bingo, a lot of live for all my bingo fans out there. A lot of live.
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Is the name of the practice. He fixed my deviated septum a year ago, and now I breathe better the entire day long, not just while I'm sleeping. 346-413-9313. That's 346-413-9313 or online at drbensalento.com.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and the Drive on a Shoppers John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppers John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive as we are live here, Willowbrook Plaza. Buffalo Wild Wings will be here till 6 o'clock. Got a chance to win multiple prizes, including tickets to the Texans and the Titans. When they play battle here in a couple of weeks, you'll have a chance to win a pair of those tickets to go along with, courtesy of Bud Light, wristband. A couple of wristbands where you can get some free food, free drinks to tailgate. All you got to do is be here and drop your name in our raffle box. If you're in the building now, you can do that. If you're on the way in, make sure you remember to do that as well. All right, we're joined here by defensive tackle from your Houston Texans as they get ready for a big matchup against the Detroit Lions. Many people believe the best offense in football. Tall task for you guys, but throughout the season, Tim, your defense has been a really, really good defense, a top level of the league defense, and this is maybe your toughest test. What for you process in the conversation about how you guys are going to attack this Lions offense?
I feel like the thing we've been talking about is just being consistent. Just playing team ball. Every level, from special teams to offense to defense. Just playing as one and taking it one play, one quarter at a time, and letting the game sort itself out. But us playing complementary football and us playing together.
But, Tim, what about you in particular, man, on the inside, being one of the bigger dudes, interior defensive line? I mean, what's allowed you to play and really to be able to penetrate and get the sacks and things of that nature? Is that something that you expected in D'Amico's system to be able to do? Is that part of the reason that you got excited about being here, and what's led to that kind of success?
Absolutely. I feel like Coach he tell us what he want, and when you do it right and it hits, you see why they want us doing what we're doing. But as far as me, inside, just doing just executing the play, just playing big, playing massive, playing heavy, playing physical. I feel like it's something that can't teach, but it's more of a mindset. And I feel like if you bring it every play, eventually somebody's gonna give, and I don't plan on giving.
There you go. You don't plan on giving, do you? There you go, Tim. Tim Settle, defensive tackle, joins us. Many people have talked about the Lions having the best offensive line in football. They will, and they've got multiple backs they want to use. As you're getting prepared for this game, is that what you're seeing? Are you seeing this as a dominant offensive line?
I see it as a team that plays really well together. They don't have a lot of errors. They play together. I feel like they bank on their backs to make big plays, and I feel like that opens up the running and pass game. So just being sound and making sure that we on our keys and just making sure that we able to execute at a high level, we're gonna be just right. We're gonna be just fine.
It's interesting. I think you may have just answered this question, but the emphasis when you're playing a team that is as balanced and as talented as Detroit. I mean, it's one thing, but usually going into a game, right? I mean, there's some level of priority is we got to stop the run. You just mentioned the two backs. I mean, would you say the emphasis, obviously he's playing great overall defense, but would you say the emphasis is hey, we got to slow these backs down and keep them from being effective, and then we can go from there?
I feel like if anybody watches film of Detroit, I mean, I feel like they'll see that. They both got some good running backs that's downhill, play behind their pads, keep their feet moving, real elusive, real downhill, can break runs at any time. So I feel like you swarm and you got to just play team defense, get them guys, make them frustrated, make them stop their feet, Just keep on every play.
All right, Tim Settle joins us. Tim, I'll be honest with you. We talk to fans here. We talk to people who love the Texans, who go out there, and most of them will be out there supporting y'all Sunday night as y'all take on the Lions. But there is, I would describe it as some nerves, concern. Some people a little bit more concerned than others about the recent stretch of the Texans. I'm curious, inside that locker room, what's the vibe? If the fans are a little nervous about things, what's the vibe inside that locker room from you all?
Nothing to be nervous. It's a new week. We're a tight team. Everybody's happy. Everybody's smiling. We know what we got to do. The energy is great. The vibes is even better. I feel like we got what it takes to do whatever we want to do. And everybody knows that in the locker room. And if somebody needs to step up, they need to step up. And then we just need to play 1-11 football. That's all it is. Everybody understands that from each level, from top to bottom. From special teams, offense and defense. Everybody lock in, do your job, and let's go ahead and let's see what we get from there.
Well, where are you at with, obviously the offense is struggling a little bit from the pass game perspective and not as overall effective as they were last year. Defensively, do you guys even pay attention to those kind of struggles, or is this just hey, we're locked in on what our job is and doing defensive things and everything will work itself out?
Keep getting 7 in the ball. Take the ball away, get 7 in the ball. We got a young dynamic quarterback that can definitely win us some games. We get the ball in his hand as much as possible. We're gonna have a successful game.
All right, but before we let you out, Tim, listen, y'all wearing Sunday, which I believe I want to see it in everybody, but I think these red on red with that candy paint with with those helmets, I think this might be the best uniform in all of football. The Vikings got that all white, icy white is clean, but this right here might be the best. But as one of the big fellas, how you look at it? How do you look in that all red joint? Because that to me that's really how you set this thing aside on how good this jersey, because it's clean. I saw a mannequin with Andre Johnson, but how you look in that all red?
Well, that a lot of people say if you look good, you play good. I say if you look great, you're gonna play great. That's how I go about it. I'm gonna have my swag up. I'm gonna be ready to play. So this is like when you got that car that you wait to pull out once a month. That's in the garage. And, everybody turn their head. It's going to be a head-turning jersey game. But, you got to we wearing these red. We gotta show them what we bought in this red.
Man, Tim, my favorite thing you did there is you said a month. You put a T on the end of that month, baby. Tim said a month.
Yeah.
I ain't going to lie to you. I don't know how many of us can relate to pulling a car out of the garage once a month.
Hey.
Tim got a once a month call.
Hey, but we can't relate to putting these red joints on either, man. So, look, we're excited about it, man. The fan base is excited about it. It's primetime football, man. Go out there and get that dub, and let's get this thing rolling.
Thank you so much.
All right, that's it.
Y'all for having me.
Appreciate it. That's Tim Settle, who said he going to look great. So hopefully he and his teammates play great. But that to me is the mark, Clint, is how do the big fellas look?
There's no doubt.
That's the mark.
It's easy,
and that's why I worked so hard in high school to make sure I looked good.
Look, there ain't. I'm sure you did it for everybody else, but there ain't. Look, I mean, Nico. It's easy for Nico to look good in a uniform. It's easy for Will Anderson to roll out. It's real easy for Daniil Hunter to roll out there and look good.
Hold on, who is? Let's do that. The text line, you can jump in 713-572-4610. Those of you on the 5-hour Energy fan line, 5-hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football super fans. Those are YouTube and Twitch. Who on this team is the guy? If you had to put in a uniform, the one guy that you would say, all right, he gets off the bus, he puts on the uniform nice, and it's the one that you're gonna be like, damn, that joker there, he looked good. Who is the guy coming up? The one guy on this team that can put a uniform together?
Ooh.
Is it Nico? Nico's got that good size.
It's got to be a combination, though. It's like I don't want nobody to give. If Tank, you can't. I don't care how good looking you look. You can't be first off the bus.
Yeah.
Daniil Hunter is nice.
Oh, yes. That 5'5" Daniil with the – yeah, that's a good one. I thought Nico a bigger receiver. I thought that was a strong one.
Joe's got a shot. Joe Mixon's got a shot.
Yes, that's a good one.
I'll tell you a sneaky one is
text line said, John Weeks, guys, we're trying to get serious.
Y'all leave Weeksy out of this, man. He's just trying to get by. A sneaky one is Juice.
Juice Scruggs?
Yep.
No.
Yep.
Juice? I don't
Sneaky.
see it. I had to look at it some more.
Sneaky.
I don't see it.
That's what you want your offensive lineman to look like right
No,
there.
to me, I know people don't like him, but Laramie Tunsil is one. Laramie does. The height, everything. Yeah, Laramie is the line of the lineman. He is the one that you would just. I mean, I'm not talking about his play, even though he is the best up there, but just the look. That's what you said. That's a good looking son-buck.
No, but to me he tries too hard. Like when I see Laramie Tunsil,
I feel like you're talking about me.
No, well, I mean, you're sitting here next to me. You ain't going out. You ain't the highest paid offensive lineman.
I'm trying.
Like
the
showman. Laramie tries too hard. Derek Stingley's a good one.
Sting, yeah, I see that.
Sting looks good, man.
Some people saying
together.
Aziz Alshire. He's kind of put together.
I can see that.
No, I think Daniil Hunter.
You're right. It's either Daniil or Nico. Those would be the two.
Those would be the two. Because there's some guys you see in their uniform like, damn. That's
the try hard guys. I discredit though. I minimize. I'll be honest. I mean, it's like
Kate Stover, not a bad one.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll tell you who does it, but I feel like spends a lot of time with it. Lassiter.
He's not bad. And
he would be up there on my list in terms of looking good for a corner because
he's bringing it.
He brings it now. But
I think he wears the arm thing.
Yeah, there's a lot, man. The accessories, man, are big. You know,
someone said Diggs before he got hurt. Neville Hewitt with the neck roll, not bad. Neville's put together. That neck roll kind of throws it off. You lose point. It's got to be the right kind of neck roll. Henry To'oTo'o, I'm not there on that. His jersey looks a little too loose for me sometimes around the arms.
Brevin Jordan would have been a good one.
Yes. Oh, that 9, that single, that's a good one.
Brevin doesn't have to try real hard. He's just built really, really well.
Right. You're right. All right.
That old quarter horse.
Yeah. All right. As we're here, Buffalo Wild Wings, Willowbrook Plaza. Come on out, hang out with us. Clint, according to, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, not this in particular, but we talked about this a little bit yesterday when it comes to Alex Bregman. His agent, Scott Boras, said he's willing to play second base. Willing to play second base is what he do. And I would just say this, guys. I know those of you who have dreams of potentially Bregman coming back in that piece. I think you were the other day. I'm not saying he won't come back, but when they're throwing out he's willing to play second base, I'm just saying prepare yourself for a real chance that he may be gone because that sounds like somebody who money is a priority right there. I got multiple positions I can play. I can do whatever you need. I can play third. I can play second. He's got multiple positions. So I would just say just maybe be a little bit prepared that maybe he might be trying to move through.
Yeah, look, I think it's obviously a tactic for them to include more teams and let teams know, like, this ain't just a third base situation. My man for the right money will move around and play wherever the hell you want him to play. And the only other spot I would guess is second base.
By the way, fellas, and Tyler, you have watched him. What do you think about Bregman at second base? I know he's done it a little bit.
I mean, I don't have any reason to believe that couldn't work.
Hell yeah! I mean, yeah. If he's willing to do it,
yeah. I wouldn't have much.
I don't know.
Much concern or doubt about that.
You want to talk about one that you want to talk about one that's easy to play.
I want to see him turn 2. Let's sit there with a little range. I want to see him turn 2.
Yeah, no, I mean he could do it. I think that's a ploy, man. I think that's just to get as many teams as you possibly can involved. In other words, whichever team's out there, you got a lot of money and you've already got a third baseman. Hey, I'll come play with y'all. I'll play second as well.
Bregman saying he can, from the text line, Bregman saying he can play second base because his arm is shot and he can't last the whole season at third anymore. I don't think that's the case.
Hell, he was fine last year before he had the surgery.
And I was going to say he had surgery, so he got that cleaned up. don't think that. I think you're saying is, like, let me add as many teams as I can to the process, which to me is Scott. And already know when you got Scott Boras, you know what that's about. And he's going to try to convince his client to get the best possible deal that he can. And when you hear that coming out, I think potentially that could be what Alex is doing. He may do a hometown discount in some ways, which I don't think it would be a great discount. I think, as you said the other day, would be less years but a lot more money. But it looks like to me OAB is going for, like, you see that projection, 7 years, 189. Look like old Alex is trying to get as close as he can to that projection.
Hey man, Heyman thinks that he sees him back as an Astro, man.
Yeah, conflicting.
And old Bobby Two Chains says he doesn't. A lot of guys just. I mean, these are insiders, right?
All over the map, huh?
I gotta be honest with you, fellas. I love Bobby. Bobby's track record ain't as good as some of these other guys.
That's fair,
Bobby.
Well, look,
Bobby's missed on a couple. I will just. If
they ain't ever drank as many vodka crayons as old Bob, though.
That is true.
Yeah, when you're drinking that vodka splash of crayon at the hotel bar, everywhere you go,
and you're 3 buttons
you miss
down.
A couple, man.
Swaggy.
Maybe you got a little.
Them veneers
distracted.
he got, man. Them veneers, them good teeth, them new teeth he got.
Combined with them bracelets and chains.
I will never in my life forget us sitting at the maid and Bob Nightingale walking up, and I said, "That's Bob Nightingale." 3 buttons down with a gold chain and them veneers. And he had. Didn't he have a pinky ring? He had.
Always had the pinky ring.
Yeah, Bob's out there. Bob might be a low key pimp, like a modern day pimp.
I think so. I think he drives a caddy.
Modern day, what's that? That means he's doing it virtually. He's doing it online.
See you on the Zoom later, girl.
Said he's driving a caddy. Is that what the modern day pimp is driving? I think the modern day pimp might be in a Prius.
That's timeless. It's timeless. That travels with pimps across the generations.
Who said it's timeless? All right, coming up as we continue rolling through. Oh, yeah, that is nice. As we continue rolling through. Clint's got some thoughts about things that he's hearing from D'Amico Ryans, the head coach, as they get going to take on their toughest test thus far. We'll discuss that and hear what he's got to say with that coming up next. But before we do that,
MokerumLawFirm.com. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Call them up at 281-222-2222 or by email mokerum@mokerumlawfirm.com.
Texas Star Grill Shop has the best grills and outdoor kitchens at the best price. Texas Star Grill Shop.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back here. Buffalo Wild Wings, Willowbrook Plaza, right off Tomball Parkway. The other side of the hallway, the other side of the highway, not hallway, highway of Willowbrook Mall. So come hang out with us. Coming up, starting in the 3 o'clock hour, someone will have a chance to win a $25 gift card, Visa gift card. Also another one in the 4 o'clock hour, and then the big one, 5 o'clock hour, a pair of tickets as the Texans will host the Tennessee Titans in a couple of weeks. It also comes with 2 wristbands for tailgating. Free food, free drinks as well.
Let's get it on, baby.
That's right. Thank you. Vandy will be there to get it on. Not to get it on with, but get it on. You can get on the food and the drinking and in the stadium. Let me check out of that. But all you got to do is sign your name, put it in the raffle box. And if you're in the building already, you can do so. If you have not arrived yet, when you get in, you can put it in the raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win. We'll start that coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. All right, Clint, we've been hearing it, and we just heard it. If you missed it, we had Tim Settle on a little bit ago. He talked about it. I asked him about the vibe in the locker room, and he said, good, man. Everybody's smiling. Everybody's happy. Everybody's feeling good. It's a new week, and that is trickling down from D'Amico, the head coach, who has said similar things. C.J. Stroud, you would say the leader of the things. And if I know you and I see your face when you hear it a lot, you don't love that.
Well, look, I don't expect the guys to be miserable. I mean, I don't have a problem with the thought that the locker room is smiling, the locker room's happy. Hell, you're 6-3, you ought to be happy. But at the end of the day, I'm at a point with this team that 6-3 I couldn't sit around and feel real good about being 6-2, and I can't sit around and feel real good about being 6-3. So I'm very aware that you've lost 2 of the last 3, and you've got a stretch of football coming that's going to be tougher than hell. And it's not good enough to win the division and just get into the playoffs. I mean, ultimately, my expectations were playing a brand of football that I felt like you could go compete with Baltimore and Kansas City and Detroit. And the fact of the matter is, the last 3 weeks you hadn't done that. And so, or at least 2 of the last 3 weeks you hadn't done that. And you've had some glaring issues all year long on the offensive side of the football. And I don't know. I'm at a point, Ron, where I like to listen to the messaging overall that's coming out of the building. And I'm just not very comfortable or confident in what that messaging is. D'Amico and CJ both spoke to the media.
What is it that you're not comfortable with? Like, what is it that? Why is it that you're that?
Well, there's several of them. I mean, you listen to D'Amico Ryans yesterday. I mean, D'Amico Ryans was asked about the 6-3 start and the halfway point. Oh, I'm really comfortable. We're playing really good football. And guys, you're 6-3, and you're not playing really good football. I mean,
they're all fixable.
There's a ton of things that you've got to get fixed and that you've got to work out to be competitive at that championship level, and we're still hearing things like that, and you're still hearing like, hey, how do you get this offensive line right? Like, what to you mentions or signifies success for the offensive line? Oh, just execute our offense. No, it's not that easy. Like, I'm so tired of just hearing about execution. Oh, we just got to execute. Oh, we just got to execute. That's such a cop out. It's such a all right, move on, let's sweep it under the rug type of response. And so whether it's D'Amico doing the execute thing or everybody's playing well thing, and not like, it just seems like that's the messaging in the locker room as well. You look at CJ, and it's listen to what CJ said yesterday, and it seemed like the overarching theme is is joy and happy, and I'm just going to have fun, and that's how I need to get better, is have more fun and smile and laugh more. And it's like, I don't know if you're C.J. Stroud, if you're Laramie Tunsil, if you're Joe Mixon and he's gone for 100 yards every time he's finished a game. If you're any of those guys, I don't know how you even shape your mouth to talk about being happy and smiling and having fun. I don't know how. He vaguely mentioned at the very end of the whole shtick of being joy and happy and the biggest battle is you versus you and all this crap. I mean, it vaguely mentions something about needing to get the ball out of his hand or something. It's so, the shtick is from CJ is growing old on me, man. And I don't hear all of this stuff. And we talked about this earlier. All of this stuff I'm talking about, it's easy to go, oh man, somebody's so humble and oh yeah, man, when you're winning 10 games. But boy, when there's a stretch of struggle, man, the inability to just be real is a turnoff for me. But
I think he is being real. I think that's
I mean, that's fine. You can feel however you I just don't there's any it's the whole it's just a game and be happy and joy and all of this stuff that's yeah, I think you may not. I think it's a stick. I think it's personally. I think it's a stick. Yeah. The inability to just be real and authentic about what's going on the field, I think is it's a stick.
I think maybe they don't want to share, but I think D'Amico is a naturally positive person, and I think he views things that way. I think CJ is like that too, and. To the point, I think it's a slippery slope. I understand. Hey guys, look at this. Hey, look, we're not good. We're not good. But I think it is a slippery slope for them to not be who they are, right? I think CJ. I think that's the way CJ leads. He's a natural. We're good. I'm gonna don't worry. I'm a positive thing, And we've seen, to me, when he's got frustrated and he's fired his helmet, or he's got frustrated, he's laid on the ground. Don't touch me, Laramie. I'll get I don't think I want those guys to be themselves, and I
want them to win. I want them to win. I want them to win when something stinks and when something's there were at least 3 questions that CJ was asked where he could have very easily said, "Look, man. This ain't about my offensive line. This isn't about my play caller. This isn't about This is about me getting the ball out. This is about me making better decisions. This is about me being a fixer. This is about me being the level quarterback that I need to be." And instead, it's just this soft shoe and we got to get the protection right. And it's easy to get mad at Bobby. We can't get protected. We can't protect. Tank could get open. Tank's been open all year long, which is not true. Tank's been open all year long, and it's just about getting the time to get him the ball. And it's come on, man. The nice guy stuff is no. I mean,
that's him. I mean,
that's fine. That can be him. I think it's very hard to be that way in adverse times when you're not playing your best football. That's my point. It's easy to be Mr. Positive and Mr. Good Guy when you're exceeding expectations and you're winning ball games. And when the team's on a skid, the play caller's not as much of an advantage as he was last year. Your receivers are injured and you're not getting the same protection. To me, there's a time and a place. And I'm not blaming anybody. I'm not saying that CJ should go out there and pinpoint, well, this guy sucks and that guy sucks. And no, but it's so, in my opinion, it's such a fake, because there's no way these guys aren't just pissed off to the nines. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. And to put on this front of everything's going to be fine, it's all fixable, it's all. And you're the guys are making plays and guys are playing good football. No, you're not. That's not the reality of what's going on.
Text line in. I'm with you, Clint. It pisses me off that they're acting so nonchalant about what's happening. Another text coming in. I agree with Ron. CJ was way too tense and not loose. He has to loosen up and get his swag back. Yeah, for me, and I think. It's interesting because you're using the word fake, And that's the deal is, like, I don't want them to – like, to me, like Laramie Tunsil, I don't – like, if Laramie Tunsil came off and went off and start going off, I would think that's fake. That's not you. That's not you at all. I think I want these guys to start – being comfortable and being themselves. And I feel like maybe that is what CJ is trying to get to.
Well, and if the thing is, if that's the case, if it's Mr. Nice Guy all the time, this is what's crazy, is Joe Mixon. Oh, Joe call anybody out, man. Joe just wants to win. Joe call anybody. Joe do this. Joe do that. And then it's such an effort to not just be real and I'm talking about being real in a sense of like, hey, we got some issues going on here that we got to fix, right? I mean, whether it's like, I don't mean it's like literally real or fake. It's just like if we don't have the ability in adverse times to just go, we got to get this, and that right, you end up looking silly, in my opinion. You end up when you sit there and you have consistent issues like week in, week out of the inability to protect and the inability of your quarterback to get the ball out, nothing changing scheme and play calling. Like, to me, at some point, people are like, what the hell are you talking about?
Oh, I think there are going to be people.
What are you talking about?
I think there are people now that there's struggles that have issues with his approach. And with D'Amico, it's happening with D'Amico.
Ron, we're talking about we're talking about the most pressured quarterback in the game.
I hear you.
And and our response is, oh, he's got to have fun and smile and enjoy.
But that's them. I mean, that's how they go about it. I know that ain't you. I know that would be me.
Well, I'm just going to tell you that flies when you're winning 10 games and exceeding expectations.
Oh, I know.
The more rough this gets, the less that kind of crap's going to fly.
I'm not saying it's going to fly, but I mean, I don't want them to start going and faking it. I don't
think you have to fake it. I don't think C.J. Stroud going, no, I got to play better, damn it. And it's a sense of urgency.
Well,
I got to do this, and that better.
He said that in press conferences.
Today he said he spent 2 minutes talking about joy fun, and then glossed over. Oh, I got to get the ball in my hand quicker. I can do that.
All right, Tyler's all up the left part of my ass. So let me let's get
coming for the right next.
Coming for the right next. Spreading both arms. All right, coming up. I want to dive into something Clint talked about. He said, "Hey, 9 is the goal." Are you at all fearful that the Texans could have a Jaguars-like collapse? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. It's a pretty simple concept.
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610. The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as it is 3 o'clock. As we're live here at Buffalo Wild Wings. And make your way on out here, man. It's a good time to be had. We are at the Willowbrook Plaza location. It's right on the other side of the highway from Willowbrook Mall. Come hang out. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. These guys who just walked in, if you have not filled your name out and put it in the raffle box, there's some action there. If you've not filled it out and put it in the raffle box, you got a chance to win several things. And we're going to hook somebody up first starting in this hour. Your chance to win not one but two different $25 Visa gift cards. And the big one, your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Texans take on the Tennessee Titans. They will be wearing Tennessee Titans jerseys, I believe, but they'll take on the Tennessee Titans. No, they might try to wear them Oilers jerseys.
Put those uniforms back in the trunk.
That'd be a damn thing if they came in, if they tried to come into Houston wearing those Oilers jerseys.
Put them up.
There you go. And get Andre to tell them to put them damn things up. Andre said, open up the trunk and put them damn things up.
Put them up.
Put the damn things up. Every time he says that, it gets me going. But you got a chance to win those tickets, courtesy of Bud Light. Also, a pair of wristbands for tailgating. Get you a couple of free drinks so you can roll through. You talked about something earlier, Clint, about, hey, the race to 9 for the Texans. The race to 9. We were talking, if they go 4-4, they would win 10. That would most definitely get them in and match what they did last year. But as you look at the division, it is a little weaker. And I'm wondering, from you and the people, those of you on the text line, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, what are your thoughts on here? Any concern, any fear that the Texans could have a Jags-like collapse? Because if we're honest, like we talked about it last week after the Jets game, and it wasn't just the Jets game because it's the Jets and the Colts game before it, and the Packer game before it. They have struggled with really the same things for the past month plus, to be honest with you. And it's gotten worse and worse, and now they've had some injuries as well to deal with. Any concern that they have a Jags-like collapse? And when I say a Jags-like collapse, last year the Jags were 8-3 after they left here beating the Texans narrowly. They were 8-3. And then they finished this thing off 1-5. The only win they got was against the worst team in football, the Carolina Panthers, and they missed the playoffs, missed the division title. They had it all in their hands. The Texans tracked them down. The Colts almost tracked them down. Any fear of a Jags-like collapse for this team?
No, I don't. I know some of the real conversations that we have on here that I am completely out on the Texans. That is not the case. I don't believe there's a Jags-like collapse in here. I think the floor of this football team is way too high. I do believe that they're well coached. I believe they got dudes. Even when they're injured, they still got dudes on both sides of the football. They play really well together as a unit for the most part, definitely on defense. And I think in situational football that they've been good. Their defense has been unbelievably clutch. Yeah, I don't see the wheels coming off the way they did in Jacksonville a year ago. No, I think they've got some things they need to clear up, or they're not even going to be. I mean, hell, they've already fell out of some analysts. They've already fell out of their top 10 in the entire league. So they're moving the wrong direction. But I don't believe, given their start, I don't believe that there's a collapse out there where the Texans don't make the playoffs. No, I don't believe that.
Yeah, I don't think they have a Texans team running them down. I think that's it. Like the Jags last year had a Texans team they had just beaten but was getting stronger,
yep.
And you could see them getting better. I don't know. We'll see what the Joe Flacco being the new quarterback, how that looks. I do think it probably right now, the way Anthony was playing, gives them a better chance to win. They very easily could have won that game against the Vikings. They got another game against Buffalo that I think's an L, but their schedule does kind of ease up after that, and the Texans obviously gets tougher. But Colts, because really the Jags had the Colts and the Texans last year kind of running them down as they were improving. I don't think there is any team that's like the Texans behind them. But also, man, Clint, we've talked a lot this week. I just can't see C.J. Stroud letting that happen, man. I'm not ready to go with the sophomore slump thing. I'm not ready to go with the, maybe we judged him too soon. Maybe he is not the guy we thought he was. No, I'm not ready. I'm not ready to get there, Clint. I don't think he would let this happen, and he can't let this happen. I think he can. I'm not talking about Super Bowl or nothing, but I think he can at least be a fix. I think C.J. Stroud is the number one reason they can't have a collapse like this, unless he gets injured, Clint. I think he can fix this enough.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. You took the words out of my mouth on one of them. He could, the way they're playing right now, he could very well get injured. Knock on wood, hope it doesn't happen. But I agree with you overall. I think even when CJ is again, I think CJ is the quickest fix to this offense. There's several problems, but I think fixing CJ would be the quickest way to fixing it and making it a better team. Even when CJ is playing the game as aggressively as he is, he makes enough plays throughout a game where you're going to score points and you're going to get in the playoffs. You may not beat Kansas City. You may not beat Baltimore. You may not beat Detroit this weekend football games to get into the playoffs. I agree with that point. But the injury thing is real. And the other thing that we talked about Tuesday that I think is real, and I don't think it comes into play here, but I do think it's part of the story, the long-term story is, we saw C.J. Stroud, and let's be honest, like this year since he's been getting hit more and been under more pressure, we've seen C.J. Stroud miss throws that we just hadn't seen him miss in his rookie year.
And he is clearly affected.
Yes.
We watched plays where his feet are just bouncing up and down.
Right. And so if that keeps compounding and they don't fix the problems to some degree, whether it's him or it's Bobby or it's the O-line, if they don't fix it to some degree, you better believe that over the next 8 ball games, that's going to gradually get worse. And so it's something now we don't bank on or you don't think about, but we're already starting to see it a tad bit. If they don't right the ship offensively and figure some things out, it could affect quarterbacks in a major, major way. I still think C.J. Stroud is above that, but, boy, a couple more games of getting hit the way that he's gotten hit it changes the way he sees the game.
And my thought with that, Clint, is the thought is that he's going to keep doing it, like it's going to keep looking like this. And you have made this comment multiple times. I think C.J. is a smart player, and we've seen that last year, his entire career, college career. He is a smart player. I do believe this is taking a lot longer than I believe it should be taking for them to figure this out and figure out at least some sort of adjustment, all of them. But I believe that this is a smart kid that will at some point figure out some of the things you've talked about. All right, I've got to make up for what it is. I've got to change my game. I just don't believe until I see new evidence. Now, if we see this on Sunday against the Lions and we see it, the Cowboys game, that's going to be the one that really determines it. If we see him I'm going to hold this thing. If we see him not adjust the way that he plays football and continues to allow this to happen on his end and doesn't do things on his end to change things, then maybe I'll change my mind. But I still believe that this kid that can at least fix this and that he will at least now come to a point now. I got to stop doing, doing this the way that I've been doing. I've got to change this. I've got to do. I mean, hell, you're sitting here looking at things that he can do. As you talked about, go watch the Jets. He can do that. He sees these things. We've seen him do it last year, and I believe he will eventually get to that point before it just gets to a place where they just collapse like hell.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I mean, I would expect him. I expected him 2 weeks ago to make the change, but
you're right. That's what I said. I'm surprised it's taken this long.
I mean, the reality of it is fair or foul with as well as he played last year, probably a little bit ridiculous for a second-year quarterback in this league. But that's where he's at, and that's what the expectations are. To me, the thing is you talk about this all the time about a quarterback that the greats are fixers. And CJ showed glimpses of that last year. There's no question about it. I think there's showing glimpses or having a small sample size of a year is a great thing. It's a great start. But the thing that makes these guys great, I'm talking about the top quarterbacks in the league, is they're fixers year in, year out. And I'll use Joe Burrow right now because he's the conversation of a lot of the talk shows this morning with Thursday Night Football being Baltimore and Cincinnati. But the conversation this morning is about Joe Burrow playing at an MVP level. If his defense was better, he'd be in the conversation. If they win down the stretch, he'd definitely be in the conversation. But if you listen to what they're saying about him, they're talking about how quick he gets the ball out of his hand. Mm-hmm. They're talking about how often he's throwing the ball to the right person and how he avoids getting in trouble. Like that. You can't do that for a year and be in the conversation with the greats. Over time, you got to do it year in, year out, so you're not a flash in the pan. This is an opportunity for C.J. Stroud to, at some point, figure that out, and all of a sudden, it's another year stacked on last year of, hey, man, this kid's a fixer. Right now, making some plays. There's no doubt he's making some plays, but the better these defenses get and the more he takes hits and the more they don't figure things out, the rougher it's going to get. He's got to fix these things.
Couple of comments from the text line. Ron with an H. It's no H in there. Just R-O-N, not
R-O-H-N?
Yeah.
Ron? I like that. Ron?
What you have to realize, though, is C.J. has never been hit this many times in his entire career. When he played for Ohio State, they had a great offensive line and played a lot of inferior teams. They just dominated. He has never been beat up this much in his career. I would agree with that. But he played with an inferior offensive line last year, and his game was different. He did things to help his offensive line all year long. He did things to help that. So he is very, very capable of doing that. And he's not dumb. He's very capable of doing this. I know it's bad. I know the offensive line is bad, but he is capable of doing it. Somebody else here on the text line, guys, the offensive line can't block. But Clint is talking about fixing it, CJ. That sounds crazy. And someone else texted in, Mahomes couldn't survive behind this line and play calling. And I think those things come together, Clint, and I disagree. I believe today's Patrick Mahomes, Patrick Mahomes' tackles are below average. He is feeling pressure all the time. This guy with this experience finds a way to get through it and get around it all the time. He does. Now, I think today's Patrick Mahomes, remember the offensive line was really bad against the Tampa Bay Bucs? I believe he would have given his team a better shot with the experience he has now. I don't think it would have looked as bad. I think he would have gotten the ball out quicker. I think he would have done things to hurt that pass rush or to go against that pass rush. So I think it is very, very capable for him to do things to help this and it not look as bad as it is looking right now.
Well, like that text you're talking about, C.J. Stroud's offensive line can't block. Like that's what it looks like. If you watch how the Texans have adjusted, that's what it looks like. Everybody in that building, over there in that building, believes is that CJ. There's no need for CJ to adjust. There's no need for Bobby to adjust what he's calling. Just keep doing the same thing over and over again, and putting this offensive line that's not as good as you thought they are, but keep putting these guys in a position where every time you call a pass, I bet it's 90% last week. I bet it's 90% with Quinnen Williams on the other side of the ball and what was McDonald the fourth. right? These guys rushing.
And Hassan Reddick was coming on the other side.
Forgot about that guy. Yeah, him too. Keep snapping the football, and keep. Nothing was quick. The screen game was non-existent, literally non-existent. Like there are adjustments that can be made to help the offensive line, and instead.
From both the play caller and the quarterback.
Yes, and instead, everybody around the offensive line is continuing to do things the same way and expect something different up front, and you're not going to get that. Take note from the conversations on TV right now being had about Joe Burrow. Take note of the Thursday 2X football team that's one of the most dysfunctional organizations in football.
Right, well, you said clearly Aaron adjusted what he did in the second half.
There's no question. I mean, when he did throw the ball down the field, it was because the corners were pressed and there was no deep help, so he'd catch it and get that one up immediately as well. So it's the thought that, oh boy, it's just the offensive line. No, if I were watching a team that it was solely the offensive line, I would tell you. I'd be real quick. There ain't nothing they can do. They just suck.
And sometimes there are plays that is the case.
Sure.
Sometimes there are plays where they have just gotten their asses kicked right off the bat, and there's nothing to do.
The quarter, like let's take Bobby Sloak off the. If the quarterback changes his mentality, right, he can take. I would say, and this is a low number, just because it's. I don't know how it expands over the last, let's say, 8 ball games, but if C.J. Stroud Thursday night against the Jets would have just had the mentality of Quinnen Williams is on the other side of the football and I've got Kenyon or Kendrick protecting me, I've got to get this thing out. He could have avoided, or let's not talk about him. Let's talk about it from an offensive line perspective. He could have made the offensive line winning or losing a non-factor 25% of the time. And that's a low number. I think it's probably more like 40, but I'll say 25% of the time. He could have took 25% of the pressures completely off the board by just catching the football and getting it out. With Dalton Schultz here, Joe Mixon a couple of times on little angle routes open. I mean, we're giving these defenses way too much credit. They're not doing anything spectacular. And CJ with a little bit of a mind could help the offensive lineman 25% of the time. With just and again, that's low. That's just a little bit of a tweak. Yeah. We're talking about 4 or 5, maybe 6 plays a game where just get it out right now. You know, don't hold it and hope that Kendrick Green gets the protection.
And at times it makes the defense and their pass rush react to that. And we're all right. Maybe instead of rushing, I'm going to try to just get my hands up.
Yeah, these guys, Ron, they're pinning their ears back, expecting him to hold the football right now. That's the mentality.
Yeah. All right, coming up, this is something that the Texans may need to do more of. They've already done a lot of it. Could they afford to do more of it? We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, Generator Supercenter, y'all. Power outage.
with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Lunch every weekday. Just load up your phone or smart device, follow our channel, crank up the stream, and enjoy. Energized by 5-Hour Energy, it's the Sports Radio 610 video stream. A new way to experience Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, I expected that. You know, I met Joe, last year when we played him. And, he had that dog mentality, and he brought it here, and that's something we needed for sure. We needed. And one thing I love about Joe will call you out. Like, Joe will call me out, or Joe will call his linemen out, Joe will call, coaches out. He don't care, and ultimately that's what you want because, at the end of the day, like, we all came here for one common goal, and that's to win. And so, if that's hurting somebody's feelings, you gotta be able to, understand it, take it for love, because he really just cares about the game, and he cares about his teams and his coaches. So, yeah, I love Joe.
All right, that's C.J. Stroud talking about his running back who I would say even with C.J., even with what Nico Collins did early, they probably played around the same amount of games. Right now, Joe Mixon is the MVP of this offense and arguably the MVP of the team thus far.
Bad MFer.
I think there's an argument. Obviously, C.J. Stroud's the quarterback, but there's an argument like that there isn't anybody that's been more valuable to this team than Joe Mixon. Every time he plays, he rushes for 100 yards, and the offense looks completely different. And when he doesn't play, the success level of anybody else that runs the football is, not even to a point where Dare Ogunbowale had to get 20-plus touches. So he's been big for this team, and that is something they desperately need to continue, Clint, is the Joe Mixon to be the productive Joe Mixon. Like, if he rushes for 70 yards, I think that's a major problem from what this offense has been given.
Well, look, to your point of Joe Mixon being the MVP, I think he's the MVP on the field with his play. And if what C.J. Stroud just said about Joe Mixon is real, he's absolutely, without a doubt, undisputed MVP of this football team right now. You can argue Will Anderson is playing. It ain't nothing compared to what Joe Mixon has done, and given the fact that the pass game has not been anywhere remotely close to what it was expected to be, how much more important is that run game? So I think Joe Mixon is, and I'm going to tell you, man, that the guy that CJ just described, that's what this team needs more of. That's what this team needs more of. Is the And you can define call out however you want to call out. There's a professional way to do it. There's a way to do it with winning is all that's on my mind. And then there's a childish, immature, disrespectful way to do it. Like, clearly Joe Mixon is doing it in a way of
challenging his guys.
He's challenging his guys, but it's all about winning. It's all about putting your best foot forward. It's all about being a pro. And that is ultimately, to me, what this team needs more of. Is guys that one will have the ability to do that kind of thing, but also have the ability to decide when it's necessary and when it's not. I give me more Joe Mixon, please.
You know what? When you say that, I'm thinking about that and I know you're talking about give me more Joe Mixon from all elements of what Joe Mixon is, and I look over and I see Figgy Fig who's out in the building. So make your way on out here. Mm-hmm. Oh, Figgy's out here.
Yep.
And I heard Figgy on In the Loop earlier this week or last week when he was talking about the game, and Figgy said, "Damn it, man! He'll just get the ball to Joe Mixon every time.
Mm-hmm.
Just run Joe Mixon." And I'm listening to you say we need more Joe Mixon. I think they're getting into the game and they're figuring out hey, Joe Mixon's the only thing that's working, and we gotta give him the ball.
I love Joe Mixon.
I'm wondering, if there's a thought to maybe monitoring how much and how aggressive they are in him touching the ball. Man, we're moving towards Clint. Him banging, knocking on the door of 30 touches. Every one of these ball games, and obviously we've seen him have injuries. Do you have any concern of that, about how often he's actually getting the ball? I know you say you need more Joe Mixon, but I'm talking about in the game, because sometimes it feels like that's the only thing that's working, and you want to give it to him. But the last 3 games, Clint, he's had 25, 24, 25 carries, and he's caught the ball in the backfield a couple of times. He is pushing towards 30 touches a game, and I'm wondering how sustainable that potentially is moving forward. But damn it, it's like they got to, though. Like it's almost like they're unable to do other things. And I think based off the conversation we just had in the last segment, that's why it's so important that they figure out other ways to get this passing game going, whether it's quick or whatever, because I think they're starting to maybe push it with how often Joe is getting the ball, because Joe getting the ball, Clint, he's giving it. I mean, he's running people over, trying to run people over. I mean, it ain't just, hey, he's touching the ball. Joe is laying people out.
Yeah, his run style is more what I'm worried about than it is the touches. I mean, look, he missed 2 games earlier in the season.
I think he's missed more than maybe 3, yeah.
Well, yeah, so I guess it was 2.5, 2 3/4, because he went out early in that one game. So, and they're going to get a bye week here in a couple of weeks. I'm not really worried about the cumulative effect of the catches. I'm more like, dude just runs so violently that I'm more concerned about one play or like it's just being so damn sore after a game that he needs a break kind of deal, because he does play hard. But, look, I mean, for me, I wish the Texans right now had another running back that they trusted. I really like the J.J. Taylor kid. The problem is he's a rookie, and I don't know how well or how much they trust him in like pass protection situation, running routes, things of that nature.
And Dameon Pierce can't stay healthy.
Daria Agumbawale is a special teams guy, and you can't have him getting multiple touches. So I don't know what their solutions are right now, Ron. So I'm. But this ain't a time to load manage. So I agree with the point. But yeah, give me more Joe Mixon, man. Just the guy that damn it, just expects more out of everybody.
No, that part yes. But boy, he be taking them hits. It's just like ooh boy, because that's a you didn't even want to think about Joe Mixon, going out at all. Because that would be
that weak ass hip drop tackle.
Yeah, it was. All right, Tyler's turd list makes a return this week, and there are so many people that got a chance to make it on the glorious Tyler's turd list. We'll let you hear that coming up next, and the injury report is out officially. We'll set you up and let you know the latest on that coming up for the Texans. That's next.
Turd Ferguson.
The Drive is live on a Football Friday. Join Clint and Ron at Aranda's Sports Bar inside the Taqueria Aranda's in Humble tomorrow from 2 to 6. Stop by, hang out with the guys, and get ready for Sunday night's primetime showdown against Detroit with us. It's a Football Friday supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors. We'll see you there.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Hey, Houston, looking for the perfect spot to catch the big game? Well, Taquerias Arandas is proud to present Aranda Sports Bars, located inside select Taquerias Arandas restaurants, 12 locations across the city. Enjoy all your Houston teams playing on the big screens, cold beers, signature cocktails. Aranda Sports Bar has everything you need to elevate your game day, plus all your favorite Taquerias Arandas classic dishes. They're just a bite away. Visit taqueriasarandas.com for more information. It's Aranda's Sports Bar.
I served my country honorably in the Marine Corps, and for almost 3 decades, I've dedicated my life to serving you. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth. I met my incredible wife on a blind date at Camp Lejeune. She also served in the Marine Corps veteran, and my daughter are on our team. I'm sharing this because Trajan Wealth is more than just a business. It's our family's legacy based on
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Congratulations to Big Todd, our first winner. He won a $25 Visa gift card. We will be hooking somebody else up. Todd, stop barking. We'll be hooking somebody else up. Okay. Hooking somebody else up in the 4 o'clock hour with the Visa gift card. All you got to do, if you're in the building or you're on your way, sign your name, put it in the raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win another $25 Visa gift card. But in the 5 o'clock hour, your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Houston Texans take on the Tennessee Titans and 2 wristbands, courtesy of Bud Light, for tailgating, get you some free food, free drinks. All you got to do, sign your name, put it in the raffle box. We will hook somebody up with that in the 5 o'clock hour. All right, Clint. Before we get to Tyler's turd list, by the way, where are we? We are at Buffalo Wild Wings, Willowbrook Plaza, right off Tomball Parkway. So make your way on out here to hang out with us and win those prizes we just talked about. All right, Clint, that did not practice, and that's today. Will Anderson Jr. with the ankle has not practiced all this week, and I think that is interesting, Clint, also to know that the game they played was Thursday. So it's not like, hey, they just played Sunday. They've been off Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and he hasn't been able to practice on Tuesday and Thursday. So I think that's one to look at, as well as Foley Fatukasi. Same thing, has not practiced this week with a groin and shoulder issue. Kenyon Green's out for the season, we understand that. Jake Hansen, he showed up today as a did not practice with the ankle. He was limited yesterday. Dylan Horton returned to practice. He didn't practice yesterday with an illness, as well as Jerry Hughes returned. And then Shaq Mason was a full participant. Another did not practice is Damian Pierce. He missed the last couple of games. He did not practice again with that groin issue. Jimmy Ward, who returned back, he was at practice again for the second straight day in a limited capacity. And I'm glad you weren't here yesterday to see this. But, Tyler, just to let you know that Laramie Tunsil did practice today. Yesterday he had a rest day.
Christmas
today.
miracle in November.
Rest day.
Yep.
That's what I'd do if I was the worst pass-protecting offensive line in football.
He had a rest day yesterday, but today he was a full go.
That's great, man.
Not even on the injury list. So
took a break
rest
from
day
them
after
honey
having
buns,
after no game in a weekend?
Yeah, I was thinking to myself, yeah, the clinic would have lost his mind.
Are you saying it was a rest day on Wednesday?
Oh, he would have shot to the gold medal of the turd list.
So Wednesday was a rest day. That was literally Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. That was 5 days removed from a game.
Rest day. Yeah. And now he's not on it at all. He doesn't show up at all.
Hey, man, we just having fun, though, man.
Rest day.
We just having fun, man. We just got to execute some things, man.
Rest day right there for him. So that is the injury report there. Will Anderson Jr., Nico Collins, neither of them practiced as well. Although it is interesting, Tyler, maybe I'm tripping here. I don't even see Nico Collins listed on the injury report today. They don't even have him on there right now, so that is interesting. Azeez Alshire has practiced.
Well, he
also
hasn't. I'm sorry to interrupt. He hasn't officially been taken off IR, right?
He's eligible, right? So
right. Yeah, that might be why he's not on that list.
So that is even more of a sign why the potential of him not going coming up. And again, also for you all out there, we're day 108. 108 since Christian Harris has not been a part of playing or practicing. And it's 108 days since the start of training camp. That's when the calf was giving him problems, and he is not off IR and not a part. 108 days. We've surpassed Kyle Tucker, well past Kyle Tucker with Christian Harris. Hopefully one day we'll find out what the hell it is. It's a hell of a calf strain, I'll tell you that.
Huh?
Hell of a calf.
When I came in, Todd's crew that just won the gift card. Cold in them, but they said that it's a week after the bye week. Week 15, he's coming back, man. I said, is that y'all's official injury report? So, yep, that's when he's coming back.
I've seen some people say that, but not anybody that usually covers the team or anybody that watches it. Not say they don't cover the team, but the top names or the top guys that really have access.
I thought you meant Todd and his crew. I think they don't.
Not Todd. I've seen that around, but that he'll be there. He'll be there after the bye week. That's a hope, but. They don't say nothing about him.
I tell you one thing here with this injury report that sticks out. I know we got to get to Tyler's turds real quick, but Jarrett Patterson. Jarrett Patterson being full go Wednesday, full go Thursday, coming off of a concussion.
He's starting
clearly he's doing football things without having the side effects or having any of the symptoms, I guess. And so you got to think that he will be.
He's in the lineup.
That's big right there, man. Because I don't know what the answer is going to be, but it wouldn't shock me one bit if Jarrett Patterson's not your center and Juice Scruggs in your guard.
Yeah, or the other way. Like I feel like Patterson's going to be in the lineup. They were bringing him in before Kendrick Green, so I would imagine he would be in the lineup.
Yep.
All right, it's Thursday. Let's do it. Tyler's Turd List.
Hey, Tyler.
Pro athletes are sometimes a lot to handle.
Which is not good enough.
Maybe even a bit dramatic.
Altuve stole an MVP from Judge.
Turdish behavior will not be ignored. Nope.
Not gonna let it take my joy.
It's Tyler's Turds of the Week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's hear it, baby. Tyler's Turd List, baby. Let's go. Who's getting those wonderful awards today?
Yeah, man. Another full podium per usual. And I'm excited about this one because there was plenty of turdish behavior on display around the professional sports world really all week. I actually had to kind of narrow this list down to these three.
You got some honorable mentions this week.
Yeah, and I want to hear y'all's at the end as well. Tyler's Turds of the Week. We're going to start at the bottom of the podium like we always do. The bronze medal this week, it's going to an NFL guy. It's going to a member of the Cincinnati Bengals, more specifically a rookie receiver for the Cincinnati Bengals. And our guy Patrick Creighton, who you can find on Area 45 late nights right here on Sports Radio 610, your only source of live and local sports talk in the great city of Houston. I think Patrick Creighton last night on Area 45 set this up pretty well. I'm going to play this for you, and we'll talk a little more about the Bronze Turd of the Week.
So Jermaine Burton, wide receiver for the Cincinnati Bengals, was supposed to have a really big role in the Bengals offense this past Sunday when they played the Raiders because T. Higgins was out with an injury, except he was benched. Burton, who's a third-round rookie who played at both Georgia and Alabama, was going to have this much better opportunity, and just coming a couple of days after he was bitching about the coaching staff not giving him, and he said, I can put myself in the game.
Oh, my God.
So he was supposed to be a big part of the game. Then, well, he missed a walkthrough. He was 5 minutes late.
Yeah.
Because of that, he was a healthy scratch. So what happens on Sunday? Shows up to the game in his pajamas.
Hell no.
And then what happens after the game? Bruh is at the Hard Rock Casino, downtown Cincy, playing the slots.
Wow.
Wearing the same sweatshirt wearing on the sidelines.
Wow.
That was Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani right there of Area 45.
Is that Jermaine Burton that went to Alabama, excuse me? Yeah, that guy.
Yes, it is.
Jermaine Burton.
So we got this NFL rookie on our hands, boys, that to be frank, I honestly almost feel the worst for him right now in this situation as he's getting this bronze turd medal, because this is clearly a kid, an NFL rookie, that he doesn't get it. Like, he ain't picking up the opportunity that has been put in front of him to play professional football for his career path. He's getting to do what most men in our country would love to do, and that's play this children's game of football for money. Don't worry, Clint. I'm not saying the Texans should be having fun and all that. I'm not on board with that. That's not what I'm saying.
I think the real upset here is that we got a young man that's under 24 years old that wears pajamas. I think that is an interesting thought there.
Well, it gets a little colder up there in Cincy.
Nah, but I mean, you had to put on some sweatpants. Like, I feel that somebody under 23 years old that has pajamas and shows up in pajamas. That's interesting.
Oh, that's a good point. But yes, Jermaine Burton, this rookie receiver for the Bengals, he's getting the bronze medal. When I heard Area 45 talking about this, I just kind of like Bijani there. It's just kind of disgusting, man. Like, understand what's being put in front of you, the blessing, the opportunity in front of you to play football for literally millions of dollars if you do it right. We need to get this guy with some of our oil workers or something down here in Houston, some of these roughnecks that go out there and bust their ass getting that black gold, and then they do it with a smile on their face. Man, get your stuff together if you really want to be a professional football player. You ain't going to last very long, my friend. Am I right or am I right, Clint?
You are very correct. Hell, you know which side of the coin I'm on with this one.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, I don't. I mean, what a clown, man.
Yeah, I had a feeling that's how you'd feel. But that's our bronze medal. Moving on real quick here. Silver medal on Tyler's Turds of the Week here on The Drive, Sports Radio 610. It's appropriate that we do this turd list, the Turds of the Week, as a podium. Whenever we were getting it started, I believe we were in the middle of the Olympics. But if you remember, there was a certain athlete, if you can call it that, out of Australia participating in the breakdancing competition in this past year's Olympics. And this little lady out of Australia from down under, she disgusted her own people, man. She did so badly in this breakdancing competition in the Olympics. Take a listen to what some news anchors over in Australia had to say about breakdance representing Australia.
What the world's really been interested in what the hell was Reagan up to at the Paris Olympics. I don't buy this, Liz. I don't.
We've seen footage of other female breakdancers in Australia 20 times better than her who didn't make it. She won in the competition that she set up and she got to go to the Olympics. She owes Australia an apology for embarrassing us on the world stage.
She owes Australia an apology.
I was doing her. I was doing her.
Is that what it looked like?
Whoa. That's what no kidding. That's what she was doing. She was up there breakdancing like that.
But this breakdancer, and please go Google it if you've never seen her performance. It's worth a laugh. This breakdancer out of Australia, Ray Gunn, she announced her retirement, boys. And just to put it very plain and simply, I just don't think you should be able to retire from a profession you never really got off the ground to begin with, that you never really showed you could excel in or even be slightly successful in, because she was no breakdancer, but she was retiring for breakdancing, and for that she's getting this damn silver turd medal. How do y'all feel about it?
You know, the real issue here is that it could even happen. That we have decided to put something and put the Olympic.
Well, I think it's done now.
Well, but I mean, that's how silly this is. I mean, what are we doing? I mean, the Olympics are one of the most beautiful things ever created, and now we put breakdancing in, and now you can literally set up your own competition, rig it so you win, and then go embarrass yourself in front of God and everybody.
It's a hell of a deal.
And then have a pity party. I'm going to retire because I don't want the credit. No, you wanted the attention. I mean, you got the attention.
Countrymen, we're embarrassed, Ray Gunn.
What are we doing?
Breakdancing in, softball out.
I mean, what are we doing? I mean, how stupid do we have to be here?
No softball. Who's got the gold?
Yeah, I know we're up against it, boys. That's the silver medal. Real quick, this week's gold turd trophy winner. I got the golden turd trophy in my hand. It is going to Iron Mike Tyson. I would never say it to his face. I would never try to hand him this golden turd in person because I like my life and I don't want to get hit and die. But, man, Mike Tyson... Well, Mike Tyson, he mistakenly thought a fellow who is technically, air quotes, a grown man, but not struggles, but deals with dwarfism. A grown man that has dwarfism, Iron Mike Tyson, met him for the first time, and he thought this man was a baby.
Hasbullah, the short guy, the short guy. Is that a real video when you cradling him? Is it like, did you know he was? There was a baby. There's a baby. And I didn't know. I'm hungry. He's punching me. I don't know, man. I just thought I thought him with children. Yeah. I'm hugging on this guy. You cradling him, kissing him. Yeah, I didn't know if you actually knew him. He's like 26 years old. Yeah.
He's talking about the Russian man named Hasbulla. He's a social media presence for the Russians over there. He has dwarfism. There is video of Iron Mike Tyson meeting this man and literally grabbing him and holding him like a baby because he didn't see his face. Iron Mike, we got to be better, bro. I mean, I'm giggling a bit at this, but we got to be better. You can't be picking up 26-year-old men thinking they're an infant.
Yeah, I think Mike can. So
I mean, Mike felt like he was just. Sounded like I didn't see the video, but it sounded like he was disappointed in himself. He was almost like, "Oh man," like he felt bad about it.
You got to see the video; it's hilarious.
DJ Moore would have been my honorable mention. Tough week for DJ Moore, and his explanation. By the way, he said he was reindeering. I had never heard of that before, but he was reindeering while he loafed off the field. That's what he referred to it as. What you got coming up at the 4?
All right, should the Texans play Nico Collins and Will Anderson if they are able? Should they play those guys Sunday night versus the Detroit Lions? We want to hear from you, 713-572-4610. Let's do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, got to tell you about Orchard, man. If you found that dream home, don't wait. Go buy that dream home right now. Do it with Orchard's Move First.
Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
KILT FM's access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
All right, should the Texans play Will Anderson and Nico Collins this weekend if they are able? Here's the current situation with both players. Nico Collins, who is on IR, he's eligible to come off. We've heard hide nor hair of what's going on with Nico, but he is eligible to come off. And Will Anderson banged his ankle up last week in the game, returned, and then went back out. And Will Anderson has not practiced Wednesday or Thursday, did not practice, is the report on the official Texans report today. Now, that comes on a week when obviously they played last Thursday, so there's an extra 3-day break there. And if Will and company, there's several guys that still aren't practicing, then it's obviously an injury worth keeping an eye on, right? This isn't a rest situation like Laramie Tunsil. If they're not practicing or they're limited today, that means that the extended break, 5 or 6 day break from playing football, has not been enough to get them back healthy. So it's definitely something to keep an eye on. But the Texans announce that Nico's coming off of IR this week, and that Will Anderson, although he didn't practice, is going to play this weekend, or at least is eligible and able. Let's say it's eligible with Nico, able with Will. Should the Texans play those two impact players, with the exception of C.J. Stroud, these are the two biggest impact players on this entire roster. Maybe I guess Joe Mixon is in that conversation now, but I would still say Nico, considering he was leading the NFL in yards when he got injured, is probably a little bit bigger of an impact player there. But those two guys, if they're healthy, and DeMeco Ryans is in a spot where it's, do I play him or do I not play him? If you're DeMeco, what do you say? We want to hear from y'all. 713-572-4610. Shoot us a text. Let us know how you feel about it. Would you play those guys? Here's DeMeco Ryans when he spoke about Will Anderson and Nico Collins. Obviously asked about the status, and here's what DeMeco had to say.
Nico he's doing good. We'll see where he ends up.
How about Will Anderson?
Same with him. He's doing well. We'll see where he ends up.
Tight to vest, as usual. Doesn't really give us much. Doesn't give us anything of note about either player. So this is, just if they're healthy, would you play those guys? Ron, where do you sit? Playing against Detroit this weekend, monster game, Sunday Night Football, prime time. You've lost 2 of your last 3 for the Texans to kind of reemerge, if you will, as one of the top AFC football teams. If they can go in there and beat what a lot of people believe is the best team in football, definitely one of the top 2 teams in football, any way you slice it. Just your thoughts on playing those guys this week.
Yeah, to me, I think they are, at least at the very least, different camps a bit, right? Like
the 2 players you talking about?
Yeah,
okay.
In terms of how I would go about it. This is an ankle, right? And we'll see how it is. If he's 85% or something, it's not like it could get much worse than what he's doing, obviously, unless he re-injures the same thing. But it's something that an ankle sprain you can kind of play on. We understand guys you can play on, and it is not a big risk of it's going to get completely worse. To me, with Nico coming off with the hamstring, I just don't think you can really flirt around with that. I think you want to make sure it is completely good before he goes back, because if he completely lets it loose and re-injures it, that's another 4 or 5 weeks potentially with that. So at least for me with Nico, I would most definitely rest Nico. If you haven't decided to activate him yet, like you did Jeff Okudah and Jerry Hughes earlier this week, as they were eligible to come off, just like Nico, to me, he's not ready to go. We'll see. If you get to game time and that ankle and he can go off and push off of it, that's different to me. Hamstring, you cannot afford to have him re-aggravate that and miss another 5 weeks. That to me. So I think Nico should sit. Will more of a game time thing.
Ron, I've probably overthought this, if I'm being completely honest. But I don't play Nico or Will this week. If they're not good enough to practice today, if they're not healthy enough to practice today, I'm not playing either of those guys. This is a monster game in prime time, and I hope the Texans show up. And all they got to do, if they just tweak some things offensively, hell, I give them a shot in the game being at home. But I don't play either one of these guys in this ball game. If when you look at this thing, this ball game means absolutely nothing. The Texans right now, the Texans are the magic number, if you will, for wins this season. Given the way everything's laid out right now, the magic number is 9. They've got to get to 9. I believe that is even a stretch, but it's the best-case scenario that the Indianapolis Colts could get to 9. The Indianapolis Colts winning 5 of their next 8 is an extreme long shot, but it could happen if they catch fire, and that would put them at 9 wins. I don't think there's any chance in hell that the Colts get to 10. And right now the Texans are in a position where it's all about the division, win the division, and get in and fix your offense. Those are the two things that the number is 9. And when I look at the games the Texans have left on their schedule, you've got and I'm not saying they can't win against these teams, but let's just take these teams off the table because they're the best teams in the AFC. Let's take Baltimore. Let's take Kansas City. Those two out of the AFC, and then let's take Detroit, this primetime game this week. Take those 3 games off the table, right? Those are 3 of the best football teams in best teams in football. And let's look at the remaining schedule. The Texans have 5 other games. The Cowboys, very beatable. Next week, by the way. Very beatable. Damn sure if you've got all your weapons, right? The Miami Dolphins, who knows what the hell's going on with Tua and how that ends up, what kind of team you're gonna see when Miami rolls into town. But either way, a beatable, very beatable football team, right? The Jacksonville Jaguars, you've already beat them. Who knows what's going to be going on with hell, they may fire their coach, right? That there is a fully loaded against those guys, you win that ball game. And then you got the Titans twice, right? And the Titans are the team that, because you still play them twice, that if you really look at it, even though it'll never happen, they're the team that, because they still play you twice, could have own the tiebreaker and have a lighter road to catch you. It's not going to happen. But those are anyway, you've got to win 3 of those 5 football games. Forget about Baltimore. Forget about Kansas City. Forget about Detroit. 9. That gets you to 9. You got to win at least 3 of those 5 football games. And they're very winnable games, very beatable teams. And if you're healthy, you can rattle that off. Hell, you can win all 5 of them. That's where this Texans team sits right now. Is the focus is on the division, winning the division, and you need to be healthy in those 5 games. And the first of those 5 games that you have on the schedule starts next week versus Dallas. You win next week versus Dallas, and then you got to win 2 or 3 of your remaining conference game division games, and you're in, baby. You are in. And so I say all that to say, this game, although it's a monster game, means absolutely nothing. Nico Collins, you ain't seeing the field. I don't give a damn if you come to me and beg to play. Nico, you ain't seeing the field. Will Anderson, I gotta protect you from your damn self. I've been having to do it since you became a Texan. I'm sitting you on the bench in this ball game because I need you full go against the Dallas Cowboys.
Got to play the long game.
Got to, man. Got to. And anybody else, Foley, Fatakasi, all these other guys.
Sitting them all down.
Sitting them all. The only one I'm not, anybody on his defense, they're out. Anybody that's an impact player that I don't have a question on offense, Joe Mixon, if he weren't, he's not hurt. I don't want to scare anybody. He's not injured. But if he were, he ain't playing, right? But Nico Collins, that caliber player, no, you ain't playing. Offensively, Jared Patterson, I need you because we got to fix some things, baby. We're going to take every opportunity we can to fix some things. But when you look at the true impact players on this football team, if you can't practice on Thursday, if you're that banged up, I don't care if it's just
after being off from Thursday.
Yes, an extra 3 days this week. Yeah, Ron, I'm not playing any of those guys, man. I'm playing the long game. All I've got left to do at this point in time, I don't care what I do against Baltimore or Kansas City in the regular season, right? I mean, I'd like to be healthy. I'd like to beat the hell out of them. But at this point in time, I got to win my division. And in the game that matters, just like it was against Cleveland last year, the game that matters is the one when it's win or go home in the playoffs.
For you, the 1, 2, 3 seed, like fighting for seeding, right now they're in the 4th spot. It's not – not maybe they're 3 games back of the Chiefs. They play them, but not even the 1, 2, or 3 seed. Because right now the 4 seed comes with Baltimore. Is there any thought of trying to avoid that? Any importance to that?
There's definitely importance to it,
but not as important to just
no. I mean,
all
of that falls second to making sure Indy doesn't catch you. Because I mean, look, it's if they get hot. And you continue to struggle the way you're struggling, and you drop a game you shouldn't drop. You drop a Cowboy game next week that you shouldn't drop. You drop a game against Tennessee or Jacksonville that you shouldn't drop. The division could get interesting. Now it's going to have to take an absolute collapse to do it. But I just think if you're the decision makers with this organization, Ron, with guys like Will Anderson and Nico Collins, hey, man, it's about winning this division and solidifying the division. And maybe you do it earlier. Maybe Indy continues to lose and you win a couple of games and the magic number becomes 8. If that's the case, very well could be in this division. If that's the case, then the plan changes. But right now, man, I got to have those guys next week against the Cowboys. I'm not risking and bringing them back early or risking further injuring an ankle that he could struggle with all year long. If you look at Will Anderson, has it been an ankle?
It was an ankle
last year
that late in the season that slowed him down. Yep.
And earlier this year in training camp.
Just strengthen them ankles up, man.
I'm gonna go. He's gonna strengthen them for one more week. That's for damn sure, T. That's where I'm at with this thing. So yeah, man, I'm good. I'm good with the guys that are banged up right now not playing this week. In fact, I wouldn't give them a chance. I wouldn't even give them a chance to get on the field. We're done. We're not playing this week, boys. I'm Clint Stoerner. Ron Hughley is with me, and as he is always, and T. Mill is behind the glass at the studio. We are at Buffalo Wild Wings Willowbrook, up off Tomball Parkway. Come by, hang out with us. We got some giveaways, giving away a couple of tickets in that 5 o'clock hour, a couple of tickets to the Tennessee Titan game, right? Isn't that right, Ron?
Tennessee Titan. The
Tennessee Titan game. Come on through. Also, I want to remind everybody, if you're listening via the Odyssey app, we greatly appreciate it. We appreciate it however you're listening, but the Odyssey app, make sure you download it, AUDACY. The Odyssey app has a bunch of features. One, you can take us everywhere, anywhere you go, walking, jogging, working out, whatever, anything you're doing, you can take us with you via that Odyssey app. But there's also a rewind feature. Like right now, you could go back and listen. We had Tim Settle on at about 2:15, 2:16 timestamp there today. Tim Settle, interior defensive lineman for the Texans. You can go back and listen to that if you wanted to with that Odyssey app. So make sure that you got that sucker right there downloaded as well. Come through, hang out with us, see if you can't win a couple of tickets. Boys, I got to be real quick. A little follow-up. Apparently, Megan Thee Stallion was on to something. You know, the pickle stuff and Cheetos inside it?
Oh, I thought you meant them white pants.
Well, she was definitely on to something, them white pants. I'm not telling anybody, any man, anything they don't know. Them white pants were for real now.
Shout out to you, Craig.
You remember I heard the video of her saying that the hollowing out a pickle and stuffing hot Cheetos inside the pickle was a Houston thing. I don't know. I still have not, other than the text line, I've not tried it myself.
I thought you were going to get on that.
Well, I would like to. Hell, I don't know where to go.
That's right, because you refused to do it. You refused to put in the hard work to hollow.
Oh, I'm not doing it. No, I really got turned on when somebody said there's a convenience store somewhere. I'm guessing down in Pearland where
I think you should put a little bit more work in it and go ahead do it so you can experience it. It does sound good enough to where I might do that. Pickles and hot Cheetos, I am a big fan of both, and Meg, so that's a threefer.
But the point being, apparently, I don't know. I still don't know if it's a Houston thing, but apparently it's a real thing. I need our listeners to check into this, but I think Cheetos, which the Flaming Hot Cheetos with limon, by the way, is my favorite chip probably. The jalapeno Miss Vicky's is pretty good, but the Flaming Hot Cheeto with limon is pretty good. Apparently, Cheetos is coming out with a flaming pickle flavor in it. Are y'all down? No. You scrunch your nose up, no go?
Man, I don't like pickles. That don't even sound right.
You don't like pickles?
I'm the opposite. I would be down because I love pickles, but I've never liked Flamin' Hot Cheetos.
Well, I'll be damned, man. I'm telling you, I'm down with this. I can get down with this. I mean, a bag of hot Cheetos and a Coors Light. Ooh, boy, that is great. Now you add a pickle to it?
Oh.
Well, it's not going to.
I could do everything else. That pickle, man, I don't like.
You don't like pickles at all?
Not at all. No, just stay cucumbers.
We eat a lot of pickles in my house.
Doesn't a pickle start out as a cucumber?
Indeed.
Yeah, just keep them cucumbers. Ain't no reason to go on.
Yeah, look, Meg is on to something. Again, I don't know how Houston-centric it is, but Flaming Hot Cheeto with a pickle flavor to it, I'm in. I'm going to give I don't know. I need everybody to check it out. I don't know how real it was. Apparently, they're coming in 2025. Cheetos. I've seen the bag already and everything.
Oh, I'm sure they're trying. I bet they are. Especially if it's a thing, I bet they are. And I think I know that I'm different, that I don't like pickles. But I could see a lot of people being into it. I think Courtney would be into that. I could see it. Not me. I can't stand them. I don't want pickles. I hate when they're born out of cucumbers. I want them to stay cucumbers. So cucumbers and some ranch. I don't need you to.
I'm a fan, but I like cucumbers, don't like pickles. That is a odd combo.
It just once it turns into a pickle, it's a different texture.
It's got a different wang. It's got a different wang to it.
I don't like the texture. No.
Fried pickles might be one of my favorite ever bar foods. That is so good.
You get a good fried pickle. I don't know that I can disagree with you too.
I've eaten one on accident, thinking it was something else. Oh, ruined my whole night.
Probably saw heaven.
Hell, saw hell.
Big shout out to Megan Thee Stallion for putting me on the pickle Cheeto.
Yeah,
I'm into it.
I tasted it and I saw R. Kelly.
As you get older, the heartburn gets worse, Chief. You tasted it and saw R. Kelly.
Yeah, hell.
Oh, I didn't know where you were going with that. We're talking about pickles and Cheetos, and you bring R. Kelly into the mix.
Diddy.
Tasted it.
At least I'm doing everybody the favor of talking about the picture of the visual of Megan Thee Stallion. You bring R. Kelly into it.
When he said you probably saw heaven, and I said hell. When I think of hell, I think of Robert Kelly and Art Briles. Coming up, would you rather? As we are live here, who else? When you think of hell, who is the person that you see in your eyes? Who is you see in your face? I see Robert Kelly. Who do you see?
Lucifer.
Somebody just in here just pointed at me, said they see me when they see him.
Oh.
All right. Coming up, a little would you rather. And I can't wait to hear Tyler's response to this. I want to know if Tyler is going to be Dan Orlowski and just continue to stay on a take, or is he going to, with new evidence, have the heart to change his mind? We'll discuss that coming up next.
the fan who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction. Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live Thirsty Thursday here, Buffalo Wild Wings, Willowbrook Plaza. Come on out, have a good time. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Coming up, as soon as this segment ends, we'll have our next winner. Our next winner for a $25 Visa gift card. All you got to do is sign your name, put it in our raffle box, and you'll get a chance to win a $25 Visa gift card. We'll be doing that as soon as this segment concludes. We'll pick our next winner. And in the 5 o'clock hour, the big one, a pair of tickets. You will get a pair of tickets to see the Texans take on the Tennessee Titans. And not only will you get those tickets, but Bud Light is also hooking you up with a pair of wristbands. Tailgating, you can get free drinks, free food, courtesy of Bud Light. So that's coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. So if you're in the building and you want to sign your name like my man with that cool-ass Kansas City Monarchs hat on right there, you can sign that right now like he's doing.
Never heard of her.
I know you had never heard of her. Just a little Negro Leagues baseball, baby. But if you're on your way in, you can also sign your name in as well and have a chance to win those tickets and or gift card coming up as soon as this segment ends. All right, I want to do a little would you rather. A little would you rather right now is there's a big game coming up tonight for several reasons. One, the Bengals, they can get back into the playoff race right now with a win. They'd be 5-5 and get closer. Or the Ravens can really kind of bury them if they get a win tonight. But a big one tonight. Ravens hosting the Bengals should be a fun one tonight, Clint. But this is my would you rather to everybody. Those of you here on YouTube and Twitch, you can answer and be a part of this. Those of you on our 5-Hour Energy fan text line, 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans, you can chime in on this. If you had to start a team right now, would you rather have the reigning MVP Lamar Jackson, or would you rather have Joe Burrow, the guy who has been to a Super Bowl and almost won one over the Rams? Who would you rather have right now, Lamar or Joe Burrow? 713-572-4610. Text in. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. Clint, who would you rather have right now, Lamar or Joe Burrow?
This is a tough one for me.
It's become tougher,
and I know that's why you asked it.
It's become tougher, right? I think when we first started working together, this wasn't tough for you.
No.
I think the next year it wasn't tough. It's become tougher the last 2 years because Lamar won the MVP. I believe I'll have Lamar at the top of the list again.
That is correct.
This year, him and Josh Allen and then his teammate, Derrick Henry. But who would you rather have?
Here's
I
why
just stalled for you.
Well, no. Here's why it's so difficult is because the more I dug into it, there's very, very little this year statistically that separate the two. Joe's got 20 touchdowns and 4 picks. Lamar's got 20 touchdowns and 2 picks. I mean, their offenses are, when you look at how many yards they have, they're both lighting it up. The difference obviously is Lamar's.
It's 550 yards.
He's got 550 rushing yards.
Some touchdowns off of that.
You look at their defense. I think Cincinnati is middle of the pack pretty much in everything. And then you look at Baltimore. They are the best defense in the league versus the run and the absolute worst versus the pass. So, I mean, you look at this and you go, well, neither guy – there's like you can't say that one guy has a luxury over the other really from his supporting cast. Maybe Derrick Henry with Lamar, I guess, and Joe's not dealing with a run game.
Offensive line, I think. Well, you know what? Baltimore's offensive line is not great. It's helped a lot by what they do. That's something they're growing into. But yeah, I hear you.
I would go with Joe Burrow for one reason, and that's because I can call a lot of what Lamar's going to do is going to be off script. The most beautiful thing about him is going to be the off script, off schedule stuff. You can't call that. You just got to hope it happens. I feel like the part that you can call on and have more control over as a play caller, and I think Joe wins that battle. But it's a tough one. I'd go with Joe.
All right, I see some people texting in. Joe all day. Lamar Jackson, stop the cap. Lamar Jackson. Joe Burrow every day and twice on Sunday. Joe has Chase to pass to, and the stats are skewed. Excuse me. Tyler, I want to hear from you because when we first started working together, Tyler, I believe you were one who would say that Lamar wasn't even a quarterback, that he was a running back playing. I've admitted that. I was a Lamar hater to a degree in the beginning. Have you come off of that? I just want to make sure. All right, you've come off of that. Like, so you do give him
I've seen the light.
He's a quality. You've gotten new evidence, and you're not just going to hang on to it like some other dude just hang on to take. As I said in the tease, Dan Orlowski was just going to hang on the Carson Wentz train.
Yeah.
Until he died to back up Quarterbackville.
Yeah, I am hanging on to that one. I would go with Lamar in this situation.
Would you? Yeah, I think I am with you as well on the Lamar thing, and not just because – I mean, he's gearing up to win his third MVP. I mean, that's passing Mahomes potentially if he does that. That's now we're getting into the Brady, Rodgers, Manning territory in terms of.
By the way, if we're being real, or those he loses.
What?
MVPs.
His value to his team.
There's nobody. I mean, he's got 500-something yards. Like, he's got more rushing yards than the Cincinnati Bengals running back.
Yeah, like when you have Goff mentioned with him, like there's so much. He's just the quarterback on the best team.
Yeah.
Right? Like you feel like to me I think Allen this year because of what's around him is in that, and then I think Mahomes obviously, but he does have Andy, which helps him a lot. But then when you look at the injuries and stuff they've had to still stay afloat, we'll see. But I would go Lamar because some of the stuff you said there. I mean, he has improved leaps and bounds to me in the last 2 years as a passer, and I was going to say myself, he is starting to get better with the easy throws in the pocket. He is hitting. It's Justice Hill a lot that he's hitting that easy throw out of the backfield. He is killing just the easy flare routes that he's able to get out to guys. He's doing more, and he is being smarter about the runs he's, with the hits he's taking and things like that. It is to a point, like Joe to me was always something that I went with, but I feel like he's completing over 68% of his passes this year. His passing ability is starting to now catch up with making his ability to run the football, which you can't do nothing about. It is starting to make that even more caught up to what Joe can do. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. I trust Joe late more. If I got to drive, I trust Joe late more. Sure. But right now, if I had to pick one, I would rather go with Lamar.
The crazy thing about Lamar is why dummies. No offense, Tyler, but we're talking about him not being a quarterback. Like when you watch him play, the arm talent's always been there.
Yeah.
Like the ability to drop the arm slot and make some of these off schedule, off platform, weird release point throws has always been like damn near elite. Definitely elite in our world, but almost elite in an NFL world. It's just like what you're talking about, just getting tying the feet to the eyes and the eyes to the arm, like getting all that stuff figured out. It's hard to do at this NFL level. He's done that. It's impressive.
All right, coming up, we're about to hook somebody up with another $25 gift card. So if you better get in here and sign that. We'll do that as soon as we get done with this segment. But we talked about a lot of guys that play a major role that have been injured or have missed time. I think there's one person we're definitely leaving out. I want to discuss that. And how did we get here? How did we get here with Bobby Slowick? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, if you're out there and you're dealing with chronic joint pain, man, if everything you do, the most routine thing,
touchdowns with completions to 8 different pass catchers, willing his squad to a victory that keeps them in the hunt for the playoffs. In the Zone is brought to you by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, congratulations to our latest winner, Rodney. He wins. It was a gift card. We have one final clock hour. It's the big one. Sorry, Rodney. A pair of tickets to the Titans and Texans game coming up in a couple of weeks. You can win those tickets and a couple of wristbands courtesy of Bud Light as you'll have a chance to tailgate, get some free food, some free drinks. Our guy is signing his name. You can do exactly what he is doing. Sign your name and put it in our raffle box to give yourself a chance to win. Boy, Glenn, I thought we was going to have the old coach of the Arkansas Razorbacks basketball team, Mike Anderson, shows up. Well, I'm telling you.
Mike, if you're out there, man, you could have won $25.
Oh, my God. If Courtney is listening to this right now, Mike Anderson, he was formerly the coach of Missouri with her.
He went Arkansas, Missouri, then back to Arkansas.
Oh, my God. She would wait for his outfits because he was trying to bring it, but it was always just off. Like, damn, like, why you have so much going on with that?
That's not good.
I'm just saying, you got pinstripes, dark ones on the shirt, and you got busyness on the tie. And think he looked good, man. You could tell Mike he wasn't looking good at all. She every time that TV would come on, Mike would come up on that screen. Mike! He would say, "Oh, Mike Anderson, boy, that's a country dude too, boy." Boy, you hear him, you know what part of the country he live in. Shout out to old Mike Anderson, the old basketball coach out there. At St. John's. Damn, shout out to Mike Anderson. All right, as we're out here, Buffalo Wild Wings, Willowbrook Plaza. Come on out, hang out with us. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. As I said, you got a chance to win a pair of tickets coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. As we see people walking in, you might want to sign your name and put it in our raffle box. All right, Clint, we have talked a lot, and you talked about it a little bit earlier in the 4 o'clock hour, the importance of some of these guys getting back. We talked about the importance of Nico Collins, and we've seen that while he's been out. We've talked about the importance of Joe Mixon. Hell, the whole running game falls apart when he's not there. We've seen the importance and understand the importance of Will Anderson, who may or may not be there, and we saw him in the fourth quarter missing time. It made the defense look different because he's been your best player defensively. There have been a lot of guys. Hell, Kamari Lassiter, we saw the importance of him in a couple of games that he was out. There are a lot of guys of importance we've talked about. Azeez Al-Shaair, he's set to come back in this game as well. He's practiced all week. He's been out for multiple weeks. Clint, I think maybe we kind of maybe shortchange his importance. Listen, I'm not going to say it's right up there with him, but I think it's pretty damn close. Right? I feel like he is a guy that we should be talking about a little bit more in terms of, hey, he's back. He is back because they look different. And I think the linebacker play's been pretty good, but they look – I appreciate that respect. They look different. He is clearly, to me, the leader of that defense. So there is major importance, and that's a huge thing for D'Amico's defense that they get him back.
Yeah, I think I would agree. I think they've had some guys that have played some really good football in his absence, and so I think as a team,
that's maybe mask it a little bit.
Yeah, but I mean, as a team, the good thing about that is that you've built depth and depth that you have confidence in. That because of that injury, you now have Devin White, who is played a lot more, I think, a lot sooner than most expected. So you've got not only depth, but you've got potentially some longer term guys that are playing for you at this point in time. So. Even though guys have played and played well, there's no doubt about it. You're missing Azeez Al-Shaair. I mean, we're talking about. I said earlier I want more Joe Mixon because Joe Mixon will call somebody out. Joe Mixon will check folks, coaches, players, quarterback. It doesn't matter. Azeez is that guy on the defensive side of the football, and that's a to get your alpha, your biggest leader back would be huge.
Because you remember when he was last playing. I mean, when he was laying people out on the sideline,
getting
the
up,
Bears,
punching people. Yeah,
getting up. He was. I remember one game he really jumped off the screen as one of the big players there, and I think that's the point you've made. Like we've seen games where the receivers, like the Packers game, they were just nowhere to be found, and it really heightened the fact that you didn't have Nico. We saw against the Packers what it looked like when your second corner wasn't there. Shire is going to be a big – I think you will see a difference how the defense is run, how it looks, them in position. And we've talked about this with Joe Mixon. I think he plays this role on that side. His intensity, Jimmy Ward too, which they may get back to, their intensity and what they're bringing to the table is a big factor as well with them.
Absolutely, 100%, without a doubt.
Yeah. All right, I did want to. I want to get this from the people as well, Clint. How did we get here with Bobby Slowick? How do we? Because, I want you to hear what I'm saying. I'm not saying this is the case, but Bobby Slowick to me feels like he may be in a place where he's closer to getting fired than he is being a head coach. Like, I'm not saying he's getting fired, but it was easy to think Bobby Slowick, but this is going to be his last year. The Texans better start preparing for life without him. But it feels like that maybe like he's in the Mike Kafka role. Remember Mike Kafka, how hot he was, and then Saquon Barkley left, and they had Daniel Jones by himself, and you weren't hearing anything about him being a head coach. It's, to me, the wildest thing, and I hope to see something different tonight, Sunday night, is the wildest thing to me is how long it has taken for them to be able to find answers to what defenses are doing to them.
Yeah, I think the craziest part of this thing to me, exactly what made, and you can even say this about C.J. Stroud, but just about the offense, like what made Bobby Slowick such a hot head coach candidate was what he was able to do with a rookie quarterback in a quote-unquote rebuilding organization, right? And what that was he was able to develop and protect a young quarterback even while he didn't have wide receivers that were healthy. They couldn't stay healthy. The offensive line wasn't healthy out of the gate. So he was able to overcome all of that inexperience at the quarterback position and all of those injuries to the tune of the quarterback being one of the best in the league and winning 10 ball games, right? And when you look at it, the struggles that we've seen this year have been heavily pushed towards the offensive line and pass protection. But if you really look at it, Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud are doing the exact opposite of what they did last year. And last year, everything from designing plays to creating a game plan to calling plays in real time to the quarterback executing it, everything was geared around get the ball out of the quarterback's hands, don't let the offensive line become a problem. And if you have a receiver's injured, then you take the one guy, which at the time was Nico Collins, and you move him around in a way in which you can get. That's what made those guys, and I'm including quarterback play because it's so vital to what Bobby Slowick, whether it's good or bad, it's ultimately the product of Bobby Slowick, right? And this year, the one thing they're missing is making that simple. It's simple to say, obviously, but making that adjustment to how both of these guys approach offensive football. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No.
It's crazy to think that it's what they were so great at last year is the exact problem right now.
It's almost, Clint, like with the personnel and the health. You know, hey, we feel like we got a healthy offensive line. We got our guys in the spot. We want to play them. Kenyon Green, they feel like it's an upgrade from the revolving door we had on the inside. Juice is where we want it to be. And we've added, Diggs. And we've got – it seemed like the added talent made them believe that they should change the way
Oh,
they approach
absolutely.
things.
It's 100%.
And I can understand it.
Agreed.
To a certain extent. But the big part for me that I can't get past him, and again, I'm not like many other people who solely just blame it on Bobby Slowick. Like I saw on YouTube and Twitch, someone texted, Bobby is the one holding us back. Well, I think there's some things that are holding him back from being able to call the games but he does deserve his fair share of blame. And I think where it goes for him is, all right, I got it. You felt like this could be a more play offense when you've added Joe Mixon and you've added all of this and you've got guys healthy, you got the offensive line, because I think he came in and said, all right, I got to protect this offensive line with all these injuries right off the bat. He had injuries, and then at some point he said, but this year he said, no, now I can go. But at some point you saw you can't do that. You saw the personnel was maybe more than what you valued. You got injuries. You saw what happened. That's the part to me is that they haven't up to this point turned and changed and adjusted to what they have. And the part that's frustrating, Clint, is we know that there is something that they're capable of doing differently because their offense would run better if they just attacked like they did last year.
Yeah.
It's not that he doesn't have the answer. It's weird that it's taken so long.
I think that the easiest way to couch what the Texans' problems are right now, so everybody can understand it, is going into last week's game, knowing everything you know, no matter what level fan you are, just knowing everything that you know about the team. Everything screamed, run Joe Mixon. 8 of the first 11 calls were passes. And that's including, by the way, in that the three runs, 8 plus 3 is 11 in the first, the 3 runs, 2 of them were penalties that got stopped before the play ever, so they really didn't even count. They really only had 1 run. Like, of we're going to go in there and just continue to do our thing instead of just simply pay attention to what you do well, and because they're not above it, because what did he do on that third drive? He turned around and handed that thing to Joe Mixon about 8 straight times.
Led to a touchdown.
I mean, they loaded up tight end packages and they were no question going to force the run at that point. So they shifted. Why did it take 2 drives to shift like that?
Yeah, that's the adjustment. The adjustment overall, whether it is within game, whether it is overall, that's the part that is mind boggling.
They're all fixable.
Agreed.
Is that and that's the part they can.
Yeah.
They've done it. It's not like a deal of, hey man, it's the only thing he does. No, he has done this.
But Ron, what I'm saying is we all know that this offense can run it this year. Something as recent as, forget last year, something as recent as this year. We know that the one thing you can depend on is to run the football, and Kenyon Green was going to struggle versus Quentin Williams. And you said, to hell with it, I'm just going to keep doing what I do.
All right, coming up as we continue in the 5 o'clock hour, injury report is out. There are some names that are showing up, and it's not really great news for the Texans in regards to them being able to have them on the field on Sunday. The Rockets' big win last night, and they've made a roster move. We'll let you know the latest with that. All of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Thursday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. It's an AFC North.
The energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Blonde Bomber.
The Big Dilf.
A.K.A. T-Mill, A.K.A. Psycho T, have the latest for you, and we'll get into bags. It was rough last night.
Oh, man.
You ain't
You
lying.
don't have room for me tonight, are you?
I do, actually.
I saw what Cade Cunningham was putting together yesterday. I thought he was at 7 assists at the beginning of the third quarter. I said, damn, the hell's gotten into Cade tonight? But
rough night, man.
But we'll get his best bets coming up here in a bit. But before we get there, first thing we need you to know is that 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And here today at 5 o'clock fire, we're here live, Buffalo Wild Wings, Willowbrook Plaza, right over here on the other side of the highway from Willowbrook Mall. You can come hang out with us. We'll be here until 6 o'clock. And you can stay later. There's a big Thursday night football game tonight that you don't want to miss. So that's coming up. You can watch that game here, TVs everywhere. And remember, in the 5 o'clock hour, coming up a little bit later on here, you have a chance, if you're in the building, to win a pair of tickets and a pair of wristbands for tailgating, free food, free drinks, courtesy of Bud Light, as the Texans are going to host the Tennessee Titans in a couple of weeks. You will have a chance to win those tickets. Got to be in the building, but that's coming up a little bit later on in this hour. But, Clint, before we get into that, let's look into the Texans right now, Clint. And there's some important names here on the injury report and guys that look like they could be not playing. Nico Collins, who they have not officially activated off the injury report, so he doesn't even show on it. But he did not. He's eligible to come off this week. He has not practiced all week. And then Will Anderson Jr. has not practiced this week with that ankle. Foley Fatukasi with that groin and shoulder, he has not practiced this week. And also Damian Pierce, who missed the last game, did not practice with that groin. And then showing up, Jake Hansen, special teamer and a guy who's had to play some linebacker for this team lately, he did not practice. So, Clint, it looks like we are in a space where Will Anderson, looks like we're in a space where Nico Collins, it is unlikely for them to play. But I do want to get some good news right now, and that is Azeez Al-Shire looks like he's set to go, and Jarrett Patterson, Clint, looks like he is set to go off of that concussion.
Yeah, Jarrett Patterson's the one I'm looking at. Again, Azeez Al-Shire is kind of one of those guys on the defensive side of the football that I just need you healthy for the 5 games that we play against lesser opponents where we need to win those games, right? And he's in that bunch. So this decision for Azeez Al-Shire is that knee completely there, and we're 100%, and we're practicing balls to the wall because you are a middle linebacker. This ain't can go tiptoeing through the tulips, to them or through them, if you know what I mean. So, like, Azeez is one of those, like, I'd be okay if he sits. Jarrett Patterson, we got some problems on the offensive side of the football. They got to figure out what they're going to, regardless of what kind of adjustments they make, they got to figure out what the hell they're going to do at left guard. It doesn't matter what their approach is, or Bobby changes, or CJ changes. It doesn't matter. The left guard situation is a problem. And Jarrett Patterson, I think, gives you your best solution, whether that's him playing left guard or what I think would be best for the team, is him being your center and Juice Scruggs being your left guard. Now, Juice Scruggs, may be there. They may be just hell-bent on him playing center and not be willing to do with him what they did with and probably would like to do now with Titus Howard. But either way you slice it, that left guard position has to be figured out, and Jarrett Patterson gives you a real option to not only figure out left guard but really have an upgrade at left guard.
Yeah, I think he plays, right? I'd be surprised. They didn't make a move at the deadline, obviously. And he was the first one they called upon when they benched Kenyon Green, right? Kendrick Green did come out, show some things at least with his effort in the last game. But I would be surprised if Patterson's healthy and he in some form or fashion isn't playing. And the thought is it going to be center or is it going to be guard? Like, what are they going to do there? Or, Clint, is it a position where, which I'd be surprised, is it a position where maybe Juice Scruggs is the one on the outside looking in and they want Patterson to go in at center? Because Juice, I think, hasn't been great at the center spot either. I think Kenyon Green's just been working too well. So it's a lot of things that they could go and do. But I do think Jarrett Patterson is one of the ones who is in the lineup.
Well, they also, I believe they brought up Quisenberry.
Did they?
Tyler, you might want to check on that, man. I think get Cheryl on it. She'll check on it. But I think Quisenberry got pulled up off the practice squad as well, which is a backup center. And so I don't know what that means in a sense of how they handle the guard position. But, if you're going to move either Juice to guard or play Patterson at guard, you got to have a backup center, a guy that – because, Patterson, you don't want to practice him at guard all week long off of a concussion, and then if something happens to Juice, you slide him over. Now you're just moving pieces around. So when it's all said and done, I think they brought Quisenberry off the practice squad, which would give them a backup center.
So, yeah, we'll see what happens. But as you said, Jarrett Patterson is one to look at as he is in the lineup, or he will be in that lineup, I would imagine, coming up so as well. So that is the latest there. Tomorrow will be big as probably around this time, Tyler and Clint will know who's probably officially ruled out. We expect to see some of these guys potentially being ruled out tomorrow.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, how about the Rockets? They get a big win last night as they played the Spurs several times this year. It feels like they got to be running out of the times they play them. But they love this matchup over the last 2 years. They get up for this matchup. Sengun gets up for this matchup. The whole crew gets up for this matchup. They were winning this thing handily. They finished the game winning 127 to 100, and they beat the brakes off the Spurs last night. And Wemby, another rough, modest game, 15 points in that game, Clint. So it's look. By the way, my favorite play of the game, fellas, was old Jalen Green, who had just an effort moment. Sometimes I think you just got to have an effort moment. It was him, and it was Wemby going back, and he went up there and said, "I'm about to try to just boom on this dude." Now Wemby, of course, blocked it and sent it the other way. But I just enjoyed the thought that Jalen Green said, "Nah, man, I'm about to go and be ultra aggressive and make him go make a play." Now he is a mutant, so he was able to make that play. But that was my favorite play. I think an interesting move, though, made per the Rockets. Cam Whitmore, their second of the first-round picks last year. A lot of promise. We were really impressed with his motor, his aggressiveness. They have assigned him to their G League team, Clint. So Cam Whitmore, he played 6 minutes last night. His minutes have dwindled here the last couple of games. That is interesting on a couple of notes. One, all right, maybe there's something, a message they're sending to him that they want him to work on down there. But also kind of shines a light on where the Rockets are right now. That a Cam Whitmore, they feel they've got the ability to have him go work on stuff, and they don't need to have him to be up here with their big team because he can go work on things because they've got enough talent up here.
But the interesting thing about this one to me is more of the obviously you hit the nail on the head with the basketball stuff, but he seems like he's got a real Ime Udoka mentality to how he plays, both with the ball and to the rim as much as physically with an opponent. And the thought that he hasn't settled in to some level of a role with Ime Udoka is, and not that he won't, but that whole thing has always interested me. It seems to me, again, just casual fan, it just seems to me that he plays better, contributes more, and really means more than maybe the Rockets have treated him or given him credit to.
Yeah, well, and clearly something, because his minutes have, like, he was a bigger part of the rotation earlier. Not like it's been a lot of games. They played 8. But earlier, you can see his last 3 games. He's played like 4-6 minutes instead of the teens or in the 20s or at least one time he had 20 minutes in a game. And you could see something's off and that they want to work on it. And this is a deal, like, you know it, like, you ain't thrilled to be sent down to Rio, where the hell, Rio Grande Valley. Yeah. That ain't where you. It'll be interesting to see how Cam Whitmore responds to this. In other sad news, Bronny James has been sent to the G League as well. So
about damn time.
Sorry, Godson. It's gonna be all right, man.
Bronny James ain't ready for NBA
to the G League. That's all right. Cam Whitmore seems like he might seek him out and try to do what Jalen Green tried to do to Wemby.
I don't see that.
I think Cam will try to dunk
Tyler,
on him.
don't be so hard on a young fella.
I think Cam going to try to dunk on him. Is what I think he's going. If they play the Lakers G League team, I think Cam Whitmore's going to try to go after him.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we talked about it a bit. A big Thursday night football game tonight, and one I think Texans fans keep an eye on is the Bengals or the Ravens. Right now, as the playoffs started, the Ravens, they would be the team the Texans would face. And I'll be honest with you, if I'm a Texans fan, I want the Ravens to win. I'd rather the Ravens win that division than the Steelers, because I'd rather play the Steelers potentially if you're in the 4 spot than to play the Ravens, right? And right now the Steelers are in first place in that division. But this is a big one tonight for the Bengals. They could get to 5-5, and like I said there, if they lose, it feels like must win. If they lose, Clint, they're really up against it, right there, being 2 games under 500 with the surprise Chargers, surprise right there, and they'd be behind the Colts at that point. So a big one tonight. They had an overtime finish the last time these 2 teams played in Cincy. No T. Higgins in this game again, which hurts them a lot. Clint, I could see the Ravens winning this game big. I feel like this is a multi-possession win for the Ravens.
It wouldn't surprise me one bit. It would. I mean, the Ravens are just and I know that they got a couple of suspect losses this year, but the Ravens are just simply a machine right now, man.
Especially when they put it together and they're rolling. And that Bengals defense, I don't know what has happened to them. I mean, anybody can do anything against that Bengals defense. I mean, they've given up. They've given up like to the Panthers. They gave up a ton of points and yards. So that's the part there is their defense is so poor that their margin of error for their offense is so low, and T. Higgins might be it. Like, you don't have T. Higgins, that's a killer for them.
Well, here's the thing: is I'm not going to bet it because I'm not going to bet against Joe Burrow keeping that thing close, and because he has been spectacular offensively this year, and it's that brand of ball that I'm begging CJ to play. That get the ball out, protect your O-line kind of thing, and it can neutralize like the greatness of like it has the ability to either 1 score points or 2 at the very least keep guys off the field. I wouldn't bet against him making that, but I'm with you. I'm not betting. I like Baltimore to win running away with it.
Yeah, I do. I'm not going to say they're going 41-10 them like they did the Broncos last week.
Yeah,
but I do. Like I think we'll come from the game, and I think it's anywhere from 8 to 14.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. This is a Thursday night game though for me that doesn't involve the Texans obviously, and so it's one of those kind of just kind of keep it on a distance. But this game is one, very rarely does this happen is what I'm going with. Very rarely does it happen that there's a game out there where both sides of the ball really, it fascinates me. Like Joe Burrow on the offense and then Lamar and Derrick Henry and what they're doing offensively, and that's going to be a fun watch.
Yeah, this is a must one, because a lot of people say this, and I think this is where you get to, like the Bengals, they're the team in the AFC that a lot of teams, I heard Dan Orlovsky saying it, they're the team in the AFC that teams don't want to face.
Yeah.
They're the team Their defense is so bad. I think.
Yeah, but if you look at it, though, I said this earlier, like the crazy thing is like Baltimore's defense is the best defense against the run. They are literally first versus a run and last versus a pass. And that's what Joe's going to do is spin it around the park, right?
Yeah.
And you look at they've been bad against they've been bad versus tight ends. I keep hearing people say that. I'm like, well, I mean that's a pretty specific stat. But if you really look at it, they've obviously been bad against everything. It's the worst pass defense in the league. So
I think they're second in terms of yardage they give up by tight ends. Yeah, the Chiefs have been really bad. That Oden kid just went off on them in their last game. But no, they've struggled. They've struggled, and they've got a really good coach, Trey Hendrickson. It's weird how bad they have been, defensively overall. All right, coming up as we sit there, if you are in the building, I see people signing and putting their names in here in this 5 o'clock hour. We will be hooking somebody up with a pair of Texans tickets. So you want to get in. If you're on your way, you want to sign your name in and get your name in this raffle. All right, coming up, it's something that Clint is really, really ready for a change, at least a change right now with how things are going from the Texans and especially the most important voices for the Texans. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here. I got to tell y'all a little bit about Twin Peaks, man. If you love
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Crank up the stream and enjoy. Energized by 5 Hour Energy, it's the Sports Radio 610 video stream. A new way to experience Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. Oh, wow. Let's try that again. All right. Voice kind of lost me a little bit. Those of you who are in the building or on the way, coming up after this segment, wing of the day, someone will take home a pair of tickets. Titans coming into NRG to play your Houston Texans. Your chance to win those tickets, and courtesy of Bud Light, also a couple of wristbands for tailgating, free food, free drinks. You will have that chance as soon as this segment is over. And I go ahead and shine the light on a little men's clinic. As soon as we're done with that, your chance to win the final giveaway today here at Buffalo Wild Wings, Willowbrook Plaza here. Your chance to win those tickets. That's coming up as soon as this segment ends. All right. This has frustrated many of you, but not like anybody. I don't think it's frustrated anybody like it has Clint Stoerner. Comments like this coming from multiple people in the Houston Texans family, the critical voices of the Houston Texans. This is C.J. Stroud talking about, enjoying things, having fun, enjoying the moment. Here's C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, it's a balance. It's not easy, but at the same time, when you have perspective and a positive perspective, you can realize, even though I maybe didn't make this play, but I'm gonna make the next one. It's it's cliche. It's easier said than done, but I really believe, the hardest battle in life is you versus you. You know what I mean? And so I believe that you can get past those hard plays, those hard games. And it's inevitable. Those teams are really good. Those defenses, those players are really good. So, the guy who can move on and realize, that he'll be better the next time is, who I've seen be great in their careers. The Rodgers, who I've seen this weekend, the Bradys, the Mike Vicks, the guys who go through adversity, they can, move on from it and still play really well the next opportunity.
So they're very, very positive, talking about positive. D'Amico Ryans talking about positive, having fun out there. That particular part of things has kind of, I don't want to say annoyed you. I don't know what it is. But
I think annoyed's fair.
Annoyed's a fair word.
Yeah. Annoys the hell out of me, yes.
The positive and let's go out there and have fun type of thought process from the Texans has kind of crawled up your.
Here's the deal. I listen to, I look at C.J. Stroud and D'Amico a little different, right? D'Amico's talking about, asked the question about being where halfway point. We're happy where we're at. We're playing good football. No, you're not. You're. The truth of the matter is, and this wasn't just one bad game yet. Thursday, and this has been an ongoing issue. It's the sweep it under the rug. It's everything's fixable. It's all we got to do is execute. And look, the reality of it is that's not the case. And I am just from the top. I am beyond the everything's fixable approach and the we got to move on approach. And we've watched you move on multiple games, and we've watched you go out there and do the same thing over and over and over again. This sweep it under the rug, Mr. Nice Guy, just move on. It's a long season. All that approach is clearly not working of late. And it's getting worse as we've seen C.J. Stroud the last 3 games be pressured more in those 3 games than he has at any other point in his career. And so I'm over the smoke blowing. The everything's fine, the sky's not falling, everything's good, we're going to be okay, and it's just on to the next game. And I'm just ready to hear from this group. I want to walk away from a press conference with D'Amico Ryans and feel like man, these guys got their. I mean, they are putting the pressure on these guys to go out there and like the way D'Amico Ryan speaks in a presser. Not the post game is different. Like I would like to see the post game pressure, that frustration carried out throughout the week. But the way that, like when I hear D'Amico speak throughout the week, it's just like what you say Larry Tunsil did yesterday. Didn't practice because it's a rest day. Your quarterback has been pressured the last 3 weeks at damn near a 50% clip. And the leader of your offensive line is having a rest day on Wednesday after having 3 extra off days because you played Thursday. That obviously sticks out like a sore thumb to everybody. Like, why does Laramie get this treatment? But that right there is exactly the feel that I get when I hear D'Amico Ryan speak to the media. It's just, hey man, it's a long season. Everything will be fine. And I've grown tired of it. Like the whole thing. And then with the C.J. Stroud stuff, like you just heard, I'm just over the shtick. I'm over the you know
what when you say shtick, it doesn't seem genuine to you?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't seem real. Like I don't. It's a shtick because I like. No matter what happens in the game, you can always go and play the whole, hey man, football's just a game, man. There's always another one, and that like it's joy. It's not. It's I'm going to be happy and do more. And in reality, like that's not C.J. Stroud. Like there's no way C.J.'s accomplished what he's accomplished with that level of approach. Like I mean the shtick of like when he talked to the media stick. You know what I mean? Like it's. When CJ talks to the media, it's always this happy, joy. Everything's going to be fine, and there's always this good feeling answer instead of just reality. Instead of like today, he was questioned today. I don't know how long it was because I got the cuts, but he had 15 questions today, and not one time did CJ say, hey, man, it ain't about my offensive line. Hey, man, it's not about Tank Dell getting open or not getting open. It's not about Bobby Slowick calling plays. I've got to be better. I've got to get the ball out of my hand. Ron, I know he did mention.
I was going to say he's taking accountability.
Well, but there's I disagree. I'm not.
You don't think he's taking accountability?
It's not an accountability side of it. Oh. There's no way you can't take accountability. But I just disagree that there is a reality when he's being questioned is I guess what I'm getting at. Like there's this everything's fine, everything's great kind of facade that's put up to the media, and in reality that cannot be the way that they're viewing this.
Yeah, but I don't think that's I don't think it's uncommon for them to speak differently to the media than they do behind closed doors or talk about. Now there are some guys that come out and do that.
I don't think it is either. But when it's an extreme, like for C.J. Stroud to talk to the media today and get questions about Tank, about the offensive line, about his play call, about all of that, and literally the only time he mentioned like he completely, even when he's asked specifically about what can you do better, he talked about being happy and having joy and smiling and having more fun, and then briefly at the very end said, there's things I mechanically and technically, and I guess I could get rid of the ball quicker. Like he just briefly mentioned it, and to me, it's so much more important than that.
You know what I took that as? I took that as him saying, "I need to get back to being who I am on the field." And he is a guy that plays with joy. He's a guy that Johnson plays with joy. Carmelo Anthony is a guy that plays with joy. I think he is saying, he's been tossing his helmet the last couple of weeks. He's been frustrated. I think he was telling himself, I gotta be myself and play with joy. That's how I took that as. And for me, I want him to be himself and
I'm less worried about guys being themselves and guys just being real. Like the reality of it is
that's part of being yourself.
But getting up to the media and just blowing a bunch of happy joy smoke is that's not being yourself. That's not like when you're a quarter. Like when we're watching what CJ's going through right now, and somebody legitimately says, "Hey man, what can you do to get better?" That's like D'Amico Ryan saying, when he asked about the offensive line, saying, "Oh, guys, we did have some good plays. and not even acknowledging the fact that your quarterback is the most pressured quarterback in the league the last 3 weeks. Like it's all a dodge, and it's all a facade, and it's all of this painting this beautiful picture of everything's beautiful and pretty and happy, and in reality it's like, man, you were asked specifically, what can you do to help the obvious problems on this team? And your answer is be happy?
I think that was the answer at that time. There have been times where he said what he needs to do. And I mean, earlier after the Jets game, he came out and said, hey, we've got to stop pointing fingers. We've got to stop, we've got to have our leaders jump up. I think he expressed where they were at that time. And like I said, I think I got to go out here and be me. I got to go out here and stop playing frustrated, because I think he's somebody who plays better when he's playing. I think there are some people, you might be one, that plays better when they're angry.
Well, but the thing is like everybody, as soon as the game's over, everybody goes to the post game and is upset and disappointed and knows that the urgency to fix things. So everybody at that point in time, you are correct. At that point in time, everybody says, we got to quit doing this, we got to quit doing that, even D'Amico. But as the week goes on, it gets back to this happy, joy, everybody having fun thing, and everything's correctable and everything's fixable and rest days and all this other stuff, and then it just happens again on Wednesday. Right. And so everybody can be themselves. I don't care. I would prefer personally, and I'm tired of not hearing it when we hear it every day, I would prefer some real talk about how we're going to fix these problems we got.
All right, where are you at, listeners right here? Where are you at before we hook somebody up? Where are you at? Do you have an issue the way that the Texans, from D'Amico to CJ, do you have an issue the way they are handling things, how they are communicating to us, and how they're talking at the podium about how things are going on? Or do you have an issue with that? We'll continue to discuss the rest of that coming up next. Also, we got Tyler's Best Bets. You want to make a little cash? He'll get better today. I don't know if he's still above that 50%, but he'll get better today after last night. If you want to make a little cash, come stay with us as we continue right here live on The Drive. But before we get there, at the men's clinic, I'm telling you, if you're struggling with
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Fast, stop clock. But we can change your company's future. Find out how you can make your marketing budget work harder and drive more revenue. Contact us at scalemarketing.com. That's scalemarketing.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Congratulations to our latest winner, John, who wins the 2 tickets. Give him a hand. Stop being selfish just because you didn't win. Good boy, John. Good boy, John. Congratulations, John is our latest winner. His wife, she came up out of the chair. Said, "Damn it, we going to this game. We got us some drink." There you go. She made him stay. John was going to take off. See, don't leave.
She let him come and made him stay. That's the story.
That's what she said. Yeah.
Well, no, come on, man.
I'm just saying, man.
And a smile left on the face.
I know Clint.
I did not mean it that way.
I'm just saying I know Tyler had it prepped and ready, so I thought I'd get it there. That was in there. She made him. Anyway, all right, so congratulations. Before we get rolling here, and I see some people texting in, as I said, where are you? Do you have an issue with the way that the Texans have been addressing things? Were they addressing the media? Clint is over the positivity.
I'm just over it, man. I'm just
play with joy. That one set him off.
Yeah, I'm just over it, man. I just want them to win. I want them to take it serious. Like take it like, and I know they take it serious. Hell, it's their profession. I get it. I want them to punch this thing square in the face and get it right. I don't like the tiptoe and the all the other jive that comes with it, man. It seems, Ron. It seems like when we hear this, because this ain't the first week it's happening. That's why I'm tired of it. It's happening. It happens all the time. And when you're losing, it's not what you want to hear, right? And the truth of the matter is like, we keep hearing all we got to do is execute, and we're going to be happy, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do that. And they go out there and literally do the same thing and have the same problems.
They're all fixable.
And yeah, there's one of them. They're all fixable. Boy, we've heard that before. I get tired of hearing the same old song and dance, and it's hard to buy into it right now.
Yeah. I want to get people's thoughts here as they come in. By the way, before we get out of here, I want to send a shout out to everybody that's helped keep us on the air and get us going here. To the people, the great staff here at Buffalo Wild Wings, as they always take care of us here at this location, and to our promo staff, they've done a great job of keeping things going. Our engineer Matt done a great job keeping us going here, not only on the air but also for those of you to view us on YouTube and Twitch. Tyler holding it down and keeping it going back at the station. We appreciate everybody here. Shout out to the good people at Bud Light as well, who have helped us make this thing possible as well. There it is. Some people with problems, any issues with how people or how the Texans have been handling things. Yes, I do, Ron, and I would like for you to stop making excuses for them. All this crap about we just have to execute and have fun is bull crap. No kidding. Someone else texted in, I'll accept the reality if they say we are playing BS football, not winning football, and not working to change it versus the positivity. I'm with Clint. When I hear D'Amico Ryans talk now, I hear butt chin Billy O's voice. I don't think that's
I don't co-sign that.
From the text line also, no issue on how they speak to the media, because if they were to be honest, some fans and the media would bash them and others and will lose respect for players or coaches. Doesn't matter to me. It matters what they do on the field. And to some of these, I'm not making excuses. Here's one thing. To me, it is not out of the ordinary for after a game And after you have been, I mean, CJ after the game said we were embarrassed. We were embarrassing, and I'm embarrassed for how we played. I don't think it is uncommon for after a game you be emotional, and that's when you kind of a little bit more truthful and honest about what's happening. And then you turn the page into next week, and that happened on Thursday, and now it's Wednesday when you talk, and you're on to this next game that you're in a more of a space of, hey, man, let's go out here and do what we can do, and we got the guys here. We know. I don't think it's it's uncommon that happens, and I don't think it's uncommon that quarterbacks and coaches BS the stuff to the media. Like there are a bunch of like Tom would BS Brady a ton to the media and never say exactly what he means. Belichick the same. So I don't think that's out of the or uncommon to find in the NFL.
Oh, to be clear too, I don't think it's BS. I don't. Like I
you
don't
think they're on? You think they're being completely?
They're
being transparent.
The play on the field lines up precisely with that. The play on the field lines up with I'm disgusted, I'm embarrassed after the game, and then we sweep it under the rug, and then we get happy, and then we don't change anything, and we just walk around talking about guys just need to execute, and then you go out there Sunday, and by this time everybody's smiling and having a lot of fun at walkthroughs, man. And then you go out there and play on Sunday, and your quarterback damn near gets killed again. And in the presser, it's unacceptable, and you can't point fingers, you can't do this and that. And then by Wednesday, it's right back to the same old stuff. it's right back. It's the play. Like I said before, the play, which is getting worse and worse every week on the offensive side of the football. The play is very in line with what and this is the scary part, by the way, because this is the part where I think, I don't think you're picking up what I'm putting down from the standpoint of like, yes, I know teams in the NFL, it's not uncommon for people to BS the media. I understand that. But when what they're saying and what they're doing throughout the week is leading to a play that very much resembles guys taking a rest on Wednesdays and not practicing on Wednesday, and everything's fine and we don't need to change anything. All we need to do is execute better, and they go out there and they literally don't change anything. Like it's the combination of all of it. I don't have a problem with a team that just goes out and, like Bill Belichick, on to the next. I don't have anything to say. I don't have a problem with that.
I think the difference right now with them and the Belichick comp is, I don't think it's a deal of that they're not. I just don't think they have the answers right here, which is the scarier part.
Well, but yeah,
I don't think they know. I don't think they know.
Correct.
I don't think they're out there. To me, I don't think they're out there on the field just like it's be positive, baby. I think they are going. I think there's anger and I think there's frustration about this thing needing to get fixed. I think why we're seeing it every week is I just think right now they don't have the answers. Now that's the real scary part. I just don't think they know what to do right now.
Ron, but Ron, you don't think and I'll use the Chiefs with Patrick Mahomes because that's who you cover, because that's who you know well, close enough. Because I don't recall any of the quote unquote great quarterbacks. Really hard. Forget if they're great or not. Just the quarterbacks. Like I can't tell you the last time that I heard a quarterback that was the most pressured quarterback and that has obvious problems on the offensive side of the football. What can you do to help with be happier and get and smile and laugh and have fun
like that?
Yeah, like if you heard Pat Mahomes, have you ever heard Pat Mahomes say that?
No, but I think he was referencing, to me, how I took it is hey, what can you do to help this? I gotta be myself. I gotta be that guy that I've always been. I think I took that as him talking about that and not necessarily what they need to do on the field. I think he took it as hey, I gotta be the guy that they know I am. I gotta be the guy, not a guy that's frustrated and pissed off the whole time. That's how I took it.
But that's like, could you imagine Pat Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, any of these guys that we
I can imagine Lamar saying.
You can imagine Lamar going up there.
I can imagine Lamar saying, "I got to be myself. I got to."
No, not your interpretation of being yourself. I'm talking about go up there and talk about, like, ask specifically. Y'all are struggling. What is the deal? Oh, I just got to be happier and have more fun. Like I don't.
I could see Lamar saying that. in the meaning that he is trying to. All right, Tyler, you got any money making for the folks tonight?
Yeah, I'll give you some real quick. Bengals plus 6.5. I'm on the opposite side.